Chapter 995. In the entire imperial palace, only the cold palace was burnt to ashes. The sorrowful mood, the tearful accusation, the curses before death and the deep despair all disappeared with the fire, leaving behind only the ghastly embers and the rumors that people talked about. Ming-Chi's Empress Xin died. After the Xin family was executed for treason, the crown prince was deposed and committed suicide. Mei Foran was appointed as the new crown prince and Fu Xing became the new empress. The lonely cold palace suddenly caught fire in the night and burned the deposed Empress Xin to ashes. This was a matter that made one sigh. The Emperor of Ming-Chi was benevolent and did not let the Empress go to the netherworld because of the Xin family's disloyalty. He spared her life and only banished her to the cold palace, but this female had no fortune and died in the fire. History was written by the victors and it was the same for the inner palace. With a change of dynasty, the traces of Empress Xin's life were completely covered up. She did not have any belongings left as they were all destroyed in the fire. There was no one left in the first household of the Xin family and it was really the end of the family dying out. That new crown princess Empress Li changed from her previous gentle and charming temperament and became somewhat fierce. She wholeheartedly supported her own brother and coaxed Fu Xiaoyi until he was docile and the court was actually controlled by her. There was some meaning of the relatives monopolizing power. There were also some officials who faintly felt that something was wrong and wanted to secretly remind the emperor, but before they could take action, because of some inexplicable reasons, they were either demoted or exiled. Pei Lang looked at everything with cold eyes, but his heart was somewhat tired. In less than half a year after Xin Miao's death, Ming-Chi almost turned the heaven and earth upside down. He indeed did not see wrongly. Mei Foran and her siblings had great skills and it was difficult to say if the Ming-Chi's country would fall into Mei Foran's hands in the future. He was loyal to Fu Xiaoyi and should have reminded Fu Xiaoyi, but after reminding a few times to no avail, he no longer reminded and even secretly felt that he deserved it. A person's heart was the easiest to change. A wise ruler could become an incapable ruler and a loyal official could have disloyalty. Every night when Pei Lang was sleeping, he would be awakened by a pair of eyes in his dreams. That pair of eyes were black and white and there were no tears, but it made one's heart heavier than tears. Those were Xin Miao's eyes. Pei Lang used to think that what he did was right. He followed the trend of the times, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This was his instinct and it was also the best choice. But the longer time passed, the more he couldn't deceive himself. How was this the general trend? He obviously did not want Xin Miao to die like this. When did he start to have other feelings for Xin Miao? Pei Lang himself did not know. He was her teacher in Guangwen Tang. He watched as Xin Miao, an arrogant and pampered girl who did not know anything, insisted on marrying Fu Xiaoyi. He watched as she entered the residence of Prince Ding and learned things that Fu Xiaoyi did not like, becoming a Wangfei, empress and finally a deposed empress. She was actually a little stupid but not very smart. She was a slow learner but she had a kind of terrifying stubbornness. In the harem she had some unnecessary kindness. Sometimes Pei Lang felt that Xin Miao was ridiculous to be willing to pay for a person, but at other times he felt envious of Fu Xiaoyi. Later on he couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Even he himself did not realize that he had to be extra patient in teaching Xin Miao's problems. But Pei Lang was an intelligent person and intelligent people would not allow themselves to make mistakes. Thus when he realized that he was having strange thoughts, he was determined to stop this mistake. So when Xin Miao went to the Qin country to be a hostage, it was him who suggested it. But 5 years later Xin Miao returned and his thoughts still did not change. Chapter 996. He coldly watched as Xin Miao fought with Mei Foran in the inner palace until she was covered in injuries. He watched as her eyes dimmed and her haggard expression. Finally when Fu Xiaoyi asked him how to deal with the Xin family descendant, he said these words without thinking. Cut the weeds and remove the roots. Cut the weeds in his heart and remove the roots in his heart. But he did not expect that Fu Xiaoyi would cut the weeds and remove the roots and even remove Fu Ming. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but Fu Xiaoyi could even lay his hands on his own flesh and blood. Yu could still use the excuse that it was an accident on the road, but Fu Ming could only use Fu Xiaoyi's orders. Pei Lang remembered Xin Miao's eyes when she heard of Fu Ming's death. That pair of black and white eyes were wide open and there were no tears, but it was so miserable that one could not bear to look at it. That big fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, but it burned Pei Lang's heart of regret. He went to find the abbot of Pu Tuo Monastery and asked how to remove the hindrance in one's heart. The abbot was an old monk and looked at him and shook his head. Heart disease needs medicine to cure. Was there any medicine for regret in this world? Pei Lang sought the eminent monk's guidance and the monk said, The reason why benefactor frequently dreams of old friends is because you owe them. She could not dissipate in your dreams because there is resentment that has not been resolved. Unable to reincarnate and unable to obtain liberation. Pei Lang panicked and asked if there was a solution. The monk asked in reply, to set the past mistakes right and seek for a chance to start again. If benefactor's life is needed, is benefactor willing? Pei Lang said, willing? That monk said, benefactor should return. Why must one return? Pei Lang was puzzled. Benefactor is willing to pay with one's life, but one need to wait for that opportunity. That opportunity? What opportunity does it refer to? Pei Lang asked. Benefactor still owes people and has an unfulfilled wish. When the old friend's wish is fulfilled, benefactor will sacrifice his own life and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. The monk said an Amitabha and said, this is all that is said. This poor monk is unable to say more. Pei Lang thanked the monk and returned to the palace. What was Shen Miao's unfulfilled wish? Shen Miao's entire life was miserable and lonely. Most likely she wanted to see the enemy go to hell and the Shen family regain their innocence. There was a chance to start again, but one must wait. Wait or not. Wait. Pei Lang made his decision. This life was so long that he was willing to use this life to make up for a mistake. Winter passed and spring came. Wild geese came and went. When a dynasty's fate was nearing its end, the aura of decline would envelop it. Mingqi was no longer the Mingqi of the past. Exorbitant taxes and corvée labor, the common people had no way to make a living, corrupt officials colluded with each other, the court was in chaos and the emperor was fatuous. The crown prince, on the other hand, was busy forming cliques all day long, wishing that he could ascend the throne as soon as possible. Taking back the military power but without a good general to drive them, Mingqi was a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. The faraway Great Liang attacked and annexed the Qing country and finally launched an attack on Mingqi. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, victory came too easily as they fought all the way to the gates of the Ding capital. After setting up camp, everyone in the Ding capital felt insecure and the common people's doors were tightly shut as the atmosphere of the country's demise filled the air. In that big tent, someone was sitting and polishing a longsword. Mingqi's fate has come to an end. The white-clad gentleman waved his folding fan as he walked in and there was no emotion in his voice. Heard that the imperial palace is being cleaned up tonight. The ones that needed to be cleaned up were the womenfolk in the palace, the concubines, palace maids and even the imperial princess. Rather than falling into the enemy's hands to be humiliated, it was better to die cleanly and preserve one's integrity. Chapter 997. Was he really trying to preserve his integrity? Among those people, how many actually didn't want to die? The man stopped wiping his sword and raised his head, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. He had a pair of gentle peach blossom eyes, but they were filled with coldness. Oh, has Empress Shin's body been found? Jiu Shu opened the door of the mosquito net and walked in. When he heard what was said, he said, inquired about it. Nothing. The cold palace was burned clean and not even a piece of clothing was left. Gao Yang ridiculed, Fu Xiaoyi is really afraid of people gossiping and handled it very neatly. It is really a pity for the Shen family. Jiu Shu sighed, if the Shen family was here, why would he end up in such a situation? Xie Jingxing said plainly, only seeking one's own destruction. He took another look at the red rope in his hands. The color of the rope had faded a little, but it was still firm. Later on he went to many battlefields and this red rope never fell off. Xie Jingxing shook his head as he thought of the girl's words of congratulations that night. He would have to go back on his promise. Who knew that in just a few short years, the Mingqi's rivers and mountains would be destroyed so quickly? Even without Great Liang it would not last long. He had indeed returned triumphantly, and he had planned to repay her wish for the sake of that cup of farewell wine and compensate her with a firework. However, he had already passed and there was no chance for him to do so in this lifetime. He said, tomorrow morning attack the city. The Great Liang's flag fluttered in the wind. The sky of June changed in an instant. Black clouds pressed down on the city, the wind blew violently, as if a heavy downpour was about to arrive in the next moment. There was no one left in the palace. Corpses were strewn everywhere. There were palace ladies who hanged themselves, and there were also servants who were beheaded by the Great Liang soldiers. Blood flowed everywhere and there were millions of corpses. Pei Lang sat in the tea hall, pouring tea for himself. He poured the table slowly. Green smoke rose from the corner of the table, emitting a fragrance. It was like the whisper of a beauty, enchanting. He glanced out the window. On the day of Xin Miao's death, It was also this kind of weather. The sky was gloomy and suddenly heavy rain poured down. He had waited for this day for a long time. The great Liang's army had arrived and Ming Qi's fate was about to end. Fu Xiuyi and Mei Foren were about to reach the end of their lives and Xin Miao's wish should be fulfilled. He finally had a chance to turn back from the mistake he had made. He emptied the contents of the phial into the flagon at the other end, and filled his glass. Your wish is about to come true. Unfortunately, the one who fulfilled your dying wish was not me. On top of the city gate tower, the army was pressing down on the border. The Emperor and the Empress were both tied to the flagpoles with their hands tied behind their backs. Everyone had their own selfish motives. For the sake of their own survival, they could also destroy the survival of others. This was something that Mei Foren and Fu Xiuyi often did, and now it was their turn to have a taste of it. The officials in Ming Qi's palace kidnapped their own country's Emperor and Empress and came to the Great Liang to ask for surrender. They were willing to use Empress Monarch's head to beg the other party to spare their lives. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. No matter how favored Mei Foren was at this moment, she could not move anyone. Oh, and the new crown prince Fu Sheng. Her head would have long been chopped off by Fu Sheng's bootlicking Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao and given to the great Liang's general to curry favor. Under the city gate tower, the male sitting on the tall horse lazily narrowed his eyes. One did not know when the black clouds had dispersed, but gradually the golden sun shone over the entire city. His robes were gorgeous, and even though his military uniform was stained with blood, it was still untainted by a speck of dust and had a natural pressure. It formed a sharp contrast with the emperor who was tied up on top of the tower. Chapter 998. Xie Jingxing. Fu Xiuyi gritted his teeth. The heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage, the son of Xie Ding, the brother of Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. No one would have thought that the youth who had died in the battlefield, the youth who had declined along with the residents of the Marquis of Lineage, would reappear in front of the world with this appearance after so many years. He was the blood brother of the great Liang's Emperor Yonglu, the noble Prince Rui, and was also the great Liang's young marshal, commanding the Mou army, which caused people to tremble with fear. Long time no see, son of the Fu family. Xie Jingxing greeted him. Everyone knew that the great Liang's Emperor Yongli's younger brother was the most glorious and fought for him under the heavens, and was the most upright and forthright. Such a heroic character was originally the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and Mei Foren stared at that man. She was extremely afraid that no matter how confident she was in victory, she would lose her sense of propriety when it came to a matter of life and death. However, she had always relied on men to get what she wanted step by step. At this juncture, all her tricks were useless. She blamed Fu Xiuyi for not having the ability and for the dynasty to be destroyed. Looking at the handsome man below the city walls, he had a natural air of nobility and could not help but stare at him. Her eyes were full of emotions. Xie Jingxing frowned and asked Jiu Shu, "Shen Miao lost to this woman?" Jiu Shu said, "Correct." She then added, "Looking at the average appearance, one really do not know if the Ming-Chi Emperor's eyes grew crooked." Both of their voices were not concealed, and the great Liang army roared with laughter, and Mei Foren's face flushed red with hatred. Fu Xiuyi was also angry in his heart as he looked at Xie Jingxing and said in a deep voice, "If you want to kill, then kill. Why the need to talk nonsense? Still pretending to be a man until now." Jiu Shu said in disdain, "Third older brother, this Ming-Chi Emperor is anxious to die." Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and said, "This prince originally did not want to kill you and was too lazy to do it personally. But I owe your little empress a wish. Coincidentally, this ending is also the ending that you prepared for me many years ago. So, whether it is public or private, I have to return it to you." He opened his hand, and Gao Yang handed over the longbow and the silver arrow. Xie Jingxing placed his hand on the bow and arrow and heard a "shio" sound. Mei Foren, who was on the tower, was hit by an arrow. However, the arrow was not aimed at his chest. It just so happened to avoid the vital parts. Blood flowed out incessantly. It was a ghastly sight. Mei Foren was in so much pain that she almost fainted, and Fu Xiuyi's calm expression also changed twice. The scariest thing in the world was not death but waiting for it. Xie Jingxing smiled gently and spread his hands again. Gao Yang sent another 2 silver arrows. He knocked 2 arrows on the longbow and whistled. The tens of thousands of troops of the great Liang pulled their bows and aimed at the 2 of them. The flags on the platform fluttered in the wind, sounding like the wailing of ghosts. When the last of the black clouds dispersed, the golden sun covered the entire land, scorching the earth. The man's purple robe fluttered slightly in the wind. His smile was cold, but there seemed to be the mischievousness of a young man between his brows. He stood at the bottom of the city gate tower and looked at the two people who had panic in their eyes. He laughed heartily. "I'm sorry, little emperor. I'm indebted to a lady who entrusted me to take your dog life. Release." Tens of thousands of arrows ferociously shot towards the two people on the tower. It was like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage, almost covering the sky and earth. Not even a trace of the golden sun could be revealed as it swallowed the two of them. One could not see anything at all. In the imperial palace, that green-clad male had already fallen asleep in front of the table. Beside his feet, a lantern tilted, and the candle inside fell down. In less than a moment, the cloth curtains were set ablaze. The fire slowly spread, burning through the Zhonghua palace, burning through the throne room, until the entire palace was enveloped in raging flames, turning everything red. Third older brother, the imperial palace is on fire. Jiu Shu looked into the distance and said in shock, "Send people to put out the fire?" "No need." Xie Jingxing stopped him. "This Mingqi imperial palace is not clean. It would be good to burn it." He raised his brows. "White sun flames? I did not miss the appointment. What is the meaning of that?" Jiu Shu did not understand. Xie Jingxing looked at the corner of the sky that was dyed red by the fire. In his eyes, there was a figure drinking alone in the bright moonlight. "This imperial court has let you down, so this prince will help you to overthrow this imperial court." He said softly, "This is most likely your wish." But he did not notice that the red rope that was firmly tied around his wrist and did not fall off for a few years suddenly broke and fell into the fire on the ground, turning into ashes. No one heard the long sigh of the female in the ashes. So this was a calamity. So this was fate. What one's eyes saw might not be true. What one's ears heard might not be true. In 2 lifetimes he stood at the distant peak and smiled carelessly. One would only understand what kind of person he was when one was in front of him. He was cynical but the most sincere. He was full of schemes but he was loyal. He could command 1,000 troops with a cup of warm wine and could also drive a horse to the top of a building for a stranger he met by chance. He would say sorry to the emperor child that he was entrusted by a young lady to take his dog life. He lived the heaviest and most unrestrained life, the darkest and most realistic life. Born from despicableness was infinite sincerity, looking disdainfully at the world, coldly competing, and finally unhurriedly holding the chess piece in his sleeves, grasping that little bit of light in his palm. This was her question. Her question, but only he could answer it. "It is raining." Gao Yang kept his fan. "Summer is really strange." Xie Jingxing smiled. "Enter the city." "For what?" "To overthrow the imperial power." Chapter 999. Shen Miao had a very long dream. That dream seemed to be very, very long as a lifetime. She watched as a bystander watched herself from a babbling baby to a bouncing young girl, from a bouncing young girl to a slender young lady, then to a young married woman, then to the unattainable ruler of the 6 palaces in the palace, and finally to the deposed empress in the cold palace, turning into ashes in the raging fire. She watched herself fall in love with Fu Xiuyi, and begged Shen Xan to marry her to Fu Xiuyi. She sat at the side, desperately trying to stop her foolish actions, but it was futile. No one could hear her words, so she could only watch everything happen again. From a bystander's point of view, how foolish was the things that she did in the past. Shen Miao finally understood now. The most terrifying thing was to once again experience the heart-wrenching pain of the past. Her teenage years ended after she married Fu Xiuyi. Those carefree days, even if she was called stupid by others, were at the end free and happy. And when she became Ding Wangfei, she was forced to be involved in these intrigues. Even her pair of children could not escape. The people around her left one by one, and the first household of the Shen family gradually declined. The once flourishing flowers were like flowers that bloomed to the extreme in spring, but once spring passed, summer came, and when the autumn wind blew, it would wither, making it look cold and shabby. In that dark life where there was almost no light, there were some things that she had overlooked. Those things were like the stars in the dark night, covered by other things and became unreal. Accidentally discovered, bright as before. Also like the embers of fireworks that accidentally broke into one's own courtyard, with a little bright color, making that dry and cold night become fragrant. She saw Xie Jingxing. Not that stubborn youth, not that hero that died on the battlefield. He was as arrogant as he was in the future, riding a tall horse, carrying a longbow, and in the midst of talking and laughing, he overturned an imperial court. He drank the farewell wine that she gave him under the bright moonlight, and on the dark day when the city was breached, He gave her a wish that she could not fulfill in her entire life. They had seen a fireworks show in the daytime, even if they hadn't broken the promise of that New Year's Eve. They were clearly strangers who met by chance, but he had become the most indispensable person in her life. Because of him, her wish was fulfilled, and because of him, she was reborn. It was just that the fate of that life was too short. Such a beautiful and anticipated fate was forced to stop because of the teasing of fate. What a pity. That was why there was a chance in this life. That short-lived fate was able to continue. All the unspoken questions seemed to no longer need to be spoken. Many things disappeared at that moment, including the questions and the answers. The karma of the past determines the outcome of the future. Shen Miao slowly opened her eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was the clear sky after the rain. An exquisite sachet was hanging in the corner of the mosquito net, probably to dilute the bitter smell of medicine. The fragrance and the smell of the herbs mixed together, creating a thought-provoking smell. Shen Miao looked up to her side. The young man leaned over the headboard, one hand still holding her hand tightly. His eyes were closed and there was a green stubble on his chin. It was not that obvious, but it was different from his usual pampered appearance. The joints of his hand were distinct, slender and warm, just enough to completely cover her hand. Shen Miao only moved slightly and Xie Jingxing woke up. Seeing that her eyes were open, Xie Jingxing was surprised for a moment, as if he had not reacted. After a pause, he suddenly said, "You are awake." Chapter 1000. Shen Miao nodded her head. "Do you feel anything wrong?" Xie Jingxing inquired. "Let Gao Yang come in for a look?" He usually had a lazy and indifferent look, as if he did not care about anything, but at this moment there was a rare look of anxiety. Shen Miao said, "No need. I'm very good." She then asked, "How is Teacher Pei?" Xie Jingxing's face suddenly turned black. Shen Miao saw his face change and was stunned for a moment before understanding. She did not know how to explain. Was Pei Lang hateful? Naturally he was hateful. In the past lifetime he took her blood from her fingertips and gave it to Mei Furen. Even though she did not know if Mei Furen's changing one's fate was real or not, there were some thoughts of helping the evildoer, and that sentence of cutting the weeds and removing the roots indirectly led to Fu Ming's ending. Shen Miao's feelings towards Pei Lang were very complicated. She could ignore it for herself, but as it concerned Fu Ming, she was unable to forgive Pei Lang. But Pei Lang finally used his life to exchange for a chance for her to start over. It was unclear what kind of feeling it was. One was unable to be purely grateful or purely hate a person, so one could only draw a line in the relationship. Shen Miao did not want to be involved with Pei Lang in the relationship of owing and being owed. The matters of the past lifetime were already in the previous lifetime, but in this lifetime she did not want to owe Pei Lang anything, and also did not want to be owed by Pei Lang. She remembered very clearly that when that childlike assassin pounced over, it was Pei Lang who blocked the heaviest blow for her. If Pei Lang died because of her, then the involvement of these two lifetimes would not be clean. But looking at Xie Jingxing's expression, Shen Miao knew that he had misunderstood. When Xie Jingxing got angry because of these matters, Shen Miao inexplicably felt that he was like the little wolf dog that Luo Sui raised in the Luo family's army. She hurriedly stroked the little wolfhound's fur and said, "He saved my life, so he's my benefactor. He's not related to me, but he risked his life to save me. I can't just accept this kindness." Xie Jingxing's expression then eased up a little and said, "Gao Yang had taken a look. He woke up once last night and was really lucky." He then glanced at Shen Miao. "Why aren't you waking up? If you don't wake up, I'm going to chop off that Taoist priest's head." "Priest?" Shen Miao was startled. "Are you talking about Priest Qi Yan?" "What Taoist priest?" Xie Jingxing said in disdain. "He is just a Jianghu swindler who earns money." The so-called Taoist priest Scarlet Flame left Prince Rui's residence early in the morning. Before leaving, he took the good antique vase in the hall, saying that it was a thank-you gift. She did not know what kind of expert a Taoist priest who was always calculating money was. When Shen Miao heard Xie Jingxing say that the Taoist priest took a vase and left, she had some doubts in her heart. That long dream had solved a lot of her doubts. In fact, it was not necessarily true, but Shen Miao did not know why, but she felt that everything that happened in the dream was the complete story of her previous lifetime. That Taoist priest was indeed someone that she met on the way back to Mingqi from the Qing country. She thought that he was a refugee who escaped from the famine and disguised himself as a Taoist priest to earn a living. She was after all Shen Xian's daughter and was somewhat generous in her heart. She gave the other a bowl of water but did not think that it would implicate so many things. If she really listened to that Taoist priest in her previous lifetime and did not step on the road back to the Ding capital, most likely there would not be those tragedies later on. But if she were to do it all over again, even though she knew that it was a road of no return, she would not have any other choice because her pair of children were in the palace. But that Taoist priest at the end completed a portion of fate. Chapter 1001. Shen Miao remembered it very clearly. In the dream, her corpse was burnt to ashes by the fire that Fu Xiuyi ordered people to light, and nothing was left. However, that resentment was extremely heavy and refused to dissipate. Mei Furan ordered people to perform the ritual. She could not become a malicious spirit and was unable to reincarnate, so her soul was imprisoned in the palace walls and wandered around all day, becoming weaker by the day. All the things that she left behind were burnt, and if it was not for the red rope in Xie Jingxing's hand, she would have long dissipated from heaven and earth. That red rope could save her from some troubles. Those days where she was unable to reincarnate, Shen Miao's spirit rested in the red rope on Xie Jingxing's wrist and lived in a muddle. Until the day the city was breached. She saw Fu Xing die in the hands of his own people, she saw Mei Furan and Fu Xiuyi being tied up on the city walls, she saw both of them being killed by thousands of arrows piercing through their hearts, she saw the palaces that she hated for her entire life being burnt to the ground and turned into ashes. The unfulfilled wish in her heart, the soul that was not willing to disperse, finally obtained complete peace at that moment. The red rope was broken and she could let it go. Thus time reversed and Pei Lang used his life as the price for her to be reborn. Xie Jingxing saw that Shen Miao did not speak and asked with a frown, "What is the matter with you?" Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at him without speaking. She was somewhat agitated. She was just thinking that in the past life she had no interaction with Xie Jingxing, so how could they be tied together in this life by a freak combination of factors that could not be pulled apart? So it was because of the involvement in the past life. In the beginning, when Xie Jingxing owed her a wish, it was just a joke. She did not think that he would keep his promise and personally kill Fu Xiuyi and take revenge for her. She softly asked, "Xie Jingxing, what wish do you have?" Xie Jingxing glanced at her. "Why? You want to complete it for me?" "I can give you a wish," she said seriously. "As long as I am able to complete it, I will do my best." Her expression was too solemn that it made Xie Jingxing slightly glance at her. In just a moment, his lips curled up and said with a smile that was not a smile, "All right." He then leaned close to Shen Miao's ear and whispered, "My wish? You will definitely be able to do it." Shen Miao asked, "What is it?" "Give me a child," he said nonchalantly. Shen Miao looked at him for a while. Xie Jingxing touched his nose and was about to speak when he heard Shen Miao answer, "All right." Xie Jingxing was startled. Shen Miao stared at him with a slight smile on her lips. It was different from the past. It was not the kind of smile that had to be held back. Instead, it was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart, as if she was truly happy. There was even a hint of gentleness in it. Xie Jingxing subconsciously reached out to touch her forehead and said, "You really have not recovered from your illness." Shen Miao pushed his hand away and said, "Xie Jingxing, on the day of my birthday, you must have been frightened." Xie Jingxing released his hand and saw that her expression was calm and there was nothing strange about it, so he was slightly relieved and followed along with her words, "What do you think?" "I thought." He trailed off. Even now when he recalled that scene, Xie Jingxing could not help but feel a lingering fear. Shen Miao was lying in a pool of blood with an unconscious appearance, as if she would never wake up again. His heart was also gripped at the same time, as if it was the first time he brought the Xie family army to the battlefield in the northern Jiang. Even when he was plotted against and his life and death was unknown, there was no fear in his eyes. He also had things that he was afraid of, people that he was afraid of losing, and weaknesses. And these three things happened to be the same, which was this person in front of him. "Let me make amends." Shen Miao said, "Isn't your birthday already passed a long time ago? How about taking today as making up for it?" Chapter 1002. Xie Jingxing looked at her inexplicably and said, "Understood. Your body is not well, so stop tormenting. It is only a flesh wound." Shen Miao took the initiative to say, "Let's go out." She was somewhat abnormal after she woke up today. Firstly, Shen Miao was not a playful person, and secondly, she seemed to be much more amiable than before. Her previous temperament was somewhat prideful, and even though one did not know why she was habitually putting on airs, Shen Miao was a person with strong self-esteem, otherwise she would not have a cold war with Xie Jingxing for so long. Xie Jingxing was very surprised that she took the initiative to please him. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Did you do something wrong to me behind my back? Xin Miao nodded her head seriously. Is it related to Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing's face turned cold. Xin Miao took a deep breath. She felt that Xie Jingxing's conduct could not be spoilt as his thoughts had deviated to such an extent. She then regained her usual expression and asked, "Are you going or not?" Xie Jingxing had not even opened his mouth when he heard a voice from behind, "Go." Gao Yang walked in and looked at Xin Miao, "Heard that you are awake so came over to take a look. That injury was only a flesh wound and did not reach inside so it is nothing much." He then said to Xie Jingxing, "You should also go out and exercise your muscles and bones. These days you have been staying in the house and did not go out to bask in the sun. The weather is not bad so do not return too late." He then carried the medical box in the house and left. Xie Jingxing and Xin Miao were silent facing each other. After a moment, Xie Jingxing smiled, "What do you want to play? Since I came here I have not gone out for a stroll." Xin Miao said, "I am not that familiar with Long Yi. You and I will just casually walk around and talk to me about the matters here." Xin Miao suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, that day I was in the pavilion outside of Baishaolu and let Ba and East buy a lot of fireworks. Most likely they are still there so bring that as well." "Why are you looking at fireworks in broad daylight?" Xie Jingxing stared at her. "Is your brain also injured?" Xin Miao asked in reply, "Have you seen fireworks in broad daylight?" Xie Jingxing said, "Who is foolish to see it before? I have seen it before." Xin Miao answered. Xie Jingxing stared at her in confusion. "The fireworks at night are beautiful, and the ones in the day might not be inferior. Since you have not seen it before, I will bring you to see it." Xin Miao smiled slightly and was about to get off the bed. However, she had been lying in bed for the past few days, and her legs and feet were very sore. Now that she was down, the pain made her gasp. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he stood up with a smile. He crossed his arms and looked at her as if he was watching a good show. "Do you want me to help you? Will you?" Xin Miao saw his expression and knew that he did not have any good intentions. Xie Jingxing said, "Beg me and I will help you." He leaned over as if he wanted to listen carefully to Xin Miao's soft words. Xin Miao felt that Xie Jingxing's character was really hard to fathom. He was clearly strong and somewhat overbearing, and in his youth he already had schemes and calculations that an adult would not be able to match. But right now he was like a mischievous youth who never got tired of teasing others. She stared at Xie Jingxing's handsome face and suddenly had an idea. With a pa sound, she kissed Xie Jingxing's cheek. Xie Jingxing was stunned. Xin Miao moved her gaze away and looked at the sachet hanging at the head of the bed. "Xin Miao." Xie Jingxing frowned as he looked at her. "Your illness is not light. You need to let Gao Yang come and take a look." Making a posture to leave, Xin Miao anxiously shouted at him, "Xie Jingxing." His footsteps paused and when he turned his head back, he had a mischievous look on his face. Xin Miao knew that she was fooled and felt regret in her heart, but she saw Xie Jingxing laughing out loud and suddenly walked forward to carry her up. Xin Miao subconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. Chapter 1003. Xie Jingxing carried her out just like that, causing the servants in the residence of Prince Rue to look at both of them. In Xin Miao's previous and current life, she had never been so close to a male. No matter if it was in the residence of Prince Ding or the inner palace, she had to put on the airs of an empress. But even Mei Furan did not seem to be carried by Fu Xiuyi in front of so many people. If that was really the case, then the title of a fatuous ruler and femme fatale would not be able to escape. Could it be that she was a dignified and virtuous empress in her previous life, and in this life she had to bear the title of femme fatale? Xie Jingxing was rather like a fatuous ruler. Xin Miao's imagination ran wild as her eyes swept across those servants who were covering their mouths and sniggering. She was annoyed in her heart and pinched Xie Jingxing. "What are you doing? Quickly put me down." "Jiske, no to be shy?" Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and his tone was so bad that it made one want to beat him up. He said, "Just now one do not know who was the one who insulted my innocence in broad daylight." Even words like insulting innocence were used. Xin Miao could only try hard to calm her emotions. But she saw Luo Tan walking over. Most likely Luo Tan did not think that she would encounter such a scene. Even though she usually had a big heart, she was after all a young female and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xin Miao let Xie Jingxing put her down and Luo Tan did not know where to place her eyes. Xin Miao asked her, "It has been hard on you these days?" "Not at all. Not at all." Luo Tan waved her hands repeatedly and was a little afraid when she saw Xie Jingxing at the side. At that time she wholeheartedly wanted to vent Shen Miao's anger and threw a fit at Xie Jingxing, but later on she regretted it. The other party had a high position and was even the great Liang's Prince Rui. If he were to vent his anger on Shen Miao, then her sin would be big. But seeing Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing being so intimate, it seemed that there was no quarrel and her heart could not help but feel gratified. Alright. Luo Tan suddenly thought of something and took something out from her sleeves and placed it in Shen Miao's hands. This is what Taoist priest Qi Yan gave to me before he left and let me pass it to you, saying that it is for your parting room. It was a small wooden box with a chicken and a snake carved on it. Luo Tan said, one do not know why there is a chicken and a snake. Shen Miao. She said, this is a dragon and phoenix. Priest Qi Yan's carving skills were really not flattering. If Shen Miao did not understand, one would not be able to tell that it was a dragon and a phoenix. Luo Tan choked as Shen Miao opened the wooden box and took out 2 red ropes from it. This. Luo Tan said, these are just 2 red ropes, what's so special about it? You still said it was strange, and strange, I thought it was something valuable. This Taoist priest is really stingy. He clearly has a whole valley of medicinal herbs, but he wants to give this. Shen Miao stared at the rope and her eyes wavered. In her past life she had obtained a rope from a Taoist priest. That rope had accompanied her for many years. Later on, it passed through many hands and fell into the hands of Xie Jingxing. Her fragrant soul had once rested in the red string, and it was also the medium that connected her and Xie Jingxing's fate in her previous life. Suddenly he felt that the red string was somewhat familiar. She stretched out her hands and tied the red string on her hands. Luo Tan looked at her actions and said in shock, You, Biao youngest sister, you are not going to wear this? Shen Miao looked at the red string on her hands with satisfaction and picked up another one before saying to Xie Jingxing, stretch out your hand. Xie Jingxing said, I do not wear. Stretch out your hand. Shen Miao repeated. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously, I am a male. This can ensure safety. Shen Miao casually made up, you wear this with me. If you are in danger, I will know, and if I am in danger, you will also be able to feel it. Chapter 1004. Luo Tan stood at the side and weakly asked, is it really so godly? Shen Miao did not care if it was godly or not. She felt that priest Qi Yan was very capable and the things that he sent should be very precious. Even if it was as Luo Tan said, these were just 2 ordinary ropes and this thing had a deep meaning to her. It was more memorable than those gold and silver. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he did not refuse any more. Even though his eyes were still filled with disgust, he still allowed Shen Miao to put the red rope on his hand, and at the end, he tied a knot with it. Luo Tan looked at it and bared her teeth. Xie Jingxing was a dignified man, the elegant and noble Prince Rui, but he was wearing such a thing on his hand. It was really not a beautiful picture. Forget about the femininity, the most important thing was that this red rope did not look very valuable. Compared to both of their brocade clothes, it really paled in comparison and was out of place. Shen Miao said, it is done. Xie Jingxing quickly retracted his hand and quietly moved his sleeves inwards, trying to block the conspicuous red color. Luo Tan said, all right. The things have been sent over, and seeing that you all seem to have something on, I will not disturb and leave first. Then he winked at Shen Miao and dragged out his voice, Biao youngest sister is so good, I am relieved. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing said, go and watch the fireworks. The servants of Prince Rui residence? Song Yang softly asked Tai Yi, the one who is ill is foreign, why does master's brain seem to have a problem? Why are you looking at fireworks in broad daylight? Tai Yi expressionlessly handed the broom to him, sweep the floor. In Wei Yang Palace, Empress Xianda was leaning on the couch reading a book. She was reading leisurely as she listened to the palace maids talking. Putting down the book in her hands, she said with some relief on her face, it is good that nothing is wrong. These days there are so many incidents that Bengong had planned to burn incense and pray. The matter of Shen Miao being assassinated was hidden from outsiders, but it was not hidden from Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda. Even Gao Yang was helpless, so the imperial physicians in the palace were even more helpless. Speaking of which, these days it was really strange. Incidents happened to the residence of Prince Rui one after another. First it was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing had just escaped a calamity, and now it happened to Shen Miao. Fortunately, now that Shen Miao had woken up, it made one's heart to be relieved. Empress Xianda put down the book. She was no longer in the mood to read. She stood up and walked to the window. It had rained last night and today was a fine day. There was no trace of the gale from last night, except for the plum tree by the window, whose branches and leaves were blown to the ground by the wind and rain. She muttered to herself, Longyi is not peaceful either. The wind forebodes the coming storm. Ever since Xie Jingxing returned to the Great Liang, there had been 2 incidents in the residence of Prince Rui, and this was a kind of signal. Perhaps it was a warning or a counterattack. Because Emperor Yonglu had already begun to act against the Lu family. Tao Gugu was a female official by Empress Xinda's side. Ever since Empress Xinda was made Empress, she had been following by her side. After so many years, she was Empress Xinda's most loyal confidant. Tao Gugu said, Today Consort Jing went to the imperial study to look for His Majesty. When she went, her eyes were full of tears, and when she came out, it seemed that she was not in a good mood. The palace maids of Jinhua Palace said that after returning, Consort Jing punished a number of servants and smashed a lot of things. It seemed that her mood was not good. Empress Xinda smiled gently. The Lu family had suffered a loss and wanted to test His Majesty's attitude, so naturally they would start from Consort Jing. Did not Lu Furen enter the palace to see Consort Jing a few days ago? His Majesty seemed to no longer have patience with Consort Jing. Tao Gugu said, Consort Jing has been restraining herself a lot with you these few days. If His Majesty really take action against the Lu family on Consort Jing's end, what do you think? Leave it all to His Majesty to decide. Empress Xinda said lightly, whether it is sincere or fake in Bengong's eyes, one would not be able to see these clearly. Since I entered the palace in the beginning, I know these truths. She looked at Tao Gugu, who had a face full of worry, and smiled instead. You wouldn't think that Bengong would care about these things? Tao Gugu didn't speak. Empress Xinda looked outside again and said, Ever since Bengong became the Empress, Bengong did not think of herself as a woman. The wife of an emperor is not a wife, but someone who will shoulder the world with him. Fortune and disaster depend on each other, life and death together. Bengong has never been afraid. Bengong is just slightly regretful. She looked at her stomach. Bengong was not able to give birth to my own child. In the past, if it wasn't for Consort Jing? Tao Gugu gritted her teeth, her tone filled with anger and unwillingness, and also the pain of not being resolved. Never mind, Empress Xinda tiredly waved her hand. She smiled, but that smile was somewhat numb and desolate. It's the same without Consort Jing. This child, Bengong, will not be able to give birth. She said softly, Look at the Hogong who gave birth to his child? None. It's impossible. So even though Bengong is regretful, all the women in the Hogong are regretful. Bengong's regret is not regret. At least, Bengong still has this position that cannot be shaken, she said. Chapter 1005. As the sun turned to the west, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were on their way back to the residence. The Great Liang was more open and free than Ming Qi, and it was a common thing for husband and wife to go out together. But because Xie Jingxing was too famous, almost everyone in Longyi knew him, and wherever he went, he would be surrounded by astonished gazes. Some days ago there were rumors that Princess Rui and His Highness the Prince of First Rank appeared to be united but were actually separated, and their relationship was as cold as ice. Now that both of them were traveling hand in hand, this rumor was dispelled. If it was really like the rumors that both of them were unfamiliar with each other, why would they travel so intimately? One did not know which family's mouth was speaking nonsense. Ever since Shen Miao came to Longyi, this was the first time she came out for a stroll. Xie Jingxing was very familiar with this place and bought as she walked. She was not a greedy person, but today it was as if she was affected by Luo Tan as she bought a carriage full of big and small things. Both of them bought in front while Tai Yi and Song Yang paid at the back. Even so, Xie Jingxing still felt that Shen Miao was somewhat strange and looked suspiciously at her from time to time along the way. Shen Miao, however, felt that her mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. It was as if after that dream, all the unwillingness, resentment, anger and hatred in her previous lifetime had been unraveled. Vengeance was still needed. However, in this new life, it wasn't just about vengeance. Those stars that shone in the dark years made her feel that there were not only bad things left behind in her previous lifetime. For this new life, it was even more precious. The current her was braver, more determined and more frank than before. They could face their feelings openly, and they could also passionately embrace a brand new life. After all, this her was a completely different person from that one. She was in such a relaxed mood and had a smile on her face from the beginning to the end. Like a child looking at these things with novel eyes, she even said to Xie Jingxing, Longyi and Ding capital are indeed different. One think that the various places in the Great Liang have their own customs. If there is a day that one is able to travel to famous mountains and great rivers and see different sceneries, that would be good. Xie Jingxing smiled. What is so difficult about that? It is easier to say than to do. Shen Miao said, sometimes one is envious of those uncultivated people in the pugilistic world. They are carefree and without any worldly affairs and live a very exciting life. Xie Jingxing looked at her thoughtfully. Shen Miao said, why are you looking at me? His lips hooked up as he held Shen Miao's hands and smiled. After the matters of Ming Qi and the Great Liang are settled, I will bring you to wherever you want to go. Shen Miao smiled at him. This is you returning my wish? Xie Jingxing was slightly stunned. Thinking of the wish that Shen Miao had mentioned when she woke up, a malicious smile suddenly appeared on his face. He hooked his lips and said, you have been reminding me of that wish today. Is it because 2 months have passed and you really want to? Shen Miao turned and walked away. I am not thinking about anything. Song Yang and Tai Yi followed behind. Song Yang's expression was awkward, and Tai Yi's tanned face was flushed red. The two of them could not bear to watch. It was naturally a good thing that the relationship between the masters was good, but to let the two of them serve in front of him was simply abuse. He might as well go guard the tower prison. When the moon gradually rose, there were fewer people on the streets. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing had also strolled for a day and felt somewhat tired. It was rare for her to be in high spirits today, so Xie Jingxing accompanied her. Seeing that both of them had returned with a composed expression, Jingzhi and Guyu then gave a sigh of relief. Xie Jingxing wanted to bathe and Shen Miao also returned to her own room. Jingzhi had already helped her to prepare the hot water and said, Furin should go bathe first. The small kitchen has already prepared a meal and one can eat it after a while. Most likely one is tired after a day outside. Chapter 1006. Shen Miao complied. The bath water was very warm and it was so comfortable that it made one drowsy and sleepy. She lay on the bed and Guyu was attending to her side as she said, this servant has not seen Furin smile like this for a long time. Shen Miao recovered to her senses. In fact, she often smiled. It was probably because she had stayed in the harem for a long time in her previous life that she understood the principle of not losing even if she lost. No matter how gloomy the road ahead was or how disadvantageous the situation was for her, she would subconsciously put on a smile first. When the enemy saw your smile, they would not be able to figure out what you were thinking in your heart. Even if one could not confuse the enemy, it was also good to disgust the other party. Since her rebirth, she was used to this kind of appearance, but that smile was subconsciously brought out and was not sincere. How could it be the same with a smile that came from the heart? Now her eyes were curved as if they were filled with slight satisfaction. Like a warm jade, it made her delicate and beautiful face look even more charming, making one unable to move their eyes away. Jingzhi noticed the red string on Shen Miao's wrist. When Luo Tan gave Shen Miao the red string, Jingzhi did not know about it, thus when she saw it now, she was very curious. Furin, is this red string newly bought from the streets? It is somewhat unique but it does not match well with the clothes. Guyu also saw it and smiled. Previously Pu Tuo Monastery sold this kind of red string. 1 copper coin for 5 strings and said that it can be used to pray for marriage. Jingzhi smiled. 5 marriages only worth 1 copper coin. It is really too cheap. She also felt somewhat strange. Does not Furin not believe in these things the most? Why did you buy it? But speaking of which, if His Highness saw this string, one feared that he would not be happy and would think that Furin is already a Qinhuang Fei, so what marriage is there to pray for? Jingzhi had a lively temperament and at this moment she imitated Xie Jingxing's unhappy expression to speak, making Shen Miao and Guyu laugh out loud. Guyu laughed and scolded, mischievous ghost. Is His Highness someone that you can make fun of? Shen Miao waved her hands and said, later let people place the dishes in Xie Jingxing's room. Both of them had always slept in separate rooms as Xie Jingxing had his own bedroom. Jingzhi was surprised for a moment before smiling. Furin wants to eat with His Highness. She could not help but feel happy for Shen Miao. These maids saw that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing slept in separate rooms but did not know how to persuade them. Who would have thought that after this calamity, their relationship would advance by leaps and bounds? It was a blessing in disguise. Shen Miao said, this rope is very agile. Guyu looked at Shen Miao in surprise as she did not know why she would suddenly say such words. Shen Miao looked at the rope and sighed softly. But this time her eyes were relaxed. This day was bound to come. Unlike the previous times when she was worried about gains and losses, this time she was fully prepared. Everything in this life was different from her previous life, including people and things. Therefore she was still full of expectations for the future, but she would not bet all her future on one person. Grow by yourself, become someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the person you love, become equally powerful, protect the things you want to protect and understand the feud you should understand. It was that simple. She let Jingzhi bring a handkerchief and said, "Help me to twist my hair." Xie Jingxing put on his inner clothes and walked out. He had bathed for a long time and the water was somewhat cold. When he was alone, there was no lazy smile on his face but rather a somewhat cold expression that could not be seen clearly in the night. He was actually not a very passionate person and under his cynical appearance, there was only a disdain towards the affairs of the world. Chapter 1007. When he went out he saw a few exquisite dishes and snacks in the middle of the room. Xie Jingxing frowned, Tai Yi. He was not used to eating in the room as he was a person who loved cleanliness and was very orderly in private. The bedroom was a place to sleep and meals must be eaten in the hall. After calling out a few times there was no response. Suddenly the door opened and it was Xin Miao carrying a wine jar in. That wine jar was very big and she was swaying as she carried it. Xie Jingxing went forward to catch it and placed it on the table before asking, "What are you doing?" Xin Miao said, "I searched for a long time in your storeroom and found this jar. After smelling it, I estimated that it was 10 provinces incense and estimated that it was quite old, so I carried it out." Xie Jingxing paused and opened the wine jar. Indeed, a mellow and sweet smell of the wine hit his face. He smiled instead, "Amazing. You also know about 10 provinces incense and Uncle Tang actually did not stop you?" 10 provinces incense was a top-quality wine and there was a price but no market. Even if one had more money it would be hard to buy. There were only 3 jars in the entire residence of Prince Rui and Xin Miao carried 1 jar. Coincidentally this jar was 50 years old. One feared that Uncle Tang would cry silently with heartache. Xin Miao smiled, "I have drunk it before." Xie Jingxing was suspicious, "Drunk it before?" Xin Miao did not speak anymore. When she was the Empress, what kind of good wine had she not drunk in the palace banquets? Even though a jar of 10 provinces incense was precious, it was not to the extent that she would look at it differently. But one did not know that she had been the Empress before and was dazzled by the dazzling lineup of things in the palace. Even if she looked at it again she would not care about it. But in an ordinary family, even in an official's family, some officials would not have the chance to drink a mouthful of 10 provinces incense in their entire life. Xin Miao patted her head, "Seems to have forgotten to bring the wine cup." Her eyes glanced at the bowls that were used to hold the rice and simply scooped 2 bowls full. Xie Jingxing looked at her incredulously and asked, "Xin Miao, are you an alcoholic? I will accompany you to eat." Xin Miao said, "How can there be no wine when there are dishes?" Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at her for a while. Suddenly he remembered something and said, "If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. That day at Azure Heaven restaurant, you drank a bowl of wine in front of so many people. Xin Jiaojiao, you have to be careful in the future." When she was drinking she was tender and charming, elegant and heroic. That moment of amorous feelings made others unable to take their eyes off her. Many of the men in by Xiaolu's eyes were glued to her body, and at that time Xie Jingxing was very angry. If he did not care about his identity, he would have carried Xin Miao on his body and left. He patiently instructed his wife, "In the future don't drink outside. If you want to drink you must have me present. Even if I'm present you can't drink too much, especially not in front of other people. Xin Jiaojiao, are you listening to me?" Xin Miao put down the bowl and she had just swallowed a big mouthful of 10 provinces fragrance. The fragrance of the wine was sweet but when it entered her throat, it was so spicy that tears almost came out. As soon as she swallowed it she felt warm and refreshed. She exclaimed in admiration, "It's worthy of being called the 10 prefectures fragrance." Xie Jingxing said, "Are you ignoring me now?" Xin Miao glanced at him, "You are not drinking?" Then she picked up the bowl and drank another mouthful. Xie Jingxing said, "Hey, are you going to be a drunkard here tonight and drink till you are dead drunk? The 10 prefectures fragrance should not be drunk like you. You are like a cow chewing on peonies." Xin Miao glanced at him, "No one dared to say that I am a cow chewing on peonies." Xie Jingxing. He always felt that every time Xin Miao finished drinking she would be like a different person. For example, many years ago when the Xin family left the Ding capital and he headed to the northern Jiang. Could it be that there was a person living in Xin Miao's stomach, and as long as she drank, that person would be released? Xie Jingxing was really puzzled after much thought. Normally she looked like a restrained and cautious person, but once drunk, not to mention that she would not be rational, she would do unimaginable things. Chapter 1008. One felt that the heroic spirit of the Shen family could only be reflected in Shen Miao after she had drunk wine. The reason why 10 provinces incense was called 10 provinces incense was because it was mellow, and the more mellow it was, the stronger it was. Shen Miao handed that big bowl of wine to Xie Jingxing and said, "You also drink." Xie Jingxing looked at her inexplicably, but Shen Miao stubbornly stretched out her hand. He could only sit down in front of the table and took that night's wine before slowly sipping it. Shen Miao looked at him. When Xie Jingxing drank, he was indeed not like a cow chewing on peonies like her, but he was also not genteel and careful, but had a kind of unrestrained heroism. As she watched, she picked up the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Xie Jingxing only drank a few mouthfuls when he saw Shen Miao turning the bowl upside down and wiping her mouth, just like how Shen Xan was drinking with the soldiers in the tent. He said, "You have finished drinking?" Shen Miao lightly coughed twice. "I have something to tell you." Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and then looked at the bright amber wine in his bowl. "You need to drink before you dare to speak to me. Did you make a mistake behind my back? Previously, did you not ask me what is my secret?" Shen Miao said, "There is no need to use your secret to exchange. I will tell you." Xie Jingxing's action of holding the wine bowl paused and looked up at her. "Do you want to hear?" she still asked him. Xie Jingxing put down the wine bowl and said, "Why do I hear that you want to set a trap for me? Then I will take it that you want to know and I will tell you." Shen Miao ignored his words and spoke on her own. "Do you feel that ever since you knew me it was very strange? The things that I said to Su Ming Lang and also the matter with Prince Yu. It seemed that the existence of the Feng Xian pawnshop was long known, and also the second and third household of the Shen family. You still find it strange why I always targeted Prince Ding. It was obvious that before that I was in love with Prince Ding, so it is not justifiable if love turned into hatred." One by one she said all the things that Xie Jingxing was suspicious of. Shen Miao said, "In the beginning, you must have been wary of me, so you ordered people to investigate me in private." Xie Jingxing's face showed some uneasiness. Obviously it was like what Shen Miao said, he had ordered people to investigate Shen Miao's background. "You must not have found out anything. You still think that there is someone with great means behind me. Or perhaps it is because there is someone behind the Shen family." Xie Jingxing was silent. Jiu Shu's Feng Xian pawnshop was able to find out many unknown secrets, but to Shen Miao, it was like a stone without an exit, and no matter how one tried, one could not find any place to start. "Although you can't find out anything about me, you must have investigated everything I've experienced over the years. You should also know that before my father and mother returned to the Ding capital at the end of the 68th year of Ming Qi, I once fell into the water because of Prince Ding. Ever since I fell into the water, my personality seemed to have changed a little. For example, I used to be infatuated with Prince Ding, but after that, I no longer showed any feelings towards Prince Ding." A hint of displeasure flashed across Xie Jingxing's eyes. Regarding the matter of Shen Miao being in love with Fu Xiuyi, it really puzzled him. If it was not that the entire city knew about it, he would almost think that it was Shen Miao's act. In terms of looks, talent or status, even though Fu Xiuyi was outstanding, he was not at the top of the world. Shen Miao could actually love Fu Xiuyi to the point of being infatuated, which made him speechless and also made him feel somewhat humiliated. No matter what, to compare him with Fu Xiuyi, that kind of hypocritical fellow, it really made him lower his value. Chapter 1009. After that time I fell into the water, I started to feel estranged from the second and third household of the Shen family and was not as friendly to Shen Qing and Shen Yu as before, to the extent that I would go against old Shen Furen. Shen Miao said, "Do you find it strange?" Xie Jingxing said, "There will always be a time when one is awake." Previously Shen Miao was confused, but that was because she was young, and when she was confused to a certain point, perhaps one would know the truth from a certain matter or something else, thus one could grow up overnight. Just like himself. Shen Miao shook her head. "Then I was too thoroughly awake. Actually it is very simple. I fell into the water in the 68th year of Ming Qi and was lying on the sickbed unable to wake up for a long time. I had a very long dream." She looked at the flickering light on the table and her eyes gradually had a misty look. "That dream was very long and serious, as if I had personally experienced it. Can you believe that kind of dream?" Shen Miao smiled. "It was like a prophecy." Xie Jingxing gradually frowned and his gaze on Shen Miao became sharp. It was rumored that there was once a governor of the southern country who was sitting under a tree and dozed off. He dreamt that he was an emperor, and from being surrounded by flowers to dying in the mud, he lived a long life. When he suddenly woke up, he discovered that it was only for a moment and that everything in that dream was just a golden millet dream. It was just that it was real, thus one could not differentiate if that dream was real or if reality was real. This dream of mine was even longer and more bitter than the governor of the southern country in the story. I dreamt of the future. She said. I dreamt that I finally married into the residence of Prince Ding and the Xin family was tied together with the residence of Prince Ding. I dreamt that there would be disputes in the court, turmoil among the princes and princes would fight for the throne and at the end Fu Xiaoyi would be the winner. He ascended the throne and I would be the empress, being the mother of the world and it was very glorious. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised. You most likely think that this is a beautiful dream of mine because I was infatuated with Fu Xiaoyi so the dream had such a happy ending. I also hope that this is a beautiful dream but it was the most terrible nightmare that I have ever had in my life. I gave birth to a son and a daughter and they were the most sensible and adorable children in the world. Afterwards the great Liang's power became stronger and there were foreign invasions in Mingqi. Mingqi borrowed troops from the Qing country and the Qing country used me as a hostage to stay in the Qing country for 5 years. I met Huang Fu Hao and Ming and Xie Jingxing's expression gradually became serious. I don't like the royal family of the Qing kingdom. They always humiliate me. They invented a kind of shooting on foot. They let me hold a fruit on my head but they always deliberately miss. Afterwards I secretly practiced archery but no matter how well I practiced I couldn't hit them the next day. 5 years passed quickly and I returned to Mingqi. There is an additional favored concubine in the Ding capital palace, called Mei Furan. She gave birth to a son called Fu Sheng. Fu Xiaoyi dotes on Mei Furan and dotes on Fu Sheng. I was left out in the cold. Even though I was the empress, I was laughed at in secret. Fu Xiaoyi started to attack the Xin family and even though I am anxious, I am unable to interfere in politics. My eldest brother's career was ruined because he tarnished Jing Chuchu's innocence and was imprisoned because of murder. Finally he became disabled and drowned in the pond. My mother's illness worsened because of Tsang Zai-Qing and died of depression. My father was getting old day by day. His military power was taken away and he drank all day. The second and third household rose up step by step and gained more power. Mei Furan and I fought in the inner palace and no one could spare the other. It was not that I coveted the position of empress, but if I could not even keep this position, I would not be able to keep my own children. At the end I was defeated and the Xin family perished. Wan Yu died of illness on the way to the Xiongnu and Fu Ming also committed suicide after he was deposed from the crown prince position. I was given a white silk in the cold palace and the eunuchs personally strangled me to death. I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the bed. It turned out that I had a very long nightmare. Chapter 10:10. She lightly narrated this shocking dream but there was a smile on her face. This smile was somewhat misty, as if it contained endless suffering but the suffering could not be spoken out so one might as well use a smile to replace it. Xie Jingxing did not speak. After she was drunk she would always call herself Beng Gong, and Xie Jingxing would always laugh at her young age for scheming so deep. Occasionally he would also feel strange as to why in her dreams, she would always be a neglected and crippled empress. So it was, Xin Miao said, "Do you believe in this dream of mine?" Xie Jingxing asked back, "Do you believe?" Xin Miao laughed, "If I do not believe, one fear that standing in front of you today would only be a grave. After I woke up, I was afraid that everything in this dream would happen and lived according to the rules, trying to find some clues to prove that it was just a nightmare. However, the more seriously I pursued, the more I discovered that it was not just a dream. Those things in the dream were happening one by one. I reminded Su Ming Lang because the Su family would be destroyed not long after because of the emperor's fear. Everyone in the Su family would be beheaded and only you went to collect the corpses of the father and son. After the Su family, it would be the Xin family's turn. I was only trying to protect myself so I went to remind the Su family but did not want to be discovered by you." At that time Xie Jingxing had doubts about her because of Su Ming Lang's words and repeatedly probed. Both of them clashed many times but were unable to understand each other's thoughts. "Then in that dream of yours what was my ending?" Xie Jingxing stared at her and asked. Xin Miao said, "You are very good." The Xie family gradually declined and the Marquis of Linan died in battle. You replaced your father to fight again and one heard that you were buried on the battlefield but after many years, you returned to Mingqi with the identity of Prince Rui. Xin Miao smiled gently, then you led the troops and horses to overthrow the imperial power. Xie Jingxing frowned, "Just like that." "Just like that." Xin Miao nodded her head. "Like that." He raised his eyebrows, "I thought that in your dream, you and I would have some involvement." "You're treating it as a dream, aren't you? Or perhaps they thought that I was drunk and was talking nonsense. Shin Miao's eyes dimmed and said, "But this is also very good. I would rather it was just a dream. You may not believe some things when I say it, but I did indeed dream of Jing Chu Chu, Chang Zhao Qing and the rest. I had never seen them before. Because of the nightmare, I had been wary of them even before that. Now that I think about it, a lot of things were only possible because of that dream." Xie Jingxing looked at her and smiled. That smile was gentle and comforting. "You did very well. Let bygones be bygones. In any case, I tried my best to avoid the ending of the dream. But one thing is, the two children in the dream are gone." Xie Jingxing's fingers that were rubbing the wine bowl paused for a moment before saying, "We will also have children." Shin Miao took a deep breath and looked at him. "Now you have to listen clearly to what I am going to say. In that dream, Mei Foran, who fought with me for a lifetime, the consort mother of the new crown prince, and finally the woman who almost controlled the court's politics, was called Li Mei. She was the daughter of an official that Fu Xiuyi met during the Eastern expedition. She was gentle and charming and good at reading people's hearts. Now I see her again. Do you find it strange that when you came out from the imperial hunting grounds, I treated you coldly after I woke up because at that time I was very flustered? I saw Li Mei again. She is now called Yi Mei. Do you understand what I mean by saying it like this?" she asked. Xie Jingxing did not speak for a long time. One did not know how much time had passed before he looked at Shin Miao. "She is the enemy in your dream?" "I hated her to the bones for my entire life but was unable to kill the enemy with my own hands. Meeting again in this lifetime, she had become the daughter that the Long Yi family had found. Xie Jingxing, I can endure my hatred, but there is one point. Yi Mei is not a good person, and for power she can climb up by hook or by crook. She would not do unnecessary things. Since the residents of Prince Rui had accepted her kindness, it would definitely become a knife in her hands. You have to be wary of her." Xie Jingxing picked up the wine bowl again and drank all the wine in one gulp. Even though he was smiling, there was coldness in his eyes. "Yi Mei?" Fu Xiuyi's gaze towards females is as vulgar as always. I am different from him. No matter if your dream is real or not. Xie Jingxing said, "The hatred in the dream is also considered as hatred. Just based on the fact that he betrayed your intentions, it is unforgivable. Leave your hatred to me. I will help you take revenge." He interrupted the words that Shin Miao was about to say. "Do not say that you want to kill the enemy with your own hands. You are my woman and your hatred is my hatred. In this world, the number of enemies that you and I have is uncountable and there is no distinction between you and me. If one day you were to meet my enemy and you want to help me take revenge, then consider it as even." Shin Miao frowned. "Do you have enemies? Who is it?" Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and suddenly reached out to rub her head. "Why do you believe everything that is said?" "So cute." "Presumptuous," Shin Miao said. When she was drunk, she habitually brought out the majesty of an empress. Xie Jingxing's actions paused and Shin Miao was also surprised for a moment. He stared at Shin Miao. "Do you still want to be an empress?" "I do not want to have that kind of dream a second time." Shin Miao said, "I also do not want to be that kind of empress a second time," she said. Chapter 10-11. More than half of that jar of 10 prefectures spring ended up in Shin Miao's stomach. Xie Jingxing tried to stop it, but every time Shin Miao was stubborn, even Shin Xan was helpless, not to mention Xie Jingxing. But this time she did not throw a drunken tantrum like before. After she finished the wine, her expression was very calm and after saying a lot of words, she carried an empty wine jar and staggered out. Xie Jingxing sent her back to the room and instructed Jing Zhiguyu to take good care of her. Jing Zhiguyu jumped in shock and said softly, "The body had just recovered and why did one drink so much wine? One fear that it is not good for the injury." Xie Jingxing glanced at her before turning to leave the room. As he walked in the courtyard, the summer breeze blew on his face and sobered up a little. But he originally drank very little and at this moment his mind was as clear as a mirror. In fact, it was not as calm as it looked on the surface. Shin Miao's words were like a thunderbolt striking his heart and in that instant, some things that were puzzling in the past became clear. But Shin Miao's words were too shocking and almost had the title of supernatural powers. He had never believed in ghosts and deities. He did not believe in ghosts and deities but believed in Shin Miao. Xie Jingxing was very clear about Shin Miao as a person. If one really wanted to deceive a person, naturally one would be full of lies with a calm expression. Ever since Xie Jingxing got to know Shin Miao and Ming Qi, he saw how she dealt with the second and third household of the Shin family. Towards Zhang Zaiqing and towards Jing Chu Chu, she would always smile and give people a stab. She would scheme in her heart, but her face would always be warm and amiable. However, when she was hesitant, it was instead true. The words that she said today had been suppressed in her heart for a long time, else she would not reveal such a relieved expression after saying it. But Xie Jingxing could roughly feel the apprehension in her heart, so he maintained a calm appearance even though his heart was already in a stormy sea. If the things in Shen Miao's dream really happened, then it would really not be a happy dream. Once he thought that Shen Miao ended up following Fu Xiuyi and even ended up in such a miserable state because of Fu Xiuyi, Xie Jingxing could not restrain his anger. It had rained the day before yesterday, and when the green boots stepped on the puddles on the ground, there was a rustling sound. Xie Jingxing stood still and said, Tai Yi. Tai Yi appeared in response. Check if Yi Mei siblings have any connection with Ming Qi, he said. If everything in Shen Miao's dream was true, then this Yi Mei was Shen Miao's enemy, but from Ming Qi to the Great Liang, this point did not match up. It was just that now thinking about it, why did Shen Miao show such hostility towards Yi Mei and her brother the first time they met? Now one could understand. Tai Yi was a little surprised, but he still lowered his head and agreed. His thoughts were a mess. He frowned and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. He couldn't tell what he was feeling, so he went back to the courtyard to play with the tiger cub. Jiao Jiao had not seen her master for a long time, and when she saw him coming, she was overjoyed and jumped up to play with him. Xie Jingxing absent-mindedly played with the tiger cub for a while, and when he saw that it was getting late and the tiger cub started to doze off, he then returned to the house. But he was still not sleepy. He walked to the middle of the room, took off his robe, and was about to sit for a while when he suddenly felt something strange. Raising his eyes to look at the bed, he saw that there was a big bump on the bed and there seemed to be shallow breathing sounds. He frowned and walked over to lift the quilt. Suddenly he was startled and then said in amusement, "What are you doing?" On the bed, Shen Miao was wrapped in his quilt and hugging a pillow in her arms as she stared at him. Previously, she had been calm as if she had not been drunk at all. Now that she had finally regained her senses, the alcohol had gotten to her head. Her fair face had turned bright red, and her pair of clear eyes were finally covered with a layer of water. She said, "I am offering myself as a pillow." Chapter 10-12. Xie Jingxing almost thought that he had heard wrongly and said, "What did you say?" Consort Li once told me that if one wants to obtain a person's heart or admire a person, one must recommend oneself to sleep on the bed. Between males and females, the pleasure of fish and water is a matter of course. I have never enjoyed before, and I think that you also have not, so I came to recommend myself to sleep on the bed. When Xie Jingxing heard her shocking words, his face flushed red and he stared at Shen Miao, as if he did not know how to react. Finally he said, "What nonsense are you saying?" He did not know who the consort Li that she was talking about was, but thinking about the dream that Shen Miao had, Xie Jingxing thought incredulously that it could not be one of her sisters in the inner palace. Shen Miao sat on the couch and was drunk, but she still had to put on a dignified air and said, "I want to discuss with you." Xie Jingxing quickly walked to the table and poured a cup of herbal tea for himself. After drinking a mouthful of the herbal tea, the depression in his heart was slightly appeased. Shen Miao's completely different temperament when she was drunk was really unbearable. But to be able to say the words pleasure of fish and water, what was she thinking? He said, "I am not a person who takes advantage of others." After a long time he did not hear any movements. Xie Jingxing felt that it was somewhat strange and could not help but turn back to take a look, but he spat out a mouthful of tea. Shen Miao was rather clever, and one did not know why her outer robe was gone and she was wearing a doo-doo. She said aggrievedly, "Do you think that I am ugly? So you are not willing to touch me?" That large piece of skin was like the white snow in winter but was more moist than the white snow. It was like milk but was more sparkling than milk. In addition to her disheveled hair, it made her cute little face and hazy eyes. It was really a feast for the eyes. Xie Jingxing quickly went over and covered her with a blanket in a flurry. "You are really very sick." Shen Miao said plausibly, "You and I are husband and wife. What is wrong with a consummation?" Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and avoided the other's misty eyes. "Your injuries are not completely healed. Let's talk about it another day." Shen Miao was puzzled. "Did you not say 2 months later? I saw that the date has long arrived." Xie Jingxing almost collapsed. He emphasized, "I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. What kind of person do you think I am?" "I know." Shen Miao nodded her head. "I am here to fulfill your wish." Xie Jingxing, "Be good. It's too late now. Let's talk about it another day." Xie Jingxing tucked her in and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would not be able to hold it in. At the end of the day he was a hot-blooded young man who was in the prime of his life. With a beauty in his arms, and a beloved woman at that, it would be strange if he did not have any reaction. But he did not want to take advantage of Xin Miao when she was drunk. He respected Xin Miao, so he was not willing to use such a method. But just as he stood up, his sleeve was pulled by Xin Miao and the blanket that he had just tucked in slid down. Xin Miao simply half knelt on the couch but was a head shorter than Xie Jingxing. She was a little anxious and hugged Xie Jingxing's neck. No. Xie Jingxing, with a soft and fragrant jade in his arms, he could almost feel the other party's exquisite and delicate body. There was a faint female fragrance coming from Xin Miao's body. He obviously did not drink a lot of wine, but at this moment he felt that his entire body was hot, as if the strong alcohol had gone to his head and his rationality was gradually fading. "It is today. After today I will regret it," she said in all seriousness, but one did not know if she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. Chapter 10:13. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he paused his action of pushing her down and glanced at her. Renege. Xin Miao seemed to feel a little dizzy. This kind of kneeling posture made her somewhat uncomfortable, so she shook her head and looked at Xie Jingxing carefully before her lips hooked up into a smile. She said, "Bengong feel that you are very beautiful and it is your fortune to fancy you. Is it not good to follow Bengong?" Xie Jingxing. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Xie Jingxing vaguely remembered a few years ago in the manner when Xin Miao was drunk and treated him as Xiao Yu and forcefully kissed him. Now that time had passed, this scene in front of him was unusually familiar. His voice suddenly carried a tinge of danger. "Follow you?" Xin Miao nodded her head and moved closer to his ear to speak mysteriously. "Ensure that you will be rich and glorious for a lifetime." Xie Jingxing laughed. In fact, in Xin Miao's drunken state, there was a bit of naivety that only a young female would have, like an unripened fruit. It could not be said to be amorous, and the words she spoke simply made one speechless. But her every move was a fatal seduction to him. The seductive eyes of those peerless beauties could not compare to her naive hug. "If you are not willing, Bengong will go and find other people. If you miss Bengong, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Xin Miao threatened him. Xie Jingxing said, "Still want to find other people?" He suddenly fell forward. Xin Miao was originally holding onto his neck, but now she was pressed down by his body. Xie Jingxing smiled gently and leaned over to her ear to whisper, "You, this Empress, are really arrogant. Want me to serve you and still think of other men? I'm not very happy. Do you want to be punished?" Xin Miao struggled to free a hand and took out a booklet-like thing from under the bed and looked at him with bright eyes. "Look at this." Xie Jingxing was surprised for a moment and took a look. His expression instantly became very interesting and his tone was restrained as he said, "Where did you get this from?" Xin Miao's neck shrank. "Mother gave it to me. I have said before that I want to discuss with you." Xie Jingxing was startled for a moment before gently smiling. "Discuss?" Xin Miao's head nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "This subject will naturally serve your highness until your body and mind are comfortable." He spoke meaningfully, but his eyes suddenly became as dangerous as a wolf's. He asked, "Empress, will you really not regret it?" "You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss this consort," she muttered. Xie Jingxing did not speak any more, and with a wave of his sleeves, the candle in the room was extinguished. His deep voice came from the darkness. "You're right. If I missed you, I would regret it for the rest of my life." The sun was high up in the sky. Even with the shade of the trees, the summer sun still managed to shine through the gaps between the branches and leaves and onto the ground, reflecting a small patch of golden mottled light. Birds were chirping on the branches. Their cool chirps were filled with joy. Xin Miao felt a splitting headache and subconsciously turned over, but felt that there seemed to be something blocking in front of her. He opened his eyes in a daze and was immediately stunned. She lay in the man's arms, her hands still tightly wrapped around his waist. As he looked up, he saw a handsome face with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. It was a smile that contained the smile of a sales promotion. Xin Miao's heart exploded. What happened last night? How come she did not remember anything? She subconsciously wanted to sit up but felt that her entire body was sore. It was so painful that she sucked in a breath of cold air. The quilt that was tucked around her naturally slid down, revealing some obvious traces. Chapter 10:14. Xin Miao? The clothes were scattered on the floor and the wine bowls were piled up on the table, filling the room with a gentle atmosphere. No matter how slow she was, she would be able to guess what had happened. Awake. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. Shen Miao tried her best to restore her calm expression, but no matter how she pretended, there was a hint of panic. When this panic fell into Xie Jingxing's eyes, it made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You were very brave last night. Why are you afraid now?" Shen Miao's heart quivered. Once she was drunk, she would not remember anything, and her memory was clearer than a piece of white paper. The memories before she was drunk were still at the time when she was talking about the past with Xie Jingxing. Because she thought about it, she felt that it was the easiest to believe it when she explained it with a dream. Otherwise, for no reason, no matter how real it was, to say that one was resurrected from the dead, it would be ridiculous. She drank some wine to boost her courage and remembered that Xie Jingxing seemed to believe her words and did not have any other feelings towards her. But why did they sleep on the same bed? Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her confused look and said leisurely, "Do you know what you did last night?" Shen Miao did not dare to look at him and looked at the bedding calmly. "What else can I do?" "Sleep." "You slept with me." Xie Jingxing said, "Want me to serve you well?" Shen Miao almost choked on her own saliva. That was her? The elegant and virtuous Empress Shen who sat in the 6 palaces? Xie Jingxing must be lying to her. How could there be such a shameless and promiscuous matter? Xie Jingxing said, "You said that if I follow you, you will carry me for a lifetime of glory and riches and have a limitless future." Shen Miao said, "There is no need to take drunk words seriously. Moreover," she changed the topic, "how do I know if you are lying to me? It is impossible for me to say such words." She might as well turn hostile. Xie Jingxing was not in a hurry and calmly took out a booklet-like thing from under the pillow and flipped through it before saying, "Yes, you also took the thing that your mother gave you and wanted to discuss it with me so that I can dispel your doubts. Do you still remember?" He swept the booklet in front of Shen Miao. Shen Miao only took a glance, but when she saw it clearly, she wanted to vomit blood in her heart. Could it be? All of these were available. This was given to her by Luo Shuiyan before she got married. It taught her, the secrets of the boudoir. This thing was kept by her, so it was impossible for Xie Jingxing to find it. In other words, she must have taken the initiative to dig it out and give it to Xie Jingxing? Then what else did she do to Xie Jingxing before? Did she really want Xie Jingxing to serve her well? Shen Miao felt that it was nothing more than being struck by lightning. Xie Jingxing seemed to think that she was not embarrassed enough and lightly said, "Last night, you dragged me to discuss it and I only managed to discuss the first few pages. I thought that there is no need to be impatient for a long time, but you are so thirsty for talents. I must try this extremely difficult position." "Stop." Shen Miao quickly interrupted his words, but her face was already red from embarrassment as she said, "Drinking is a hindrance, you don't know how to stop me." "How would I dare?" Xie Jingxing made an expression of being wronged. "If I do not agree, you will chop off my head." Shen Miao. She felt that it was really too embarrassing. Thinking of her coyly seducing Xie Jingxing. Perhaps all the face that she had accumulated in both her previous lifetimes would be thrown away cleanly. Xie Jingxing, however, seemed to be in a very good mood as he looked at her with a smile. "You still told me that you still want to discuss it tonight." "It is not necessary for tonight." Shen Miao quickly interrupted his words and wanted to jump out of the bed to run out. But she was pulled back by Xie Jingxing and was pulled into his embrace. He looked down at Shen Miao and the lazy smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. Chapter 10:15. He frowned and asked, "You regret it?" Shen Miao was startled. Xie Jingxing's eyes were extremely good-looking and sometimes Shen Miao would find it strange. For a grown man, why did his eyes look so good? It was as if there was infinite affection, so when they were in Ming Qi's Ding capital, there was always a lingering affection. However, he himself was indifferent. This kind of man was too dangerous, so one must not provoke him. Falling in love with this kind of man was definitely a calamity for a female, but to be loved by this kind of man, it was probably the fortune of a lifetime. He understood respect and had selfish motives, but was also overbearing and adorable. At this moment he was staring at Shen Miao seriously. In that naturally arrogant and haughty gaze, there was some cautiousness, and that cautiousness would make one feel that one was placed on the letter by him, was protected by him from harm, and was the most important person to him. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the red line on Xie Jingxing's hand. He said that he disliked it, but at the end he did not take it off. Shen Miao raised her head and said honestly, "No regrets." She only felt a little shy. Xie Jingxing's eyes brightened up. She said, Since it is done, what is there to regret? It is not like it was done by others. At the end she was still avoiding Xie Jingxing's gaze. Xie Jingxing pulled her head over and forced her to look at him. Really? Shen Miao said, really? Xie Jingxing stared at her for a long time and Shen Miao felt more embarrassed. She wanted to run but was pulled over by Xie Jingxing. Let me see. See what? Last night you refused to stop no matter what, and I did not have time to look at your wound. Even though it is a superficial wound, one must look carefully. He pulled Shen Miao into his embrace. Shen Miao saw that he was only wearing his inner clothes and revealed a large part of his chest, and felt her face burning as she rejected, No. No need. I will do it myself. That cannot be done. As Xie Jingxing spoke, he pulled her onto his body again. Shen Miao was unable to escape anymore. Outside, Jingzhi and Guyu were sweeping the floor while pricking up their ears to listen to the movements inside. However, both of them did not have any martial arts skills, and with a door separating them, they were unable to hear anything. Song Yang squatted in front of the door, playing with the birds in the bird cages. He said, You two have been sweeping here for 2 hours. If you keep sweeping, the stone slabs at the door will be swept through. Jingzhi and Guyu were surprised for a moment and stopped what they were doing. Jingzhi looked at Song Yang and wanted to ask but felt that this question was too difficult to ask, so her face turned red and refused to speak. Song Yang, on the other hand, was much more thick-skinned than her. With one look, he knew what she wanted to ask. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, everything went smoothly. Even though Jingzhi and Guyu were shy, they still gave a sigh of relief at the same time. Jingzhi threw a proud look at Guyu, but Guyu only gave her a rebuking look. Shen Miao was drunk last night, and when Jingzhi and Guyu were tidying up the room, they coincidentally took away the booklet that Luo Shuiyan gave Shen Miao. Shen Miao asked what was that booklet, and Jingzhi suddenly had an idea. She thought that every time Shen Miao was drunk, she did not know what she had done and had the intention to matchmake her own mistress and Xie Jingxing. At the beginning, when Shen Miao was married, Luo Shuiyan had repeatedly exhorted that these two maids must always admonish Shen Miao. In the end, after being married for so long, they did not even consummate the marriage. Seeing that both of them had a good relationship, Jingzhi thought that it was not that her own young lady did not understand, but this Prince Rue was also ignorant. She had the intention to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 10:16. Thus, she simply took advantage of Shen Miao being drunk to guide her. Only His Highness the Prince of First Rank can help foreign with the things on this booklet. Now thinking about it, Jingzhi felt that her expression at that time was no different from that brothel's procuress. Shen Miao was drunk and did not understand at all, so she took the booklet and left. Even if Guyu wanted to stop them, it was too late and could only follow behind. The two maids were nervous and uneasy, and after guarding outside for the whole night, their eyes had turned black, but Shen Miao did not come out from Xie Jingxing's room. Now hearing Song Yang's words, both of them gave a sigh of relief in their hearts. They felt that they had done a good deed. No matter how ignorant their young lady and son-in-law were, after hearing such matters, they would have tasted it, and after 2 or 3 times, practice makes perfect. Just as they were thinking about it, Uncle Tang walked out from the back, and when he saw the 3 of them, he first roared at Song Yang, What are you doing guarding here so early in the morning? Still not leaving? He then smiled at Jingzhi and Guyu, Why do you look like you are not in a good mood? Jingzhi and Guyu were brought over by Shen Miao, thus Uncle Tang could not be as impolite as when he taught Song Yang a lesson. When Song Yang saw such differential treatment, he snorted and left. Jingzhi and Guyu could not stay for long and quickly slipped away after saying a few words to Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang stood alone in front of Xie Jingxing's door, and after everyone had left, he suddenly laughed to himself. After laughing foolishly for a while, he seemed to have thought of something and said to himself, Need to boil some tonic. He then left in a hurry. Most likely the Mou army was well aware of the happy events that happened in the residence of Prince Rue, that everyone had a tacit understanding. But Star Anise and Fennel did not know about it. They were temporarily taking care of Pei Lang. Pei Lang's injuries were much more serious than Shen Miao's. Even though he managed to keep his life, but that knife wound was deep into the bones, so Gao Yang did not dare to take it lightly. Star Anise and Fennel looked at Pei Lang so that if there was anything wrong, they could look for Gao Yang to take a look. Pei Lang always woke up a few times in the night, but the time was very short and he would fall asleep again after a while. Star Anise and Fennel were so busy that they had no way of knowing what was going on with Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing. It was almost noon when Fennel came in with a bowl of gruel. Pei Lang couldn't eat anything else due to his injuries. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Pei Lang sitting in front of the window, staring at the branches in a daze. Young Master Pei? Fennel was taken aback. She walked over happily and placed the bowl of porridge aside. You're finally awake. Pei Lang slowly turned his head and looked at her. He seemed to have just recognized that she was a servant of Rui Wang Fu and said, Wang Fei should also wake up. Fennel was a little curious as to why Pei Lang would use such a firm tone, but she still said, I woke up yesterday. Madam is not seriously injured, but you are seriously injured. It's all thanks to you that you blocked the knife for Madam and saved her life. Pei Lang lowered his head and seemed to laugh. He said in a low voice, Help? It's clear that I owe her. Fennel did not hear Pei Lang's words clearly and asked, What did you say? Pei Lang, on the other hand, looked a little absent-minded. He finally remembered. After blocking the knife for Xin Miao at the edge of life and death, he had a dream. That dream was very long and very real. But it made him suddenly see the light. Why did Xin Miao always show hostility towards him? Why did he always feel an inexplicable guilt towards Xin Miao? So it was like this. The abbot in the dream said, sacrificing one's life, that chance to do it again was only a possibility, and perhaps it would be in vain. That abbot also said, if he could do it again, some opportunities would be disrupted and perhaps he would be in pain because of it. Pei Lang also agreed. He once loved a female, but his love was no different from Fu Xiuyi's coldness. They were both pushing Xin Miao to a dead end step by step. He sympathized with Xin Miao, but at the same time rationally weighed the pros and cons and abandoned Xin Miao. In one's life, it was actually living by constantly abandoning things. He and Fu Xiuyi had abandoned Xin Miao, so in this lifetime, Xin Miao also abandoned them without any hesitation. Unfortunately, it was Xie Jingxing who was lucky. But after thinking about it, it was also expected. But after knowing so much of the cause and effect, he no longer had the face to face Xin Miao. He said that he would accompany and help her, but now thinking about it, it was only because of the guilt from the previous lifetime and he was repaying it. But he was unable to face his own heart. The complicated entanglement of this marriage caused his heart to be in a mess. It was time to end this mistake. Some thoughts should not have been born from the beginning. Once they were born, it was a mistake. Now it was time for him to cut them off. Fenxiang said, Young Master Pei, drink some porridge first. Your body still needs to recuperate. Later young Master Gao will come and perform acupuncture on you. As long as you wake up and recuperate for a few days with young Master Gao's medical skills, you will be safe and sound. Pei Lang paused for a moment before saying, Many thanks. Young Master Pei is too polite. Fenxiang said, You saved Furin's life and are the benefactor of the residence of the Prince of First Rank. Trouble you to bring me a pen and paper. Pei Lang said. His lips were pale and his eyes were dim, but his tone was very firm. Chapter 10:17. Xin Miao and Xie Jingxing were reconciled and the entire Prince Rui residence seemed to heave a sigh of relief. What was a blessing in disguise was that not only did both of them reconcile, they also started to sleep in the same room. This was simply out of everyone's expectations, especially Uncle Tang, who was the happiest. Every day Xie Jingxing would boil tiger, deer and bull's penis soup, making Xin Miao speechless every time she saw it. Xie Jingxing began to investigate the Yi family's matters, but what was strange was that Yi Mei siblings were indeed born and raised in the Great Liang and previously lived in Qin province, so there was no mistake about it. Xin Miao also did not know why it was so, but at the end she could only think that it was her rebirth that inadvertently changed a lot of things. For example, Fu Xiuyi's luck, or the identity of Mei Furin's siblings. But no matter how much it changed, there was one thing that would not change. Yi Mei was her enemy in the past life, and in this life she entered the Yi family, so the position of their sworn enemy did not change at all. Pei Lang's injuries also gradually got better. Xin Miao went to take a look once but did not enter the room. She only looked from afar, and when she saw that he was able to get down and drink his medicine, she then left. Towards Pei Lang, Xin Miao's feelings were very complicated, but most likely Pei Lang did not know about the matters of the past life. Even though she knew about the matters of the past life, she was unable to face the other party with a peaceful mind. Thus she could only maintain this kind of distance. Xie Jingxing, however, was very satisfied with this and said that she was more sensible than in the past and used this opportunity to reward her. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the rooms that he did not consummate, making Xin Miao unable to lift her spirits these few days, as if a male ghost was plucking her yin to nourish her young. The situation in Long Yi looked stable, but the whirlpool of disputes was not what others could imagine. After the imperial hunt that Emperor Yonglu had set up, he started to close the net that was previously set up to deal with the Lu family. The Lu family was busy dealing with the imperial family and Xie Jingxing was also busier. Naturally Xin Miao would not be relaxed because there was a letter from Ming Qi's side. Luo Shuiyan's letter to Xin Miao had arrived. There were 2 letters to home. One was from Luo Shuiyan, saying that everything was fine with them and also exhorted Xin Miao to not swallow any grievances in Long Yi and to write back to tell them. Then he carefully exhorted to treat Xie Jingxing with respect, to support and understand each other. Forget it, he just wanted to ask about the situation at Xin Miao's end. The other letter was written by Xin Qiu. Xin Qiu's letter was different from Luo Shuiyan's. At the beginning when Xin Miao was married she had talked to Xin Qiu about some things. Even though it was not clear, it hinted to Xin Qiu to be wary of the imperial family of Ming Qi. The imperial family of Ming Qi was a pot of mud and what the Xin family had to do was to be wise and protect themselves. No matter what method they used, they had to draw a clear relationship with the imperial family otherwise they could only be dragged into the mud. If it was necessary, even if they had to abandon the Xin family's integrity, they must first preserve their lives. This time in Xin Qiu's letter, he talked about the situation in Ming Qi. Counting it, Xin Miao had left the Ding capital for more than half a year. The situation in the Ding capital was already on the verge of breaking out and there would be changes every day, not to mention in half a year. However, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill. First was his cough and then his condition worsened and now it was to the point where he could not attend court. Occasionally when he attended court, he was listless and would disperse after listening to a few sentences. One did not know why there were rumors in the palace that Emperor Wenhui was like a dried-up oil lamp and would not be able to last more than a year before he would not be able to live. When Xin Miao saw this line of words she only laughed. How long could Emperor Wenhui live for? Was it really just 1 year? Xin Miao did not believe it as in the previous lifetime Emperor Wenhui did not die so early. Of course it was hard to say if there was anything fishy about Emperor Wenhui's death. The imperial family of Ming Qi was intricate and complicated and the princes were not as simple as Long Ye's side. If one person ascended the throne, there would be a lot of sacrifices, so what was one imperial father? Chapter 10:18. Xin Qiu mentioned in the letter that Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill but one did not know why he made things difficult for his most favored consort Su Xian. Consort Su Xian was demoted to a talented person and not only that, the entire Su family was also implicated by Emperor Wenhui, implicating the 2 brothers, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. These 2 brothers could no longer manage the matters in court and Xin Qiu did not understand the specific situation. In short, Consort Su Xian, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had all fallen out of favor. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position in the fight for the throne. Whereas Prince Li's faction was unprecedentedly on good terms with Prince Ding. Prince Li's faction was also a powerful faction in the fight for the throne and Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi had no relationship with them at all, but now they were on good terms. Thinking about it, it was not right. What made one even more suspicious was that in this faction, the original Prince Li actually had the intention to follow Prince Ding's lead. When writing till here, Xin Qiu's handwriting was somewhat sloppy and it was obvious that his mood was not calm. Forget it, he then summed it up. Most probably in the current Ding capital, among the original princes, the hottest one was the 9th prince, Fu Xiuyi, who had no desires. And Fu Xiuyi's consort mother, Consort Dong Shu, had become Emperor Wenhui's support. When Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill, the person he doted on was the person closest to him. Some people guessed that looking at this trend, the crown prince would eventually be gone and Emperor Wenhui would most likely pass the throne to Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi. Thus a large wave of officials switched sides to Fu Xiuyi's side. No matter if it was because of his own reasons or external factors, no matter how one looked at it, Fu Xiuyi would become the future crown prince of Ming Qi. And Fu Xiuyi gradually started to deal with the Xin family. The Xin family's military power had previously been taken back by Emperor Wenhui, but Fu Xiuyi wanted to give Xin Xian new power, to let both father and son lead a brand new army. No matter how one looked at it, it was a pit. Fu Xiuyi had obviously dug a pit for the Xin family to jump into and if one did not do well, they would fall into Fu Xiuyi's trap. Xin Qiu wrote in the letter that the Xin family was using Xin Xian's illness as an excuse to temporarily not take over the military power, but one did not know how long this excuse could be used because Fu Xiuyi would definitely not only use this one method to deal with the Xin family. But it was fortunate that the Xin family was not without help. Fu Xiuyi's target was the Feng family, which was Feng and Ning's residence. The Feng family and the Xin family had plans to join hands and with some of the other officials of Ming Qi, it should be enough to protect themselves. But in the end there was still some bewilderment in her words, as if she felt that the Shen family that had been loyal for a few generations, would now end up in a situation where the imperial family was in a confrontation and mutual suspicion. This inevitably made one sigh. After Xin Miao finished reading the letter, she folded it and kept it, feeling somewhat worried. Xie Jingxing took a look with her, and seeing her worried look he asked, "You are very worried? Fu Xiuyi is starting to deal with the Shen family." Xin Miao said in a deep voice, "The speed of his rise is too fast. In less than a year, there is actually no one in the Ding capital who can contend with him. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were so arrogant in the beginning, but now even consort Su Xian has declined and Prince Li was also subdued by him." Xin Miao said, "His means are not simple." Even though she had long known that Fu Xiuyi was the emperor of Mingqi in his past lifetime, but in this lifetime there was no Shen family and he was still able to turn the situation around in a disadvantageous situation. This made Xin Miao feel that the arrangement of the Shen family was somewhat rash. Perhaps she had underestimated the enemy. It is not strange. Xie Jingxing smiled. In order to fight for the throne, he had been preparing for many years. Even though Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had the advantage, they were slower than him. Not to mention Prince Li, without the support of his mother's family, they could not be compared. But why did he still target the Shen family? Xin Miao frowned. It is reasonable to say that since the Shen family's military power is gone, there would not be any threat to him. For example, the residents of the Marquis of Lineage. He would not start to deal with the residents of the Marquis of Lineage, but would not let go of the Shen family. Fu Xiuyi would not waste time on meaningless things. Towards the suppression of the Shen family, it was considered as a superfluous move, so why bother? Chapter 10:19. Xie Jingxing pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps it is because of you?" Meh. Xin Miao looked at him. "You married to the Great Liang and Fu Xiuyi previously suspected my relationship with you, suspecting that the Great Liang was the backing of the Shen family. After returning to Longyi, I also ordered people to pay attention to Fu Xiuyi's movements and discovered that he was investigating everything about me in the residence of the Marquis of Lineage. Perhaps he knew my identity. Perhaps they misunderstood the relationship between the Shen family and me, and thought that the Shen family had already defected to the Great Liang or had other plans." He paused before continuing, "Fu Xiuyi's methods are ruthless and he has a suspicious nature. Once he senses that something is not right, he will definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. As long as the Shen family makes him feel uneasy, he will spare no effort to eradicate them." "I understand that." Xin Miao's eyes were slightly cold. Even at the end of the previous lifetime, did Fu Xiuyi not clean up the first household neatly because of the Shen family's military power? "But you don't have to worry." Xie Jingxing pinched her face. "I have arranged people in the Ding capital. No matter what, they have the ability to protect your family's safety." "You have long arranged people?" Xin Miao asked. "Why not tell me earlier?" Xie Jingxing said, "Is there a need to claim credit for this kind of matter? That is also my family. Without proper arrangements, how can I let them stay in the Ding capital?" When Xin Miao heard Xie Jingxing say, "That is also my family," her heart was as sweet as eating honey and there was a smile in her eyes as she said, "Speaking of which, I did not think that the Feng family would actually join hands with eldest brother. In the beginning, in order to prevent Feng and Ning from repeating the mistakes of the past lifetime, she also specially took care of Xinqiu to help look after the Feng family, but one did not know when they had such a friendship. But from this, it seemed that Feng and Ning would not be like the previous lifetime, marrying that Biao older brother who was golden on the outside but rotten on the inside. But there is one thing that I wanted to tell you." Xie Jingxing's face suddenly became serious. "Fu Xiuyi and the Emperor of Qin State have a secret relationship." Xin Miao was startled for a moment before asking, "Do you need to borrow troops?" Speaking of this matter, Xin Miao recalled the time when she was a hostage in the Qin country for 5 years. Now that Fu Xiuyi did not have a wife, could it be that he was looking for other hostages? It could be possible that they had reached some private agreements, most likely to be ceding land. Xie Jingxing said. Xin Miao frowned. Is it to help him fight for the throne? But borrowing the power of a foreign country to fight for the throne, there will be many implications in the future. Fu Xiuyi will not do this. Xie Jingxing's eyes sank and said, "To deal with the Great Liang." Xin Miao looked at him. "They want to deal with the Great Liang? That's crazy." Even though Ming Qi and the Qin country's combined strength was much higher than before, but the Great Liang's strength was placed in front of everyone, at least it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. They had lived in harmony for so many years, so why would they take the initiative to start a fight? This is not something that can be tolerated. Xie Jingxing laughed. Moreover, Long Yi is currently in chaos because of the Lu and Yi families. They will not let go of this opportunity. Shen Miao carefully thought about Xie Jingxing's words for a while and said, "What you said is right, sooner or later there will be such a day. It was just that to start a war now, it might not be a good opportunity for the great Liang. You don't have to worry." Xie Jingxing rubbed her head. "Leave these to me. I am also the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui." Shen Miao glared at him and was very dissatisfied with his words. Xie Jingxing looked at her unruffled. "Oh, from an empress to a Wang Fei, don't you find yourself at a disadvantage? The meal has already been eaten, so what is the point of saying these now?" Shen Miao snorted. Xie Jingxing still wanted to speak, but Fennel Xiang knocked on the door and motioned her to come in. Fennel Xiang looked at Shen Miao and then looked at Xie Jingxing with a tangled expression. Chapter 10:20. Do you have anything to say to me? Shen Miao looked at her inexplicably. If there is something, just say it directly. She did not care about Xie Jingxing's presence. Fen Xiang said, "This afternoon young Master Pei said that he wanted to go out for a walk. Your servants remembered that young Master Gao also said that young Master Pei should go out for a walk. As long as he doesn't go too far, it will be fine." Gentleman Pei wanted to be alone, so this servant did not think much. Normally he would only walk for a while at the door, but today he did not return even when it was dark. Shen Miao frowned. Something happened? Pei Lang did not have any martial arts, and if he met with any danger, he would not have any ability to protect himself. This servant also thought so. Fennel said, "But Ba Jiao found this on the table in Gentleman Pei's room." She took out a letter from her sleeves and handed it to Shen Miao before saying, "The room is missing some of Gentleman Pei's clothes and valuables." If this servant did not guess wrongly, Gentleman Pei should have left. Just as Shen Miao was about to open the letter, she paused. Xie Jingxing's expression also changed slightly. "Did he say anything before he left?" Shen Miao asked Fennel. "He did not say anything. As usual, he even said that today's weather was good," Fennel said. Shen Miao was somewhat dazed. Xie Jingxing said, "Look at what is written in the letter." He was about to get up and leave when Shen Miao grabbed his sleeve. Xie Jingxing turned back and Shen Miao said, "Read it together." His footsteps paused, and after thinking about it, he sat down again, but there was a trace of smile on his lips. Opening the letter, what entered one's eyes was Pei Lang's words. Pei Lang's words were as clear as he was and had the elegance of those famous scholars. He looked like that himself, but it was hard to imagine that such a romantic and refined person would be involved in the struggle for power in his previous life. The beginning of the letter said that after staying in the residence of Prince Rui for such a long time, he had given the residence a lot of trouble, and many thanks to both husband and wife for taking him in. He also hoped that Shen Miao would keep her promise and settle Lu Ying for the rest of her life. Pei Lang wrote that even though he followed Shen Miao to Long Yi previously, it was only an expedient measure. It was because of Fu Xiuyi that he had no choice but to hide in Long Yi. But there were still many inconveniences in staying in Prince Rui's residence. He had his own plans and was prepared to travel around in his lifetime to increase his knowledge, so he left without saying goodbye. Due to the fact that Shen Miao and Shen Miao previously had the friendship of teacher and student, later on they had some friendship. During the time in the residence of Prince Ding, he understood some matters of Prince Ding and knew that Shen Miao seemed to be wary of Prince Ding, so he arranged some things for Shen Miao, hoping that it would be useful in the future. After handing over the things in this letter to Shen Miao, their relationship was considered to be cleared. "No one owes anyone anything," Pei Lang wrote. He did not know if he would have the chance to meet her again in this life, so he could only say goodbye. Pei Lang's letter was very simple and there was almost nothing special about it. One did not know if it was to draw a line between him and Shen Miao, but the words were filled with alienation and politeness. The refined and courteous look was like he had returned to the time when he was a teacher and student in Guangwen. The other piece of paper in the letter was densely packed with records of some of Fu Xiuyi's matters. It was about his confidants, some of his plans, some of his future steps, the people that he wanted to rope in and the people that he wanted to bring down. Xie Jingxing originally followed Shen Miao and casually swept a glance over that piece of paper, but when he saw the back, his expression could not help but become serious. This letter recorded everything about Fu Xiuyi in great detail. In this way, Fu Xiuyi seemed to have no secrets in front of them and everything was exposed. With this, to deal with Fu Xiuyi, it was like grabbing the snake's weak point, and every step was like a drill to the heart. Chapter 1021. Xie Jingxing said, how could he know so much? Even if Pei Lang was a spy by Fu Xiuyi's side and Fu Xiuyi trusted him previously, it was not possible for him to trust to this extent. And these chess pieces that Fu Xiuyi had hidden in various places were all written out by Pei Lang. It was as if he was a trusted general that had followed him for many years and knew his master's matters like the back of his hand. That was why he was so detailed. Shen Miao's fingertips were somewhat trembling. Some of the things in here clearly happened a few years later. Even now, Fu Xiuyi did not know those people, so how would Pei Lang know? Unless Pei Lang also had the memories of the past lifetime, thus he already knew about Fu Xiuyi's future, confidant and chess pieces, and future plans. When did Pei Lang know about it? It was obvious that he did not understand anything previously. Could it be? Shen Miao's heart moved. She was on Xie Jingxing's birthday and dreamt of the past lifetime because of the assassination. Could it be the same for Pei Lang? She looked at the fennel. What is different about Gentleman Pei these days? Different places? The fennel carefully replied, there seems to be no difference, just that he often sat there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. But Gentleman Pei's character was quiet previously, so it should be during the period of recuperation. Shen Miao could not make up her mind and wanted to ask if Pei Lang knew about the matters of the past lifetime. Pei Lang was the person that followed Fu Xiuyi for the longest time, so naturally he understood Fu Xiuyi the deepest. But just as he wanted to speak, he stopped. So what about it? If Pei Lang really recalled the past lifetime, just like how Shen Miao was unable to face Pei Lang would also be unable to face her. The two of them were not considered as fated enemies, nor were they close friends. There was a blood debt that was personally paid off. Deep in the palace, one had no choice but to commit a mistake. One could not act as if nothing had happened and one could not clearly explain it. Xie Jingxing saw her uncertain expression and asked, do you need me to order people to capture him back? Shen Miao recovered to her senses and said, no need. Since he wants to live his own life, then let him go. Meeting was better than not meeting, so it was good for Pei Lang to leave like this. She pinched that piece of paper and there was a hint of sternness in her eyes. When Xie Jingxing saw it, he said, it is written here, it's true. Shen Miao said, one have to hand this to eldest brother. We are not in the Ding capital and it would not be easy to move around with this. Leave it to big brother and father. Big brother and father will see to it. With this, at least the Shen family has another bargaining chip. After that, he was in a difficult position, but this thing is very valuable and must be sent back to Mingqi. If it is robbed on the way, let the MOU army go. Xie Jingxing said indifferently, the MOU army had been sending letters for so many years and had never been intercepted before. Shen Miao's heart was slightly at ease, but before she could speak, Pei Lang's letter was taken away by Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing nonchalantly threw the letter away and said, it is too late. Rest. How is it late? Shen Miao said curiously, the sky just turned dark. Although we don't have to get Mr. Pei back, we have to ensure his safety. He was stabbed for no reason that day. If he gets targeted again? Before the words were finished, Shen Miao was already carried up by Xie Jingxing. He threw Shen Miao on the bed and leaned close to her before saying, try to care about Pei Lang again? Shen Miao, in the palace. In the imperial garden, the lotus flowers were in full bloom in the summer and the dark green lotus leaves almost covered the pond. Empress Xianda was sitting in the pavilion. Even though there was no moon today, there were stars, the cool breeze was blowing and the water was sparkling. It was a good scenery. She ordered people to brew scented tea and to drink a small cup in the summer. It was very comfortable. Chapter 1022. Tao Gugu stood behind her and smiled, commenting, the lotus flowers are blooming well this year. Empress Xianda glanced and smiled, replying, last year I had people change the seeds. This year it is much more prosperous. She added, the summer is also cool. Just as she spoke, she saw someone pass by from afar. She seemed to see Empress Xianda and the others. Her movements paused slightly, she turned and walked towards the pavilion. When she came closer, she saw clearly that this person wasn't anyone else but Jing Fei. Compared to Jing Fei's arrogant and domineering appearance in the past, Jing Fei looked much more disheveled today. Or maybe it shouldn't be said today. Recently, Jing Fei's condition hadn't been good. She didn't seem to be in the mood to take care of her clothing. Her usually beautiful face showed signs of tiredness. But when she saw Empress Xianda, the tiredness instantly turned to hatred. She said, I saw someone here from afar and was wondering who was in such a good mood. It was the Empress. Empress Xianda smiled noncommittally and said, Ben Gong is drinking tea here. Does Jing Fei want to drink a cup? Jing Fei smiled coldly at her and said, Jie is in the mood to drink tea but Mimi is not. Emperor Yongle started to suppress the Lu family. The people in the Hogong didn't understand the court but they could see the emperor's attitude. The concubine that had been the most favored now couldn't move the emperor even if she cried and begged. The meaning behind this was very deep. Ben Gong doesn't care if Jing Fei is in the mood or not. Empress Xianda smiled and continued to pour tea. The tea will always be here. Jing Fei was so angry she was trembling. Lu Foran had come to the palace to find her and said that Emperor Yongle had acted against the Lu family. She also said that she had Emperor Yongle's favor but couldn't even be moved by a pillow breeze. She wanted her to find out what Emperor Yongle was thinking. If necessary, it was possible to ask for mercy. But Jing Fei did it, but it was useless. In reality, after so many years, Emperor Yongle had pampered her. Even in this Hogong, Empress Xianda had to be courteous to her. No matter how arrogant she would always be safe in the end. But she had never changed Emperor Yongle's mind. Sometimes she felt that Emperor Yongle seemed to have seen everything and knew that she was purposely trying to please him. Sometimes Jing Fei felt slightly ashamed. But other times she felt that Emperor Yongle really did pamper her. Now that the Lu family was in trouble and needed her daughter's help, Jing Fei went to find Emperor Yongle. Emperor Yongle's attitude was cold. Jing Fei's life had been smooth sailing and she had never suffered any hardship. When she entered the palace with the Lu family's background, she easily rose to the position of a consort. Now that the Lu family was in trouble, she also suffered. She realized that in all these years, other than making a scene in the palace and making enemies, she had done nothing else. In contrast, Empress Xianda, who she had always looked down on, was sitting in the pavilion leisurely drinking tea. Jing Fei's heart was filled with anger. She thought, Emperor Yongle did not love Empress Xianda, but Empress Xianda was respected by everyone because of her title as Empress. This was too unfair. If Empress Xianda was not in the way, she would have become the Empress. Emperor Yongle would not dare to underestimate the Lu family. She would not have such a headache now. Hatred instantly formed in Jing Fei's heart. Coincidentally, she saw Empress Xianda sitting in the pavilion. The side of the pavilion near the lake had a flight of stairs. It was convenient to feed the fish. It was very elegant, but it was slightly dangerous. Jing Fei silently walked a few steps closer to Empress Xianda and said, Jie has brewed tea for so many years and naturally knows the principles of brewing tea. But Mimi does not like drinking tea. Tea is bitter and makes people uncomfortable. What is the point of brewing it? Just as she finished speaking, she gave an ayah, and pretended to sprain her ankle as she leaned against Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda was sitting on the side facing the water. When she leaned like that, Empress Xianda would naturally be knocked into the water. Who was Empress Xianda? Jing Fei was dumb, but Empress Xianda wasn't dumb. She didn't care about this little trick and had been on her guard. Seeing Jing Fei lean over, she instantly took a step back and coincidentally avoided Jing Fei. She heard a putong, and the water splashed. The palace maid next to Jing Fei gave an ayah in shock. Chapter 1023. In the deep of the night, the residence of Prince Rue had fallen into a deep sleep. When everything was quiet, suddenly a voice was heard. It was Tai Yi, who suddenly had an important matter to report. Normally at this time Tai Yi would not come and disturb. Shen Miao was in a daze from her sleep when she felt Xie Jingxing get up and leave the door. After a moment, it seemed that he said something to someone outside and there was the sound of clothes being worn in the room. She opened her eyes and saw Xie Jingxing standing in front of the desk to wear his clothes. Looking outside again, it was the middle of the night and one did not know why he looked like he was going out at this time. What's the matter? She asked. Xie Jingxing saw that she was awake and said, Something happened in the palace. I will enter the palace to take a look. Sleep first and do not need to wait for me. Hearing that, Shen Miao's drowsiness was mostly dispersed. Since Xie Jingxing had to go out in the middle of the night, it could be seen that the matter was very serious and it was a matter in the palace. She said, What matter is it? Is it very serious? The Empress pushed Lu Jing into the pond. Xie Jingxing said as he put on his outer robe, The specific matter cannot be said clearly in a short time. Shen Miao first breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Jingxing ran into the palace in the middle of the night and she thought that there were assassins in the palace. Hearing this she was reassured. But when she thought about it, she asked in surprise, Why would the Empress push Jing Fei into the pond? Shen Miao had rarely seen Empress Xianda and had seen Consort Jing. Facing a person like Consort Jing, Empress Xianda was disdainful to fight with her, and Empress Xianda was not an impulsive person. If it was said that Consort Jing pushed Empress Xianda into the pond, Shen Miao would believe it, but if it was said that Empress Xianda did it, Shen Miao would not believe it. The Lu family are now in the palace. Xie Jingxing said, they like to be pestering. I will go and take a look first. Shen Miao quickly got up. I will also go. It is too late. Xie Jingxing did not agree. You sleep first. Nothing will happen. Shen Miao shook her head. Since I have already instructed you to enter the palace, it would not be a simple matter. Anyway, I cannot sleep, and if you leave me alone in the residence, my imagination would run wild. It would be better to go with you and know what is going on. Perhaps I can be of help. Xie Jingxing thought about it and said, never mind, I am not at ease leaving you here alone. Let's go. Shen Miao quickly got up and changed her clothes. Because it was too late at this time, the servants were all resting, so Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao only brought Tai Yi and Song Yang along. Both of them rode the carriage on the streets of Long Yi, and there was not a single person on the streets. Xie Jingxing's expression was somewhat cold, and Shen Miao was also thinking seriously in her mind. Even if Empress Xianda really pushed Consort Jing, it would not be worthwhile to call Xie Jingxing to the palace in the middle of the night. To say something unpleasant, even if Consort Jing died because of this, it would be a fight between the women in the inner palace, and it would be able to send the Lu family away. Moreover, now that Emperor Yonglu and the Lu family had almost reached the point of falling out, why would he make a big fuss just to deal with the Lu family? When Shen Miao was in Mingqi, she had seen such palace concubines who would make things difficult for each other because of jealousy. Consort Jing was pushed into the pond by Empress Xianda, and it was the most shoddy framing, so why would Xie Jingxing also make a trip to the palace? Shen Miao always felt that the matter was not that simple. However, Tai Yi said that the person from the palace who came to deliver the imperial edict was not very clear, so no one knew what the specific situation was. Both of them had their own thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the palace doors. At the palace doors was Emperor Yongli's Deng Gonggong. When he saw Xie Jingxing, he was happy but was surprised for a moment when he saw Shen Miao jumping down from the carriage. However, he did not worry about it and smiled. Your Highness, Prince of First Rank has finally arrived. His Majesty is waiting for you in the palace. Chapter 1024. Xie Jingxing let Deng Gonggong walk in front while Shen Miao followed behind. After thinking for a while, she asked Deng Gonggong, is the Empress well now? The Empress is fine. Many thanks to Qin Wang Fei's concern. Deng Gonggong smiled. Shen Miao's eyes moved slightly. The Empress was fine, but there was such a big scene. That meant that something happened to that person? Sure enough, when she thought of this, she heard Deng Gonggong said, but Consort Jing has not woken up at this moment. Xie Jingxing sneered, what tricks is Lu Jing playing again? His expression was rather annoyed. Deng Gonggong smiled and did not say anything more, but Shen Miao felt that there was some meaning in that smile. After entering the palace, Deng Gonggong brought the two of them straight to Jinhua Palace. Jinhua Palace was where Consort Jing stayed. It was already midnight, but Jinhua Palace was brightly lit, and there was a group of palace maids kneeling in the hall. With one glance, Shen Miao saw that Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda were also there. Both of them were sitting in the hall. Empress Xianda did not look any different, as she was still calm and indifferent, but Emperor Yongli's face was like frost. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing walked in hand, and Deng Gonggong quickly reported. When Emperor Yongli saw Shen Miao coming, he was slightly surprised, but Empress Xianda stood up and smiled as she walked over to Shen Miao. She held Shen Miao's hand and said intimately, previously your body was not well and one wanted to let you enter the palace to talk. Who knew that so many things happened? One did not think that you would come so late tonight. Shen Miao smiled. One did not know what happened when your Highness entered the palace, so one followed. Empress Xianda asked her, is your body better? Shen Miao said, already recovered. Many thanks to your ladyship's concern. Empress Xianda smiled, then Bengong is relieved. Xie Jingxing looked at Emperor Yonglu and asked with a calm face, Imperial older brother, what happened? Everyone knew that Empress Xianda would definitely not push Consort Jing into the pond. Now that Consort Jing had not woken up and Emperor Yonglu had already started to take action against the Lu family, there was no need to care about the Lu family's face, so why would he summon Xie Jingxing into the palace because of Consort Jing's body? Monarch Yongla said coldly, the Lu clan just came. Came here? Xie Jingxing frowned and said, when I came in, I did not see the Lu family. The Lu family pestered endlessly and relied on their meritorious deeds to be cocky. Now that Jing Fei had fallen into the water and the Lu family had suffered losses under the hands of Emperor Yonglu, they would definitely take this chance to make a fuss. At the very least they would not let Empress Xianda go. Now there was not even a shadow of the Lu family. Could it be that the Lu family had already caused trouble on their way here? They aren't afraid that something will happen to Jing Fei. The one who spoke was Empress Xianda. They're just fearless. Shen Miao's heart moved. Fearless? What did these words mean? Just as he was thinking, he saw the imperial physician of the palace walk out of the bedroom. He walked in front of Emperor Yonglu and bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, Imperial Consort Jing fell into the water and caught a cold. Luckily her body is not bad and the dragon seed in her stomach is still fine. After taking 2 batches of medicine and resting for a while, both mother and child will definitely be safe." Jing Fei was pregnant? Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were startled at the same time. Subconsciously Shen Miao looked towards Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda's spring lips slightly raised and she looked as calm and generous as usual. It was just that Shen Miao felt that there was some ridicule in that smile. Looking at Emperor Yonglu again, his eyes were cold and his face was as deep as water. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like he was happy. It seemed that Jing Fei had woken up in the room and started to call out, "Your Majesty, this Chia wants to see Your Majesty." Xie Jingxing looked at Emperor Yonglu with a smile that was not a smile, but Emperor Yonglu turned his head to look at Empress Xianda. Empress Xianda smiled gently, "Your Majesty should also go and see Jing Fei. The child is after all innocent." She then looked towards Xie Jingxing, "The Emperor will most likely want to speak to you in a while. Wait here for a while." She then said to Shen Miao, "After being tossed around for so long, Bengong also need to go back and change clothes. Qin Wang Fei should accompany Bengong. One fear that one would go crazy in the middle of the night. There is just hot tea in Wei Yang Palace." Chapter 1025. Empress Xianda was so dignified that one couldn't see anything wrong with her, but the more calm she was, the more uncomfortable it made people feel. Shen Miao saw that a large piece of Empress Xianda's skirt was wet and thought that she must have been at the pond with Consort Jing. When Consort Jing fell into the water, Empress Xianda's clothes were also wet. However, probably because he had been worried about Lu Jing, he didn't bother to change into a clean set of clothes. She nodded and said, "All right." Emperor Yonglu stared at Empress Xianda and didn't speak. In the room, Jing Fei's calls became more and more delicate. Empress Xianda said, "Your Majesty should go in early to see. The one who is tired is not Jing Fei but the child in Jing Fei's stomach." Finishing, she didn't care what expression Emperor Yonglu had and pulled Shen Miao away. As soon as they left the Jinghua Palace, the air outside seemed to be much fresher. Long Ye's bitter summer was about to end. Not long after, the weather would gradually turn cold and it would be the beginning of autumn. Nowadays, the better the flowers bloomed in the summer, the more desolate the withering ones would be in the future. Shen Miao lowered her head and thought of the strange atmosphere between Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda just now. She felt that Empress Xianda was a bit tired today. Even when they were in Jinghua Palace, she was at odds with Emperor Yonglu. This was different to Empress Xianda's steady personality. Maybe it was because of Jing Fei's child? That's right, Empress Xianda had no children. Ever since the first time Shen Miao entered the palace, she discovered that Emperor Yonglu was currently in his prime but did not have any heirs. The reason why the Lu and Yi clans had so many followers in the imperial court, aside from the power left behind by the previous emperor, was that they did not have any heirs. No matter how one looked at it, an emperor without his own children would not last long. But now Jing Fei had one? If Jing Fei gave birth to a son, would he have to be the future heir apparent? Then wouldn't the world be tied together with the Lu family in the end? Outside relatives monopolizing power was what Emperor Yonglu didn't want to see the most. No wonder Emperor Yonglu wasn't happy at all when he heard Jing Fei was pregnant. However, Empress Xianda's unhappiness was probably not only because of the position of Empress, but also because of her jealousy as a woman. Bystanders could see more clearly. Looking at a problem from an outsider's point of view was always the clearest. It was the same for Shen Miao. The way Empress Xianda looked at Emperor Yonglu was exactly the same as how she looked at Fu Xiuyi. She loved her husband deeply, but in the end, another woman was pregnant with her husband's child. Even someone as calm as Xianda Empress would feel a sliver of displeasure in her heart. She was just a woman after all. Qin Wang Fei. Empress Xianda's voice came into her ears. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and Empress Xianda was already looking at her with a somewhat tolerant smile. "You were lost in thought and did not even hear what Bengong said." Shen Miao quickly apologized. One has offended your ladyship. There is no need to be like this. Empress Yenda did not put it to heart and said, it is so late, it is natural for people to be distracted due to tiredness. Qin Wang Fei does not have to blame yourself. As Shen Miao walked, she could not help but ask, your ladyship, this official's wife wants to ask you something? Excuse me. Did you really push Consort Jing into the water? Empress Xinda paused for a moment and then looked at her with a smile. What does Qin Wang Fei think? Her ladyship would definitely not do that. Consort Jing did not just enter the palace and your ladyship had lived peacefully with her for many years, so it is not worthwhile to deal with her at this critical juncture. Shen Miao said, so this official's wife is very curious. Why did your ladyship admit to this crime? Empress Yenda stopped her footsteps and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. You really believe in Bengong? Actually, it is strange to talk about it. The first time Bengong saw you, I felt that you are very similar to Bengong, but your temperament is more intense. Most likely it is because your father is a military general. Bengong had heard a lot of things about you. Even though you have many methods and schemes, you have the heroic spirit of a family of generals when you do things straightforward and efficient. Bengong cannot do it as civil officials pay particular attention to roundabout ways. Even if Bengong wanted to be extreme, it would be soft and soft until the end, so you and Bengong are ultimately different. Chapter 1026. Shen Miao was silent. Empress Xianda smiled again. Bengong indeed do not need to push her into the pond. The emperor understands this logic and the Lu family also understand. The only one that does not understand is Lu Jing. As for this crime, it does not matter. The purpose of framing a person is to deceive the world. But even you who just came to Longyi know about this lie, much less the officials of Longyi. Shen Miao asked, does your ladyship not explain? Bengong is too lazy to explain and disdain to explain. Do what Jing Fei wants. Bengong does not care at all. Empress Yenda said lightly. Shen Miao thought that in this aspect she was completely different from Empress Yenda. If it was not her own crime, no matter how disdainful she was, she would not admit it herself. No matter how she changed, she was still fierce in her bones. Empress Yenda was like a puddle of water, tolerant and calm, making others feel that they were very small in front of her. As they were talking, unknowingly Weiyang Palace was already in front of them. Tao Gugu was waiting at the door and seeing the two of them return, she quickly walked in front of Empress Yenda and said, is your ladyship well? Is Jing Fei Yang all right? After Jing Fei fell into the water, Empress Yenda let Tao Gugu return first. Tao Gugu had been worried but Empress Yenda only returned now. Empress Yenda did not answer Tao Gugu's question and smiled, nothing. Bengong will go and change clothes first. Tao Gugu, bring Qin Wang Fei to the hall to sit and pour some hot tea for her. Finishing, she went inside to change clothes. Tao Gugu brought Shen Miao to the hall and the tea was just right. Tao Gugu poured tea for Shen Miao and could not help but ask, Qin Wang Fei, what is the matter with that Jing Fei Yang? Nothing serious happened, right? What took you so long? He was a loyal servant who was burning with anxiety. Shen Miao thought about it and said, Jing Fei is fine and the child in her stomach is also well. Tao Gugu was startled and almost spilled the tea. When she reacted, she quickly stopped her actions but her face was very pale. Shen Miao saw her like this and asked, previously when Jing Fei was pregnant, you all did not know? Tao Gugu forced a smile. Qin Wang Fei is joking. How would she know? If she knew. She didn't continue. Shen Miao did not miss the flash of anger and resentment on Tao Gugu's face as she thought what would happen if she knew about it? Would she first snuff out the child in her belly, like the women in the harem often did? Just as he was thinking, Empress Xianda came out from inside. She changed her clothes and the one that she changed into was a moon-white gauze long dress that was faintly discernible embroidered with orchids. One had to say that after taking off the Empress's court attire, Empress Xianda's temperament was like a different person. When Shen Miao looked carefully, she felt that Empress Xianda's brows were light but comfortable, and her entire body had the taste of a historian. It was similar to Pei Lang but it was more elegant than Pei Lang. She walked over and sat down beside Shen Miao. She picked up a cup of tea and smiled. One is very sleepy at night and with such a cup of tea it is much warmer. Tao Gugu suddenly knelt down and said, Nyang, do you still have the mood to drink tea? Empress Xianda was startled for a moment and said, what is this for? There was a faint harshness in her tone. Tao Gugu was unmoved and still knelt down but there was some grief and indignation as she said, Jing Fei is pregnant. She is pregnant and still wants to frame you. You have to endure this. How long do you have to endure for in this lifetime? These words had somewhat overstepped the identity of a servant to a master, and the originally good atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Shen Miao looked down and did not speak as she held the tea. Empress Yenda said, "Qiu Shui, you have followed Bengong for so many years and Bengong treat you as a relative, but you are too overstepping the rules." Chapter 1027. Tao Gugu was not willing to stand up. After a moment, Empress Yen sighed and said, "Never mind. Lu Jing does not know that she is pregnant. Bengong is very clear of Lu Jing's character. If she was pregnant, she would not dare to use the child in her stomach to harm Bengong. She would only protect the dragon seed, and would not let anything happen to the child. But now it is a fact that Consort Jing is pregnant." Tao Gugu raised her head. "Your ladyship must also think for yourself." Shen Miao finally was no longer silent. She said, "Tao Gugu's words are right. One must consider the matter of Consort Jing. It is not all for your ladyship. Even with the Lu family's current situation, for your majesty, your ladyship cannot just watch from the sidelines." Empress Yenda looked at her strangely, as if she did not think that Shen Miao would speak at this juncture. But she quickly smiled in relief and said, "It seems that Jing Xing had told you a lot. Get up, Qiu Shui." Empress Yenda said to Tao Gugu, "Bengong do not want to say it a second time." This sentence was already spoken in a commanding tone. Tao Gugu hesitated for a moment before finally standing up. Empress Yenda looked at Shen Miao. "Let you see a joke. Qiu Shui is Bengong's closest person and wholeheartedly thinks for Bengong. One spoke too hastily, but one's heart is good." She sighed. Actually, Bengong had always thought that Lu Jing was stupid and Bengong disdained to compete with her. But now it seems that Bengong was wrong. Lu Jing still has some ability to avoid the seed soup and be pregnant with the emperor's child. Seed soup. Shen Miao's heart moved. Empress Yenda told her the secrets of the palace. In fact, the more one knew, the more dangerous it was. Those who knew the secrets of the palace would eventually become fertilizer for the flowers in the palace. But she did not know why. She felt that Empress Yenda only told her this because she wanted to tell her and not because she knew more. "You are a smart one and think that you have seen that the emperor does not have any children in the palace. It is not because of the consorts or the emperor himself, but because they would drink the seed soup. This Lu Jing had drunk it before, but I don't know why. She must have used some method to get pregnant. This is probably the first in the palace." After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "Perhaps it's not the first. I once had a child, but it was a miscarriage." Aunt Tao's eyes reddened when she heard this. Shen Miao's hand that was holding the teacup trembled and she did not speak. "His Majesty often thinks that you are not good, because he thinks that Jing Xing is the best. An ordinary girl, even if she is a fairy, is probably not worth mentioning in his eyes. In the beginning, when Jing Xing said that he wanted to marry a Ming Qi's young lady, His Majesty found people to inquire a lot about you, and after hearing about it, he told Bengong that you are vicious." Empress Xianda suddenly changed the topic and looked at Shen Miao. "But looking at it now, Bengong feel that you are very kind." Shen Miao did not understand and heard Empress Xianda speaking again. "You obviously wanted to ask Bengong about the miscarriage but were afraid that it would cause Bengong's heart to be sad, so you endured and did not ask." Shen Miao softly said, "This official's wife just do not dare. You are really straightforward. Jing Xing found an interesting wife and Bengong like you even more." Empress Xianda smiled. She said, "Actually the matter has passed for a long time and Bengong is already relieved. At the beginning when Bengong was pregnant, Lu Jing added cold herbs into the dim sum that the imperial chefs made. Just a little bit and Bengong's child was gone. At that time Lu Jing had just entered the palace and was favored, and the Lu family watched, thus His Majesty could only punish her lightly. Bengong felt that there was no fate between her and the child, so it was fine." Chapter 1028. Just by listening, Shen Miao could already guess the heart-wrenching pain. In the previous lifetime, in the inner palace of Ming Qi, the concubines fought with each other for the emperor's favor. The inner palace was the battlefield for females, and when females were ruthless, they were sometimes even more terrifying than males. Many of the children of the concubines became victims under such circumstances, and no matter how vicious the concubines were, at the moment they lost their children, they would cry out in despair. Did the calm and gentle Empress Xianda in front of her also experience that kind of despair before? Scars would take a long time to heal and only one would know the pain of scars. The most hateful thing was that one could not even take revenge for the child. Why was this so? Do not blame His Majesty and do not think that Bengong is pitiful. Even though Bengong is indeed pitiful, Bengong is also an evil person. Empress Xianda said, after Bengong's miscarriage, Bengong could no longer give birth and would not be able to have children in this lifetime. Thus His Majesty made all the females in the inner palace unable to give birth to his children. If Bengong is not good, everyone would not be well off. Shen Miao was startled. Because Empress Xianda could not give birth, so Emperor Yongle made all the females in the palace unable to give birth? Then Emperor Yongle should like Empress Xianda very much, but if he really liked her, why would he let Empress Xianda suffer such a big grievance? Even if Empress Xianda did not mention it, Emperor Yongle himself would also want to kill the culprit of his children, so why would he treat her as his favored concubine? Shen Miao only felt that the secrets of the imperial family of the Great Liang were no less than those of the Ming Qi. Empress Xianda saw her startled appearance and suddenly laughed. You really believe it? How would His Majesty give up all the children of the concubines because of Bengong? Jing Xing could do it because Jing Xing's luck was good but His Majesty's luck was bad. He is the emperor. There were many meanings in these words and Shen Miao did not know how to continue the conversation. But what you said is right. One should naturally plan for the future. Lu Jing, this child came at the right time and because of this child, her life was temporarily saved. But the Lu family would not have such good luck. Empress Xianda gently smiled and her smile became somewhat sharp. The child cannot be kept. In the imperial study, Xie Jingxing's eyes were cold as he spoke to the emperor in front. Zhen knows that it cannot be kept. If it is possible, Zhen hopes that one can force it to be kept. Emperor Yongle spoke coldly, as though the person he was about to force down wasn't his son, but someone else. Why didn't you do it just now? Xie Jingxing asked sharply. Qing Zhen did not allow. Emperor said. Qing Zhen was Empress Xianda's maiden name, and this name had not come out of Emperor Yongle's mouth for a long time. After a long while, Xie Jingxing then ridiculed, Imperial Saw had always been soft-hearted, perhaps it was because she pitied her own flesh and blood that had died. Xie Yuan. These words Emperor Yong Emperors Emperors Emperor Emperor, Qing. Emperor Emperors Emperors Long's King one Emperor Xie's an Emperor, a other, Qi Qi Qing Emperor, King one of the other. I do not care what happens to Lu Jing and I do not want to care about that child. The Lu family came and left. They definitely think that the child in Lu Jing's stomach is a protective talisman. Why would we give them such a big gift? The emperor who did not have any children suddenly had his only child. So this only child was a life-saving straw. Whether Emperor Yongle was willing or not, the position of the heir apparent had landed on the child in Jing Fei's stomach. So when the Lu family came today and saw that Jing Fei was pregnant, they did not make a fuss and quickly left. Maybe in their eyes, Empress Xianda's position as empress was going to be gone soon. They didn't even have time to feel pity and would not be unforgiving. They would just treat it as their benevolence in doing a good deed. They had no worries like this, but what was the reality? Since ancient times there were 4 words: the affairs of the world are hard to predict. The Lu family always forget one thing. You and I are both surnamed Xie and the blood of the Xie family flows in our bodies. Emperor Yongle said indifferently, and the Xie family are all heartless. Chapter 1029. On the way back, Shen Miao thought about what Empress Xianda said and her heart could not calm down for a long time. In the end, Jing Fei and her child were safe, and Empress Xianda did not get into any trouble because of this. It seemed to be a very happy ending, but Shen Miao felt that something was not right. When they returned to the residence of Prince Rue, it was almost dawn and it would be very late if they were to sleep now. Moreover, Shen Miao was not in the mood to rest. When Jingzhi and Guyu saw this, they instructed the small kitchen to cook some sweet soup for both of them. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned to the room and closed the door before sitting at the table. She looked at Xie Jingxing and said, "Now that consort Jing is pregnant, what should the Lu family do?" Logically, Emperor Wen Yongle didn't have any other children, so the child Jing Fei was pregnant with was precious. If she was pregnant with a son, then if there were no accidents, the position of the future heir apparent would naturally belong to the child in Jing Fei's belly. Logically speaking, that should be the case. But Empress Xianda's words were very disapproving. This made people think deeply. Unless Emperor Yongle had other children, why would he be like this? The Lu family had nothing to fear because of Jing Fei. Was Yongle Emperor's plan to deal with the Lu family going to be stopped because of this? Shen Miao felt that it was impossible. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he lightly said, Imperial older brother has already made a move against the Liu family. There is no difference whether he is alive or not. The meaning in these words was that the child in Jing Fei's womb was one thing and the ending of the Liu family was another. At most, Jing Fei would temporarily keep her life because of her child. The Liu family would still fall according to the original plan. Xin Miao frowned. I spoke to her ladyship and felt that it was somewhat strange. One heard that her ladyship had a miscarriage and it was because of consort Jing. We can't say if this was intentional, but no matter how magnanimous the Empress is, how could she safely watch Jing Fei live well for so many years? Xie Jingxing was pouring tea for her, but his actions paused when he heard this. Xin Miao stared at him. Tell me honestly, why does His Majesty not have an heir until now? Is it intentional or is it a last resort? She thought about it and felt that it was too strange that Emperor Yongle did not have any children. Every emperor, regardless of whether they were wise or incapable, hoped to have as many children as possible. The more princes there were, the more balanced they would be, and the more stable dynasty situation would be. Even for a person like Fu Xiuyi, he never lacked heirs. Previously Xin Miao found it strange that Emperor Yongli's political achievements were so outstanding and the people lived and worked in peace, so how could the court still be unstable until now? Later when she saw his son, she understood. This was because Emperor Yongle did not have any children. Just this point alone was enough to make the courtiers complain. Speaking of which, Emperor Yongle was already very impressive. If it was an ordinary emperor who did not have children, not to mention maintaining the balance for so many years, he would have long been stripped of his imperial robes and thrown off the stage to become an ordinary person. Xie Jingxing then looked at Xin Miao after a long time and his gaze was somewhat strange. You really want to know? After you returned from the imperial hunting grounds when you were unconscious, I had a premonition that some things would change, but at that time I had just arrived at Longyi and did not know much about the situation of the Great Liang, so I could not help much. So other than going to the Phoenix Head Manor to look for that expert, I could not help with anything else. Xin Miao said, I do not like to be so passive. If there is a day that you also have something big to do, I hope that I will not be useless. But I do not know anything, so even if I have the heart, how can I help? Xie Jingxing looked at her for a while and suddenly sighed. He was half gratified and half teasing as he touched her head. Our family's Jiao Jiao is not only good at calculating people, but also considerate. Chapter 1030. Xin Miao pushed his hand away and said, You cannot let me be a rice worm that only knows how to eat. I dare not underestimate you. Xie Jingxing smiled and sighed, Since you want to know, I will not hide it. You once told me that you had a real dream and that dream was very tragic. Now what I am going to tell you is not a dream but something that really happened. The journey from Longyi to the Ding capital would require at least half a year to reach even with the fastest horses. Do you always want to know why did I become the son of the Marquis of Linan? For so many years I obviously knew about my birth but did not return to the Great Liang. It is not because I do not want to return but because I cannot return. His gaze gradually became sharp. Xie Jingxing's real name was Xie Yuan and his courtesy name Jingxing had the meaning of looking up to the high mountain, doing things in Jingxing, representing that the person who gave him this name hoped that he would be a person of noble character. Not to mention whether the name was successful or not, it showed the deep love of the person who gave him this name. The person who gave him this name was his imperial father Emperor Shao Wuxia Yilong, and the one who gave him the courtesy name was his Empress mother Empress Jingxian and Empress Shao. Emperor Shao Wuxia Yilong was the most outstanding prince in the Great Liang imperial court and held the military power in his hands, stabilized the four seas, was handsome, heroic and high-spirited. If there was anything bad it would be because he was the youngest son. The Great Liang imperial family did not support the youngest and this was the rule since ancient times. But Xie Yilong was too outstanding and the more outstanding a person was, they would either be indifferent to worldly matters or they would be ambitious and difficult to quell. Unfortunately Xie Yilong was the latter and adding on to the fact that the crown prince was inferior to him, Xie Yilong finally embarked on the road to fight for the throne. Xie Yilong's road to the throne was very smooth. He had an innate advantage as he was born from the Empress and he had outstanding military achievements, so at the end Xie Yilong plotted to frame his biological crown prince older brother and angered his biological mother to death, controlling his biological father and finally successfully obtained the throne of Emperor Shao Wu. In the road to fight for the throne, it was necessary to give up some things like family affection and love. Of course to Xie Yilong these were not important. He was an ambitious person so at the end he married the daughter of the left minister Shao family. The Xiao family was the head of the civil officials, and by marrying the daughter of the Xiao family, one could almost rope in more than half of the great Liang civil officials. In addition, the daughter of the Xiao family was born to be extremely beautiful, intelligent and magnanimous. A smart beauty was never a loss. This marriage was actually extremely worthwhile. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, Emperor Xiaowu and Empress Jingxian treated each other with respect. Emperor Xiaowu was a wise ruler and Empress Jingxian was famous for her virtue. Not long after, Empress Jingxian gave birth to her eldest son, Xie, who was made the crown prince. Originally, the Great Liang's territory was gradually expanding, and the country's power was also gradually taking the lead among the three countries. Everything looked very perfect. But in this world, the most difficult thing to retain was the unchanging. Those who go through thick and thin with you may not be able to share your prosperity. Empress Xiao married Emperor Xiaowu at a time of chaos. Both husband and wife excelled in civil and military affairs. Xie Yilong was ambitious, Empress Xiao was steady, Xie Yilong was clever, and Empress Xiao was resourceful. But when the enemies outside gradually disappeared, the spearhead would be aimed at the people around them. Emperor Xiaowu was an ambitious person. When he first obtained the throne, he used tricks. Ambition came from desire. He gradually suspected that the Xiao family had the intention of monopolizing power through their relatives. And the more virtuous and intelligent Empress Xiao appeared, the more suspicious Emperor Xiaowu became. In order to balance the power of the Xiao family, Emperor Xiaowu recruited a large harem. Among these, there were many aristocratic families that were against the Xiao family. He promoted them, the previous court let the Xiao family fight with them, and the harem let Empress Xiao fight with the women of those aristocratic families. Chapter 1031. Empress Xiao was intelligent and had always adhered to the family motto of treating her husband as her god after her marriage. In addition, Xie Yilong was an outstanding man and they got along well over the years. But those messy women gradually began to rack their brains to give birth to a prince and even began to threaten Xieqi's position as crown prince. Empress Xiao finally could not sit back and do nothing. Every woman, even the weakest one, could turn into a ferocious beast in order to protect their children. Moreover, Empress Xiao was not a weak rabbit. As the most outstanding lady in the Xiao family, she naturally had her own brains. She began to fight back strongly. Empress Xiao's ability was not to be underestimated as she was able to survive the chaotic days with Emperor Xiaowu. How could those pampered women who only knew how to live a comfortable life be compared to her? They were just asking for humiliation. Xieqi was safe and sound while Empress Xiao won every battle. Her strength and intelligence greatly deterred those women and for a while, no one dared to act rashly. However, as intelligent as Empress Xiao was, she also made a mistake. The more outstanding she was, the more Emperor Xiaowu felt uncomfortable. Emperor Xiaowu became more wary of her and even began to find ways to find her mistakes. In the beginning, he only found a few opponents for Empress Xiao in the back palace and coldly watched them fight. But in the end, he would subconsciously side with one side and everything Empress Xiao did was wrong. He began to directly and unhesitatingly suppress the Xiao family. Empress Xiao felt very sad, but she still believed that Xiao Wu was her husband and everyone would make mistakes at some point in their lives. She only wanted to protect her position, let Xieqi grow up safely, and see Xieqi successfully inherit the throne of Great Liang. Who knew those women would try to harm Xieqi? During that period of time, Emperor Xiaowu suddenly warmed up to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao did not know why and not long after, Premier Xiao suddenly resigned. Xie Yilong was indeed a scheming man. Although the Xiao family was ruthless, they were not as ruthless as Xie Yilong. The Xiao family only had one empress in hundreds of years and for this empress, the Xiao family did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. When Empress Xiao learned of this, it was already too late. She only felt disgusted when she knew that those nights of tenderness were Xie Yilong's scheming actions. But she did not expect that she was pregnant. This child in her womb was different from Xieqi. It had come to this world under Xie Yilong's deliberate and hypocritical scheme. When Empress Xiao was pregnant, she often thought that if he was a son, he must not be like his father. He was ambitious and could come up with endless plots and schemes, but he could not casually take advantage of people's sincerity. That was the most despicable behavior and also the most shameful. After she was pregnant, it was not convenient for Empress Xiao to fight for many things. But she did not expect that someone would take advantage of her at this time to hit on Xieqi. Xieqi was drugged. It was an extremely potent poison. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the Gao clan and Prime Minister Xiao were old friends, the head of the Gao clan would have personally taken action and Xieqi wouldn't have survived. Although he had lived past that time, the Gao family's patriarch had also asserted that the poison had already entered his intestines. He was merely stalling for time. Xie wouldn't live past 35 years old, and this poison would also affect his children. If Xie had children in the future, they would inevitably be born with congenital deficiencies or carry poison in their bodies. The head of the Gao clan was a rare divine physician in the world. If even he said so, Xie's fate was almost sealed. The other party came for Xie's life. Even if they did not want his life, they wanted to destroy his life. Chapter 1032. Empress Xiao did not expect that she, once the most outstanding daughter of the Xiao family, Empress Jingxian, who was famous for her virtue, would one day fall into such a state. In order to protect her, her family voluntarily withdrew from the great Liang's officialdom. And of her 2 children, one became a cripple who could not live past the age of 40 due to a conspiracy, and the other was the fruit of a vicious plan. The poisoner was found, and it was Empress Xiaowu's newly promoted favorite concubine. Empress Xiao tied the favorite concubine in the imperial garden, cut her flesh piece by piece, and watched as she breathed her last. At that time, all the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial garden almost fainted, while Empress Xiao felt it was rather boring. Emperor Xiaowu naturally scolded the favorite concubine and personally condemned her for her crimes, and even comforted Empress Xiao. Hearing his gentle words, Empress Xiao's heart was as cold as ice, but her mind was filled with wariness and vigilance. Did Empress Xiaowu know about this? Empress Xiao felt that she and Emperor Xiaowu had been husband and wife for so many years, it was time to re-examine him. Even if Emperor Xiaowu did not know, this favorite concubine was originally promoted to deal with Empress Xiao. The son did not kill the benevolent, but the benevolent died because of me. On one hand, Empress Xiao was on guard, but on the other hand, she pretended to be sad that her son had met with this unexpected disaster. The news of Xie's incurable poison was not spread out, but who knew if it would be known in the future? However, what Empress Xiao was most worried about was the future. The child in her belly was about to be born. Emperor Xiaowu disliked Xie because of the Xiao family. If something happened to Xie in the future, and if the child in her belly was a son, this child would replace Xie's position and sit on the crown prince's seat. Who knows if it would be the next Xie? If it was a daughter, Empress Xiao would not want her to stay in the palace and be manipulated by others, unable to control her own fate. The most important thing was that Empress Xiao was about to start her counterattack. After she gave birth to this child, she wanted to return the pain that the Xiao family, Xie and herself had suffered double. There would be many inconveniences with a newborn child, and she might even be controlled by others. So, she had to think of a way. Generally speaking, the crown prince who was replaced would be far away from everything that he should have obtained, while the crown prince would obtain things that did not belong to him. Empress Xiao handed over her infant child to her confidant and said, looking up to the high mountain, Jingxing Xingji, his courtesy name is Jingxing. If there comes a day when he grows up to be a man of indomitable spirit, he can use overt schemes, but never use a person's true heart. She hardened her heart and looked at her child for the last time before saying, send him away. 2 months and less than half a year's journey. From Longyi to the Ding capital, he ran like a dead horse all the way. That was the first time in Xie Yuan's life that he came into contact with this world, but what welcomed him was escape. In those days of escape, he opened his eyes wide, learned to speak and learned to fight against the world. In the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in the Ding capital, Princess Yuqing was about to give birth. Empress Zhao's henchmen had followed Empress Zhao's order to send Xie Yuan to an ordinary rich family, far away from the disputes of the court. But on that day when the henchman was investigating on the streets, he accidentally found out that Princess Yuqing was about to give birth, and the child's name had already been decided, Jingxing. The henchman thought that this was really a coincidence. That night, the wind and rain were bitter and there was a heavy downpour in the Ding capital. The rainwater diluted the blood that was spilled in the courtyard, diluted the woman's painful moans, and also diluted the baby's weak cries. Chapter 1033. That child with the surname Xie and name Jingxing, who was fated with Xie Yuan, died before he was born. The confidant who was carrying the infant hesitated for a moment but made a decision that made him rejoice for the rest of his life. He changed Xie Yuan to Xie Jingxing, and from then on, Jingxing's name was no longer a character. He was the little heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and carried Empress Zhao's expectations and Princess Yuqing's expectations to live well in this world. Not long after, the initially chosen wealthy family in the Ding capital was exterminated in one night. One did not know why, but the insiders knew that Emperor Xiaowu finally discovered some clues and traveled thousands of miles to silence them. One did not know if it was fortunate or unfortunate, but because of the confidant's mistake, Xie Jingxing managed to avoid this life and death calamity. It was as if it was destined to be good. That residence of the Marquis of Lin and was also filled with filthy matters. Madame Fang and her two sons continued to cause trouble, and the only thing that Xie Jingxing could rely on was Xie Ding's favor. But Xie Ding's favor was not necessarily a good thing. Xie Ding was not in the residence for many years, and Xie Jingxing was a young son, and it was already difficult for him to survive in the mouths of the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. If not for Empress Zhao's confidant secretly helping him, one feared that he would have become a pile of yellow soil and meet the real heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and. Not only that, the Emperor of Mingqi secretly suppressed the Xie family. In such an environment, Xie Jingxing gradually grew up. He was thankful that the confidant placed him in such a cruel environment so that he would not be too unaccustomed to the rugged road ahead. He was frivolous and had a sloppy smile as he lazily rode the horse through the streets and alleys of the Ding capital. He was unbearably stubborn and gave one a headache, but as Empress Xiao expected, he grew up to be a man of indomitable spirit and a man who could fight against an entire region. He had never used other people's feelings before. On the surface, he casually ridiculed but respected every sincerity. Towards Princess Rong Xen, towards Su Mingfeng, towards the Marquis of Lin and towards Xin Miao. He lived very well in the Ding capital of Mingqi, and just by relying on himself, he had the ability to secretly compete with the enemy. What about Empress Xiao? In those years, Empress Xiao missed her youngest son and grieved for her eldest son's encounter and decided to fight back. Aren't you most afraid that the country would fall into the Xiao family's hands? Isn't that what you care about the most? I will take it from your hands and trample it under my feet. At that time, will you feel a trace of regret for what you have done today? Empress Xiao was the daughter of the Xiao family. She was as resourceful as a man. While she was still feeling more energetic due to her anger, Emperor Xiaowu was starting to age. The imperial concubines in the harem distracted him, and his ambition gradually faded away after he thought he could rest easy. Adversity begets adversity and perishes in ease. When Emperor Xiaowu died, only Empress Xiao was by his side. Empress Xiao said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. You and I are husband and wife. I won't let you be too lonely on the road to hell. All the women and concubines in the palace that you have favored, this Jie will have them accompany you. And your children, other than the crown prince, this Jie will not miss a single one." Emperor Xiaowu's eyes widened. Also, Empress Xiao seemed to have thought of something and leaned over to his ear. "Our youngest son is also doing well. In the beginning your Majesty sent people to pursue and kill him to Mingqi, but they killed the wrong person. After a few more years, when the court has settled down, this Jie will bring him back to acknowledge his ancestry. The great Liang's country must be inherited by someone. This Jie is soft-hearted, so the brothers are still surnamed Xiao. If this Jie was as hard-hearted as your Majesty, then the great Liang's country would really change dynasties. Your Majesty, have a good journey. This country, this Jie will keep it first." Empress Xiao stood in front of the bed and smiled warmly. Emperor Xiaowu died with remaining grievances. Empress Jingxian became Empress Dowager Jingxian. Xie Qi became Emperor Yonglu. Xie Jingxing was still in Mingqi's Ding capital, groping along the dark road. He muddle-headedly found out about his life experience, but was warned that his biological father was chasing after him and his biological mother trapped his biological father to death. Now that the wind and waves were at their peak, one must not act rashly. Due to a freak combination of factors, Empress Jingxian really did as she said and cleaned up the great Liang's inner palace cleanly. Those who were once domineering towards them, mother and son, finally became Emperor Xiaowu's companions on the road to the Yellow Springs. She said to Xie Qi, who had become Emperor Yonglu, "Ijia is old and cannot manage so many matters outside, but a clean inner palace is something that Ijia can give you. From now on, there will be no villains in the inner palace. You only need to promise Ijia one thing, to hold this country firmly in your hands and never let it decline." The Lu and Yi families were Emperor Xiaowu's confidants and were extremely cunning. A centipede would not fall down even if it died. Because of the complexity of the forces, it was not easy to uproot them. Thus Emperor Yonglu had been secretly planning to deal with these two families. Empress Dowager Jingxian passed away 2 years later. When she was reading the Liu family's memorial, she suddenly fell down and never woke up. The Gao family said that it was because she was mentally and physically exhausted and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. But the day before, she was still talking to Emperor Yongliu about changing the style of the ceremony this year, and perhaps think of a way to make Xie Jingxing return to the Great Liang. Things were unpredictable. In this lifetime, she finally did not have the chance to reunite with Xie Yuan. Thus they were separated forever. Chapter 1034. Empress Jingxian's entire life was most likely very legendary. From the most pampered daughter of the Prime Minister to the Empress, she experienced the separation of husband and wife, frame-up, and the separation of mother and son. But at the end, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, the inner palace of the Great Liang was cleanly dealt with, which made one extremely happy. She was the type of person who became more and more unwilling in adversity. If one were to talk about regrets, the first was that Xie Qi's poison could not be cured, and the second was that she was unable to meet Xie Yuan again. The two brothers, Xie Qi and Xie Yuan, were more like Empress Xiao. In the beginning, Empress Xiao was a great beauty sought after by everyone in Longyi, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a stunning beauty. And Xie Qi and Xie Yuan not only inherited Empress Xiao's beauty but also her methods. Because Xie Qi was in the imperial family, there were some shadows of Emperor Xiao Wu. For example, when he was playing politics, he had to use the power of marriage in order to balance the various forces. But Xie Yuan was different. He was far away in Mingqi and was in opposition with the imperial family. He did not have a trace of Xie Yilong's shadow, and he had indeed done what Empress Xiao had expected of him. Even though he was not considered a good person, he was definitely not a despicable person. Shen Miao did not think that Xie Jingxing's life was so tortuous and bizarre. Towards Empress Jingxian's life, she could not help but admire her. Empress Jingxian was so similar to her in her previous life, but at the end, she was able to become the winner of this country. But Shen Miao knew that she could not be like Empress Xiao, who had the determination to cut off one's wrist and endure the pain of one's flesh and blood being separated. Seeing her complicated eyes, Xie Jingxing smiled unconcernedly. "No need to pity me. I have never seen her before and naturally do not have any attachment to her." He was a young man who grew up alone in the storm and was chased by his biological father since birth and had never seen his biological mother before. But it created a more open-minded state of mind than ordinary people. No matter how many things were in his eyes, it was just a smile. But he did not care much about other people's feelings because he did not have any expectations of others from the start. Shen Miao was silent for a moment before saying, "I will accompany you to the end." Xie Jingxing's eyes moved slightly before his lips hooked up into a smile. "Since you sympathize with me, why not compensate me?" His smirk instantly swept away the somewhat sentimental atmosphere that had just been a moment ago. Shen Miao glared at him and suddenly thought of something, but in this case, His Majesty's illness. She did not continue speaking. Since the Gao clan said that Xie Qi wouldn't live past the age of 35, how many years did Emperor Yongle have left? Imperial older brother has already passed his 36th birthday this year. Xie Jingxing said, "It can be seen that one's assertions are not accurate at times. However," he said with a cold expression, "Imperial brother's health is getting worse." "Do the Liu and Yi family know of this matter?" Shen Miao asked. "I heard that after Emperor Xiaowu's death, my mother had silenced all the people in the palace who knew about it. Now the only people who know about my brother's illness are the master of the Gao family, you, me, and my sister-in-law." Shen Miao's heart jumped as she thought that Empress Jingxian's methods were indeed fierce, but it also solved a lot of worries. Then did the Empress know of his illness before marrying to the Emperor, or was it after marrying to the Emperor? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "What do you want to ask?" Shen Miao thought that if Empress Xiande knew that Emperor Yongliu would not live past the age of 35, would she still marry Emperor Yongliu? After all, it was not an easy thing to be a widow at such a young age. But if one only knew about it after marrying in, would one not be deceived for a lifetime? Chapter 1035. If it was you, what would you choose? Xie Jingxing asked. Shen Miao said, "When I married you, I did not like you to the point of being willing to be a widow for you." Finishing those words, she revealed a vexed expression, thinking that this was cursing Xie Jingxing. But when Xie Jingxing heard it, he was very happy and pulled her over, pressing Shen Miao's head into his embrace and said with a smile, "Oh? Meaning that now you like me to the point of being a widow for me?" Not waiting for Shen Miao to answer, he said thoughtfully, "So to speak, when you married me, you also admired me." "Who admired you?" Shen Miao was pressed into his embrace and could not breathe as she spoke in a flustered and exasperated manner. But she heard Xie Jingxing's leisurely voice ringing from the top of her head. "If you like me, then just say it. I have always had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex and would definitely not bear to let you be a widow at such a young age." Shen Miao did not get angry but instead laughed and retorted, "Be a widow? Do not worry, there are not many females in this world that would obediently be widows. There are many disputes in front of a widow and there are many small brothels in Longyi." Now that she was brought up by Xie Jingxing, she no longer put on airs like before and would occasionally anger Xie Jingxing half to death. Sure enough, when he heard that, Xie Jingxing's actions paused and stared at her carefully before speaking gently, "Wanna look for Xiao Yuer?" His tone was gentle but Shen Miao felt an inexplicable chill at the back of her neck. Without waiting for her to speak, Xie Jingxing suddenly carried her up and stood up before striding towards the bedside, scaring Shen Miao so much that she screamed, but Xie Jingxing was unperturbed as he said, "You remind me to work hard, so naturally this husband would not dare to be lazy." Tai Yi, who was guarding outside, was caught off guard by the movements of the husband and wife until his old face turned red. He did not know whether to leave or stay as his black face turned red, making it look very interesting. The husband and wife panted for a while before they finally stopped. Shen Miao used Xie Jingxing's arm as a pillow and pushed him to ask, "You have not answered my question previously. Does Her Majesty the Empress know or not? Imperial sister-in-law is such a smart woman. If she doesn't know that she was tricked into marrying into this family, it will be a big problem." Xie Jingxing sighed. When Imperial Mother was choosing a wife for Imperial older brother, she once called Imperial Sa into the palace and said some words. Mother hates people who take advantage of people's sincerity the most. Even if it's to balance the power, she will let the other party take responsibility. Shen Miao said, knowing but still marrying in. The Empress really likes His Majesty the Emperor. Xie Jingxing did not speak. Empress Xinda's maiden family was an aristocratic family of scholars. In terms of real power, many aristocratic families could not compare to them. But in the end, Empress Dowager Jingxian chose Empress Xinda to be Emperor Yongla's wife. This was because Empress Xinda's maiden family, the chief scribe's residence, was absolutely loyal. Empress Xinda was just like her title, gentle, honest, intelligent, and generous. Empress Dowager Jingxian was different from Emperor Xiaowu. Emperor Yongla could promote other concubines to balance the power, but he only had one wife and this one wife was to be with him for life. One's character was even more important. She was able to share weal and woe with others in riches and was a real lady from a noble family. She was able to withstand the wind and waves and was able to suppress the brocade. Empress Xinda's maiden family was a loyal and honest person. As for whether Empress Xinda had feelings for Emperor Yongla or not, this was not known. After all, it was a luxury to talk about true feelings in the imperial family. But Empress Xinda had always been calm about the matter of Emperor Yongla not living to the age of 35. Shen Miao said, if it is only for power, she should plan for herself. Xie Jingxing smiled, Imperial sister-in-law is very smart and not greedy. Chapter 1036. It was best to not be greedy. Many tragedies were traced back to a single word, greed. They were greedy for power, glory, splendor and wealth, or greedy for affection. Shen Miao thought for a moment before saying, now that Consort Jing is pregnant, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Xie Jingxing played with Shen Miao's long hair and casually said, what does Lu Jing's pregnancy have to do with us? Water can carry a boat or overturn it. The Lu family thought that they could rest easy with the dragon seed, but in fact they were wrong. With an emperor with dragon seed, some of the opposing people would naturally change sides. How many of the Lu family soldiers are fence-sitters? They can lean towards the Lu family and also lean towards the imperial family. Shen Miao looked at him, it cannot be just this point, right? Xie Jingxing raised his brows, you think? After preparing for so long, it is clear that Consort Jing's pregnancy was an accident. You did not expect this at the beginning. Shen Miao said, if Consort Jing was not pregnant, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family? Simple. Xie Jingxing said, ever since imperial older brother ascended the throne, he had been planning to deal with the Lu and Yi families. For so many years, he had been searching for the evidence of the Lu family's army. Now that the collection is more or less complete, it is time to reveal it. At that time, the mouths of the world can be sealed. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, Xie Jingxing said, even though the Lu family's army is powerful in the Great Liang, it is not that there are no other generals. Those generals have almost become imperial older brothers people in private, and also the Mou army had been accumulating strength. Now the matter is much simpler. Either the evidence is shown, or the Lu family pleads guilty. Lu Jingchun had been arrogant his entire life and would definitely not plead guilty and would turn against the imperial family. It is just nice to catch them all in one fell swoop. When Shen Miao heard him say that, she thought that Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yonglu were indeed brothers. The way they dealt with people was not at all roundabout and was very simple and crude but also effective. Perhaps this was also inherited from Empress Xiao? She said, if it is like this, then why the need to prepare for so many years? One would be able to contend at the beginning. If one started early, then there would be a lot of time left. Xie Jingxing leaned close to her ear and said, young lady, you need to know that our Xie family's men do not like to be sloppy and do not like to be evenly matched. If we want to do it, we will pull it up by the roots. The Lu family's roots are too deep. The earlier we start, the harder it will be to clean them up. Now that the time is ripe, isn't it good to pull them out cleanly? Shen Miao frowned and heard from Xie Jingxing, I know that you like to gamble deep in your bones. In the beginning when you were alone and weak, you dared to scheme against Prince Yu of the first rank, but it is too dangerous and the possibility of self-harm is too high. I do not like it. He said, a Pyrrhic victory with too many sacrifices is also a defeat. Shen Miao had to admit that what Xie Jingxing said was very reasonable. In the beginning she dared to confront Prince Yu of the first rank and even Fu Xiuyi, it was because she was fighting alone and used a stone to hit the jade wares. The one that was injured the most was ultimately the jade wares. Afterwards, as the Shen family was gradually involved, she had to take into account many things and could not be as free as before. And this time for Xie Jingxing, if they were evenly matched in strength, the longer it dragged on, the one who would suffer losses would be the Great Liang's commoners. If one had enough strength like now, it would be easy to wipe out the Lu family in one fell swoop and the sacrifices would be reduced to a minimum. But since the Lu family is like this, what about the Yi family? Shen Miao still had doubts and hesitated to speak, but in the end she hesitated to speak. Previously imperial older brother planned to rope in the Yi family since the Yi family does not have any heirs and only have a young master who is not good at walking and would not be able to stir up any waves. Xie Jingxing said, but since you told me about your dream, Yi Mei and younger brother are enemies. How can enemies be roped in? That would be seeking one's own destruction. He said, do not worry. I will help you take revenge. Chapter 1037. Shen Miao was silent for a long time before softly saying, thank you. To make the other party change a plan that had been planned for a long time, it was not just a matter of words. Everything related to this plan had to be replanned. Not to mention how troublesome it would be, the most frightening thing about a plan was that there would be variables. However, Xie Jingxing was willing to bear all the possible consequences for her. How lucky was she to meet such a person in this lifetime? Xie Jingxing saw that her expression was strange and hooked Shen Miao's chin to make her lift her head up. After a careful look, he said, why are you so moved to this state? Why not use your body to repay me? Shen Miao pushed him and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How do you plan to deal with the Yi family? Xie Jingxing thought for a moment and said, this is not difficult. Since the Yi family cannot be part of our imperial family, naturally they are in cahoots with the Lu family. Find the evidence of the Lu and Yi family's private dealings. If the Lu family is in trouble, the Yi family would also be unlucky. Aren't you very smart? How come you don't even know how to frame others? Shen Miao looked at him dumbfoundedly. Xie Jingxing was actually able to say the crime of framing others in such a dignified manner that those who did not know would think that he had done something indomitable. And to frame the prime minister of a country was not such a simple matter. The Yi family is actually easier to deal with than the Lu family. The Yi family is just complicated with the civil officials in the court, but once the Lu family is unlucky, the Yi family would be implicated. As long as the civil officials are not fools, they would draw a clear line with the Yi family. After so many years, the two trusted aides that Emperor Xiao Wu left behind have their strength worn down and are not as glorious as they were in the past. Shen Miao thought about it and said, it is not that their strength has been worn down but that your strength has grown to the point where you do not need to be restrained by them. The cub had finally grown into the king of beasts, so it was time to clean up those clowns in the forest. Xie Jingxing looked at her and teased, "You respect me this much?" Shen Miao said without any expression, "It is respect, it is respect. Since Foreign is so supportive, then one must serve Foreign well." Xie Jingxing solemnly said and turned over to press Shen Miao under him. Shen Miao, in the Yi residence. Yi Mei and Yi Ku were talking in the room. Yi Maokai prided himself on being a scholar, so the furnishings in his room were naturally very elegant. There were paintings and orchids everywhere, but upon closer inspection the paintings and orchids were all treasured works by famous masters, and the orchids were also high-grade flowers. Even the paperweight on the table was expensive. It could be seen that the Yi family was indeed wealthy. Scholars were true, but poor scholars were not necessarily true. There were exquisite desserts on the table. Yi Mei wore a bright yellow silk robe with lotus flowers inlaid with crystals and a long skirt. Whether it was the material or the workmanship, these clothes were of the best quality. Her appearance was already outstanding, and with this outfit, even the nobles in the palace would pale in comparison. She had a natural charm and was very charming and beautiful. Yi Ku sat opposite her. His clothes were as simple as before, but the fabric was of a higher level. Clearly, in the Yi family the two of them were living quite well. "Sis, what did you mean by that?" Yi Ku asked with a frown. Yi Mei picked up the tea on the table and took a sip before lightly saying, "Previously when Yi Foreign was looking for a daughter, she kept insisting that I am her daughter. This matter was too chaotic and one did not know if it was true or false. But at least we have found a good place to go. After father and mother died, the shops could no longer be taken care of. Moreover, it is much better to be an official's daughter than a merchant's daughter. It is the same for you. With Prime Minister Yi as your father, your career will be smoother." Chapter 1038. Yi Ku smiled bitterly. "Of course I know this, but didn't Yi Maokai not believe in our identities?" Yi Mei and Yi Ku didn't believe that there was such a thing as a pie falling from the sky. But ever since the Yi clan came looking for their kin, the two siblings had no choice but to believe that there was such a good thing in this world. Rumor had it that more than 10 years ago, when Madame Yi was giving birth, she was instigated by a traitor, causing her daughter to wander outside. Finally they found Yi Mei. Was this true? Yi Mei thought that this was definitely not true, because she and Yi Ku were born at the same time. However, people would always be paranoid. For example, Madame Yi, who looked very normal, insisted that Yi Mei was her daughter. No matter how she tried to persuade her, she refused to listen. She even insisted on bringing Yi Ku into the Yi mansion because of her relationship with Yi Mei. Yi Mei and her brother were on high alert. Later Yi Maokai also came to see them. Yi Maokai was much more clear-headed than Madame Yi. He went straight to the point and said that the Yi siblings weren't Madame Ye's children. However, because of Madame Ye's insistence, Yi Maokai didn't want to stop her. For the sake of Madame Ye's health, he was willing to hide this lie and give the Yi siblings the identity of the Yi family's children. What kind of person was Yi Mei? She was incomparably astute. Without knowing the pros and cons, she naturally did not dare to jump into the fire pit. She thought of ways to inquire about the Yi family's situation and found out that the Yi family was in a delicate position with the royal family. In addition, the Yi family only had a young master who could not walk and could be considered to have no successor. Yi Maokai naturally needed a pair of children to shut the mouths of the world, mutually benefiting, each taking what they needed. A cripple couldn't stir up any big waves. Wouldn't the wealth of the Yi residents fall into Yi Ku's hands in the end? And with the Yi family's name, if Yi Mei wanted to marry into a noble family in the future, it would be a matter of course. Even if Yi Maokai had other ideas, the siblings were not fools. They would naturally think of ways to get what they wanted. Therefore, the Yi siblings entered the Yi mansion and became the Yi family's young miss and young master. Madame Yi trusted them and Yi Maokai guarded against them. This made no difference to the Yi siblings. The Yi family was just a springboard, a backer that could help them walk faster in the future. Yi Mei said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. You and I are both businessmen, so just treat him as a businessman. It's just that this deal seems to be a loss. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Yi Mei said, "Before I thought the Yi family was strong in Long Yi. Yi Mei's phone, Yi Mei's Maokai Yi families Yi family's sect. However, in recent days I feel that something is wrong. The Yi family is not as good as I thought. It seems to be in imminent danger. If we take a step forward, we will be able to live without worries. However, if we don't do well, we will fall into a bottomless abyss and suffer a double loss." When Yi Ku heard this, his expression also became somewhat ugly. He said, You mean the Yi family's current situation is very dangerous? I don't know if it's dangerous. Yi Mei sneered. Yi Maokai, that old fox, hid it well and refused to let us know the Yi family's situation. Although Madame Yi trusts me, she trusts Yi Maokai even more. It is harder than ascending to heaven to get information out of her. But the more it is like this, the more uneasy I feel. I feel that the Yi residence is not good. Maybe you are thinking too much. Yi Ke thought about it and shook his head. The Yi family is the prime minister of the Great Liang. How could it reach the step you said? As for the Yi family being wary of us, it is probably because the time is too short. After all, we are all in the same boat. Otherwise, when you suggested to assassinate Rui Wangfei, the Yi family would not have agreed so easily. It is a pity that Rui Wangfei was lucky and was saved by that scholar, escaping a calamity. Chapter 1039. Yi Mei's eyes congealed before she suddenly laughed. She really has a good life and really good luck. But older sister. Yi Ke looked at her. In the beginning, why did you let the Yi family kill Princess Rui? Was it really because you wanted to enter the residence of Prince Rui? One always feels that this decision was made in a hurry and without much consideration. Yi Mei paused and thought for a while before saying, if I say that the first time I saw her, I felt that I do not want her to live in this world, would you believe it? Yi Ke was startled for a moment, but Yi Mei was still deep in thought. When she just came to Long Yi with the Yi family, it was just as Xie Yuan had returned from hunting in the imperial city. Yi Maokai gave her the antidote and wanted her to pretend that she had inadvertently opened the bounty list to save him. Naturally, the Yi family could take out the antidote, and most likely Prince Rui's injury was related to them. If Yi Mei used the identity of a Yi family member to save him, it would be hard to avoid suspicion from the Yi family. It would be better to say that she was looking for relatives, and it would be more logical to find out that she was from the Yi family. Yi Maokai wanted to use Yi Mei to connect to the residence of Prince Rui. Yi Mei was born beautiful and was also Xie Yuan's savior. The longer she stayed in the residence of Prince Rui, the more natural some things would happen. At that time, Yi Mei saw Prince Rui Xie Yuan. Towards men, Yi Mei could not say that she loved or did not love them. She had ambitions and means, and men were tools to achieve her goals. If there was a better one, she would change to another one. To her, it was like a beautiful person needed to be matched with gorgeous clothes, precious jewelry, and a rich residence. Naturally, she needed a noble husband. Xie Yuan was the best one she had seen since she grew up. He had a high position of power at a young age and was also born with a romantic beauty. Even if he was lying quietly, he had a natural noble air and attracted the attention of others. Not to mention that Yi Mei had heard from Yi Maokai that Xie Yuan was a very powerful person with many means. It was normal for her to want such a good person for herself, and Xie Yuan's indifference made her want to conquer him. She heard that Xie Yuan had a princess, but Yi Mei had never seen her before. Knowing that that woman was the daughter of a Ming-Chi military general, she did not think much of it. The daughter of a military general was unbearably vulgar and came here alone without any backing. Yi Mei did not even feel that the other person had the qualifications to be her opponent, until the moment she saw Shen Miao. Shen Miao's clothes were still somewhat muddy and her hair was untidy. Her face was also travel-worn, but she stood in front of Yi Mei against the light. Her posture was dignified, as if she was an overbearing beast declaring her sovereignty. It was obvious that Yi Mei was the brightest and Shen Miao was in a difficult situation. But at that moment, Yi Mei had an absurd feeling that even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to snatch anything from the woman in front of her. In the days that followed, Shen Miao was rather cold towards her, and occasionally Yi Mei could feel a faint disgust and hatred. But since ancient times, a woman's feelings were all relative. Not only did Shen Miao feel uncomfortable with her, Yi Mei also felt uncomfortable with Shen Miao. One heard that Shen Miao had parents who doted on her, eldest brother who cared for her, good friends and sisters, and also Xie Yuan who doted on her. Although it was the Cold War, the bystanders knew best. If there was no love, why would there be a Cold War? It was clear that he loved her to the bone. That was why his every move would involve his own emotions. The more she compared, the more unwilling Yi Mei felt. Why should all the good things in this world be enjoyed by Shen Miao alone? She had an aloof temperament and did not know how to act coquettishly, so how could she obtain Xie Yuan's favor? What she was most unwilling to accept was that people who were inferior to her lived better than her. Yi Mei was jealous and disgusted. She loved to snatch other people's things and make those things her own. But it seemed that it would be very difficult to snatch Shen Miao's things. Then what should be done? it would be better to let Shen Miao disappear. So Yi Mei told Yi Mao Kai that only if Shen Miao died and Xie Yuan's Wangfei position was empty, she was confident that she could grasp Xie Yuan's heart. Rather than saying that Yi Mei wanted to snatch Xie Yuan, it would be better to say that Yi Mei could not see Shen Miao living better than her. Yi Mei was not willing to lose to Shen Miao. Yi Mao Kai originally wanted Yi Mei to climb up to Prince Rui's residence and finally agreed. But who would have thought that Shen Miao did not die and that there was someone who was willing to protect Shen Miao without hesitation? Moreover, because of the Yi family's rash actions, Xie Yuan seemed to have some suspicions and kept a close eye on the Yi family. Yi Mao Kai even vented his anger on Yi Mei. In Yi Mei's entire life, she had never failed in the things she wanted. She used all kinds of people that she could use and had always been smooth sailing. Snatching other people's things was also very handy. No matter if it was an object or a person or even a person's heart. But she hit a wall with Shen Miao. She could not snatch Shen Miao's man, nor could she snatch Shen Miao's life, and even more could she not snatch Shen Miao's good luck. Chapter 1040. Now one heard that Prince Rui and Princess Rui have a deep relationship. Yiku said, a few days ago one heard that both of them held hands and roamed around Longyi City. It can be seen that Prince Rui loves Shen Miao to the bones. Speaking of which, that Shen Miao's appearance is not as good as yours, one do not know how the other party is so dead set on her. Yiku looked at Yi Mei. Older sister, do you still want to enter the residence of Prince Rui? Yi Mei was somewhat distraught. She could not display her advantage in front of Xie Yuan at all. Initially in Qinzhou, if she wanted to use any man, naturally she would be invincible. But facing Xie Yuan, she always felt that she did not know where to start. Xie Yuan did not pay attention to her at all. Yi Mei could feel that Xie Yuan's gaze on her was no different from looking at Lu Wan'er, and was no different from all the young ladies of official families in Mingqi. She felt that she could not conquer Xie Yuan because Xie Yuan did not see her as a woman. Thinking of this, Yi Mei said in an evasive manner, let's talk about it later. Yi Mao Kai did not mention the matter for the time being, so there is no need to think about it. The most urgent matter is to find out what is wrong with the Yi family. If the Yi family is unlucky one day, you and I cannot be implicated, so it is better to make plans early. Actually, Yi Ku hemmed and hawed. Previously Yi Mao Kai looked for me once and had the intention to let you enter the palace. Enter the palace? Yi Mei's eyebrows jumped and she suddenly laughed. She laughed in a flirtatious manner, but there was a meaningful feeling. Yi Mao Kai saw that Xie Yuan was not easy to hook up with and let me climb up to the imperial family? Enter the palace. Naturally it was not an ordinary palace, but to enter the palace to be the emperor's woman. Yi Mei sneered, there is no heir in the palace, so there must be something fishy. If I enter the palace and do not have an heir, one would have no one to rely on after 100 years. If the emperor dies, would one have to be buried with him? Yi Mao Kai only has the idea of befriending the imperial family. No matter if I live or die, I will not return to the palace. Let him break this thought. At the end of the words there was a sinister meaning. It wasn't that Yi Mei hadn't thought of entering the palace, but she had always been good at analyzing the pros and cons. Now that the emperor didn't have a son, it was probably the emperor's own problem. How long could a woman without a son live in the inner palace? Not to mention the harem, even if it was the backyard of a wealthy family without a son, the only outcome would be death or a lifetime of living in peace. This was not what Yi Mei wanted. She wanted to climb up, keep climbing up, and enjoy power. These were more important than being a woman who entered the palace and became an emperor. Yi Ku said awkwardly, I also guessed that you thought so, so I immediately told Yi Mao Kai that it was impossible. Yi Mei glanced at him and lightly said, you really told him that? Yi Ku avoided Yi Mei's gaze and said, sister, you still don't believe me? Yi Mei smiled, but no one knew what that smile meant. She said, in short, you and I have to be clear about our identities. The Yi family isn't our real family, and the Yi family isn't family either. Moreover, family members have their own selfish motives. I will think of a way to figure out what exactly happened to the Yi family and what they plan to do. If one day the Yi family is unlucky, the two of us shouldn't fall into it. The best plan is to retreat unscathed. Sister, it's not that serious. Yi Ku disagreed. If it really was that serious, the Yi family would have already started looking for a way out for themselves. Yi Mei laughed coldly. I'm afraid that the Yi family doesn't even know that a disaster is imminent. As they spoke, they heard someone call from outside the door. Big sister, second brother. Yi Ku went forward to open the door and saw a manservant pushing Yi Hongguang outside. Although Yi Maokai was shrewd, he treated his crippled son well. He ordered people to specially make a chair that could move for him and let the manservant push it so that he could walk around the Yi residence. However, Madame Yi didn't like the son of this concubine who was raised under her name. Chapter 1041. Yi Hongguang liked Yi Mei and Yi Ke very much. He probably felt that the Yi Fu had been quiet for many years. Suddenly having siblings come, he was always happy. His personality was also very pure, like a child. He didn't seem to have been raised by the Yi family. But thinking about it, he never left the Fu. Other than playing chess with Yi Maokai, he only read. It was natural to have such a pure personality. Yi Mei smiled and asked, "Does third brother have something?" Yi Hongguang didn't look like Yi Maokai, nor did he look like Yi Madam. He probably looked more like that concubine who had passed away. His features were very delicate. He also smiled and said, "Father wants you to go to the study. I came to deliver the 9 chain rings to Dejejia on the way. I heard that Dejejia is an expert in solving the 9 chain rings, so I brought it over." Yi Mei took the 9 chain rings and said, "When I solve it, I will personally deliver it to third brother." "Thank you, Dejejia." Yi Hongguang seemed very excited. Yi Mei smiled faintly and turned to look at Yi Ke. They both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. At this time Yi Maokai called the two of them into the study. It was clear that there was something new for them to do. Using the two of them as chess pieces, but would Yi Mei and the others be obedient and let others do as they pleased? It would definitely be another round of guessing and I would fight. The news of Jing Fei's pregnancy spread throughout all of Longyi the next day. Emperor Yonglu had been childless for so many years and naturally there were all sorts of speculations. The most common one was that Emperor Yonglu was suffering from a hidden illness and was unable to have children of his own. It was precisely because of this that the open and secret struggles in the imperial court had never stopped. But Jing Fei was pregnant. This meant a lot more. It most likely wasn't Emperor Yongli's problem. Maybe Emperor Yonglu had purposefully done it. But now that Emperor Yonglu had made Jing Fei pregnant, it seemed to explain some problems. Therefore the court officials started to move again, wanting to send the daughter of the Fu into the palace. On the other side, some of Longye's court officials that were neutral and had a wait-and-see attitude started to make new decisions. No matter what, Jing Fei's pregnancy had a great impact on the Hogong of the Great Liang court. When Xin Miao talked about the matter to Xia Jingxing, she said, "Previously because the emperor did not have any children, the inner palace was peaceful and there were not many disputes. But once the news of consort Jing's pregnancy spread out, all the ministers wanted to send their daughters into the palace and rushed to give birth. One feared that the inner palace would be in chaos. A pool of calm water suddenly stirred up by a stone thrown into it was the scariest thing." Xia Jingxing smiled, "That would also need to be able to give birth." Emperor Yonglu had all of them drink birth control soup. Jing Fei was an accident, but because of this accident, the palace would definitely be stricter in this area in the future and wouldn't let anyone find any loopholes. But the Lu family is too impatient. Xin Miao propped her chin up. Before the palace spread it out, it was already spread out. The entire Longyi knows about it now. The faster one wears, the faster one will die. Xia Jingxing was wearing his outer robes when Xin Miao stood up to help him tidy his collar. He looked down at Xin Miao and said, "But if you are pregnant with my child, I will also let others spread it to everyone in Longyi." Xin Miao glared at him fiercely, "If you dare to let other females be pregnant with your child?" "What?" Xia Jingxing frowned. Xin Miao pulled his collar harshly and said fiercely, "The matter of the entire household of Prince Rui being exterminated will be spread to everyone in Longyi." Xia Jingxing laughed out loud and held her waist before whispering ambiguously in her ear, "One fear that it will not work if one is exhausted with a fierce wife at home." Chapter 1042. Valiant. Xin Miao was about to get angry. Xia Jingxing still wanted to say something when octagonal voice was heard from outside. "Master Furin, the horse carriage is ready. Shall we depart now?" Xin Miao released her hands and said, "Come back first before talking." Xia Jingxing smiled evilly in the midst of chaos. "You can pick as you please." Xin Miao, get lost. They wanted to enter the palace. These few days Xia Jingxing frequently ran to the palace and should be discussing with Emperor Yonglu about how to deal with the Lu family. The Lu family most likely felt the pressure and started to arrange their troops. On the other hand, they felt that Consort Jing was pregnant and Emperor Yonglu would definitely not do anything to the Lu family. On one hand, they were suspicious, and on the other hand, they firmly believed that the Lu family was in a mess and it was the imperial family's intention. Various forces started to arrange, and Xie Jingxing appeared to be exceptionally busy. Shen Miao also guessed the current and future situation of Ming Qi from the letter that Pei Lang left behind, and at the same time helped the Shen family to escape from Fu Xiuyi's surveillance. Today Shen Miao also planned to enter the palace to see Empress Xianda, and coincidentally Xie Jingxing also wanted to enter the palace, so both husband and wife went together. Upon reaching the palace, Xie Jingxing went to the imperial study to see Emperor Yonglu. Shen Miao wanted to see Empress Xianda and Tao Gugu led her there. Shen Miao saw that the path was covered with carpets and there were more palace maids walking in the palace. She felt it was strange and asked what was going on. Tao Gugu said, "This was instructed by Consort Jing." Fearing that one would injure the child while walking, there were more palace maids than usual. These days the womb was tormented up and down. The Empress was kind and could not be bothered to argue with her, but she almost turned the inner palace upside down. Tao Gugu was Empress Xianda's female official and did not need to care about what she said. Because of her relationship with Empress Xianda, she treated Shen Miao as one of her own and did not conceal her disgust towards Consort Jing. She said, "He didn't do anything too excessive, but he was very annoying and made me feel unhappy." Shen Miao raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then what is the emperor's attitude?" Tao Gugu smiled strangely. The emperor did not change his attitude towards Consort Jing because of this child, and it was because Consort Jing was sulking, so she came up with so many tricks. She then thought of something and said, "Today the young miss and young master of the Yi family also entered the palace. The young miss of the Yi family also came to visit Jing Fei. She's probably in Jinghua Palace." Qin Wangfei didn't see anyone from the Yi family when she entered the palace? Yi family? Shen Miao shook her head. "I did not see it." But her heart was thinking. The Yi family's young miss and young master naturally referred to Yi Mei and Yi Ku. Yi Mei and Yi Ku came to see Jing Fei? The Lu family and the Yi family did not have a particularly close relationship to begin with. How could it have reached this point? Suddenly coming to see Jing Fei, she most likely had ulterior motives. Was she planning something? But to let Yi Mei talk to Jing Fei, not to mention Yi Mei, Jing Fei was stupid. How could she bear such a great responsibility? "I'm afraid the Yi family has found the wrong person." She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she was here to see Empress Xianda, so it was not good to talk about this matter with Tao Gugu. With doubts, she went to the imperial garden. Empress Xianda was not in Weiyang Palace. The summer gradually came to an end. Even though Longye's summer was long, at the end, it also started to feel cold. There were many hot days and it was rare to have a refreshing time. It was good to sit in the garden and enjoy the wind. When Shen Miao saw Empress Xianda, she was boiling tea to drink. Seeing Shen Miao arrive, she invited her to taste tea. "This is Qiu Shan Huang, the new tea leaves sent this year. Ben Gong likes it very much. You should also try it." Empress Xianda said with a smile. She seemed to like drinking tea very much. She herself was as fragrant as the tea leaves and was a woman with a lingering aftertaste. Chapter 1043. Shen Miao picked up the teacup and tasted a mouthful. She only felt bitterness in her mouth, and in the bitterness, there was a lingering fragrance. It was indeed a very unique good tea. Empress Xianda asked, "How is it?" Shen Miao put down the teacup. "The tea that Empress brewed is also top-notch. Bengong do not have any hobbies and only like this idea." Empress Xianda smiled. "This tea is bitter and most young females do not like it. But one do not know why one felt that you would like it. Most likely that Bengong felt that you and Bengong are somewhat similar." Shen Miao did not dare, and Empress Xianda smiled without a care. "Let's not talk about this anymore. After you returned that night, Jing Xing should have told you about the matters in the palace." Shen Miao was slightly surprised. He said a little, "You will be curious. Jing Xing dotes on his wife and naturally would tell you everything." Empress Xianda smiled. "Then what do you feel after hearing it? What do you feel about the current situation?" These words seemed to have some meaning of testing Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not dare to be vague and thought about it before saying, "Now that the Lu family's fate is a foregone conclusion, the child in Jing Fei's womb would not be able to turn the tide. Since His Majesty and His Highness have already made a decision, then let nature take its course." "What about the child?" Empress Xianda took a sip of tea and asked, "Do you think that the child will be kept or not?" Shen Miao paused before saying, Whether the child is kept or not would not affect the overall situation. To make this decision, one would have to look at your ladyship's heart. Bengong's heart. Empress Yen decides slightly. In Bengong's heart there has always been a thorn in it. But to say to remove this thorn, Bengong is not ruthless enough. She smiled self-mockingly. This position of Empress is really not suitable for Bengong. It is one thing to be used to it, but it is another thing to be suitable. Shen Miao did not speak. At this time whatever she said would not be right. Empress Yen to change the topic. Qin Wang Fei, there is no doubt that you can be a good female mistress of the entire residence of Prince Rui. But if in the future you have to shoulder a heavier burden and face more complicated things, can you do it well? Shen Miao's heart jumped. Empress Xinda's words seemed to be hinting at something. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would not have thought much about it, but Xie Jingxing had told her about Emperor Yongle. If Emperor Yongle did not live past the age of 35, and if Emperor Yongle had other plans, Shen Miao almost immediately guessed their plans. She composed herself and said, "Your Highness, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. However, this official wife will accompany His Highness. Whatever His Highness does, this official wife will assist him." Empress Xinda looked at her for a while, shook her head and sighed, "You have no ambition, that's very good. But this is not good either." She said, "However, Jingxing is not the emperor, so your luck is very good. But you have to understand that one day when you reach a certain height, many things will be beyond your control. You don't like it but you can't show it. You must do it because it is the law of the world." Was Empress Xinda talking about her own feelings? Shen Miao calmly said, "This official's wife will not do that. In the beginning, when the principle of the world was first brought up, it was also doubted. If one cannot stick to one's heart, there would be no meaning in reaching a higher position. One will not be able to do it, but it is because one does not work hard enough to change the surrounding environment." When Empress Xinda heard it, she was absent-minded for a long time. When she finally reacted, she looked deeply at Shen Miao. That look was very complicated, and Shen Miao could not explain it clearly. Perhaps it was envy and a little self-mockery. She said, "Perhaps what you said is right. But Bengong's half-life has passed, and there is no time to change." She was somewhat embarrassed. Shen Miao sensed that compared to the last time, Empress Xinda looked more experienced, but it was not her appearance. She still looked elegant and graceful, charming and had the virtue and steadiness of an empress, but her eyes had a faint vicissitude as if she was an old woman. Chapter 1044. Was it because of Consort Jing? Shen Miao thought about it in her heart and asked, "Heard that the Yi siblings also entered the palace today and saw Consort Jing?" The Lu family produced an empress with a spoiled dragon seed, thus the bugs and Long Yi would naturally become restless. The Yi family came and went to the palace and today they came to see Bengong, but Bengong saw that the drunkard's intention was not wine, so Bengong followed them. Most likely the Yi family saw that Lu Jing was pregnant and had other intentions, so they wanted to probe Lu Jing's side. Empress Yenda's gaze was somewhat long. The young lady that the Yi family found was extremely beautiful. Not only beautiful but also intelligent. Not only intelligent but also ambitious. This kind of female is most suitable to survive in the inner palace. Shen Miao's gaze slightly stagnated. Yi Mei wants to enter the palace? Mei Foran finally became the empress of Mingqi's Fu Xiu Yi, and now not only did her identity become a great Liang person, even her future also changed? Could it be that she wanted to become Emperor Yongli's woman and also want to be the great Liang's empress? Shen Miao felt that it was very ridiculous and funny. Approximately so. Empress Xinda said carelessly, "But Long Ye's harem only exists in name. If Yi Mei wants to fight for affection, jealousy, and power, she has miscalculated. Moreover, His Majesty does not intend to accept anyone now." "What if she has other ways?" Shen Miao asked. Yi Mei was vicious and merciless and would climb up by hook or by crook. She had personally experienced this in the previous lifetime, so to let Yi Mei return without any achievements, it was impossible no matter how one looked at it. Shen Miao did not want to underestimate the opponent and did not want to make a big mistake because of her own carelessness. Empress Yenda looked strangely at Shen Miao and said, "You seem to dislike this Yi family's young lady." Then she said with relief, "Indeed, this Yi Mei's heart is not right and Bengong can see it. Bengong had stayed in the palace for so many years and Yi Mei's eyes are too greedy, so it is natural for you to be wary of her. At the beginning during the imperial hunt, there were rumors that you targeted Yi Mei because of jealousy, thus Bengong guessed that Yi Mei was not simple. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Shen Miao said, this official's wife indeed do not like her. Because of Jing Xing? Empress Xianda blinked her eyes mischievously and joked, don't worry, Jing Xing himself is very smart, he won't like a smarter woman. I don't like greedy and ambitious people like Yi Mei even more. Shen Miao. Empress Xianda's words made her sound like she was very stupid. Jing Xing and His Majesty have discussed that the Yi family should not be too involved. Ben Gong guesses that you are also one of the reasons. However, Ben Gong does not like the Yi family in the first place. Although the Yi family is a civil official, they do not have the demeanor of a civil official. Instead, they are slick and hypocritical, secretly harboring thoughts of disloyalty. Everyone in the Yi family cultivates crooked ways, but Empress Xianda seemed to think of something and said, the young master of the Yi family is not bad. Ben Gong talked to him and he is as innocent as a child. It is a pity that he is not good at walking and is not respected in the Fu. Shen Miao had also heard of the matters of the crippled young master of the Yi family, but she did not know what his character was like. Hearing Empress Xianda say that, she could not help but sigh. He was a rare good person, but his luck was too bad. Empress Xianda said, in a short while the situation in Longyi will be very tense. One fear that the residence of Prince Rue will be closely watched. Jing Xing is often outside and there are places in the residence that cannot be taken care of. It is said that it is hard to guard against. You have to be more careful. Shen Miao's expression turned solemn. This official's wife understands. Dealing with the Lu and Yi families would undoubtedly set off a storm in Longyi City. As Xie Jingxing's wife and the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rue, she would naturally be the target of public criticism. Empress Xianda patted her hands, you have to start learning these now. Chapter 1045. Shen Miao complied, and just as she was speaking, she saw Tao Gugu and a little palace maid walking over. Tao Gugu said, Hui Pin and Ning Guoren are quarreling at the flowery small building. Right now they are at a point where they can't be reconciled. Nyang Yang, do you want to go and take a look? These days, Jing Fei was pregnant and the other womenfolk in the palace were starting to lose their composure. Originally, no one had any heirs, so it didn't matter if they were favored by the emperor or not. But now it was different. When one person ascended to the heavens, everyone else wanted to do it. Everyone had their own selfish motives and there were more conflicts than in the past. In addition, there were many officials who had the idea of sending people to Emperor Yongli's side. This inner palace was no longer as peaceful as it used to be. Once in a while there would be some chaos. Although it was not a big deal, it would always cause trouble for others. A displeased expression appeared on Empress Xianda's face. No matter how good one's temper was, after being troubled like this all day, one would be in a bad mood. Your ladyship, go take a look first. Shen Miao said, no need to care about me. She did not have the thought of following Empress Xianda to watch the bustle, as Longye's inner palace had nothing to do with Shen Miao and could not help at all. Empress Xianda was helpless and could only stand up and said to Shen Miao, Ben Gong will first make a trip to the flowers courtyard. Qin Wang Fei can rest here and drink tea. If one feels bored, then walk around the garden as long as one does not go too far. Shen Miao had anise and fennel by her side and they were all skilled in martial arts, so she was not afraid of any accidents. Moreover, there were guards everywhere in the palace, so naturally it was safe. Shen Miao complied and Empress Xianda and Tao Gugu walked far away. As Shen Miao held the teacup, Empress Xianda's words appeared in her mind. She felt that Empress Xianda's words had a hidden meaning and had thought before, if Emperor Yongle really could not live for long, after Emperor Yongle left, who would sit on the Great Liang's country? Previously, Jing Fei wasn't pregnant. It seemed that their plan wasn't to let Emperor Yongli's son inherit the throne. Moreover, the poison in Emperor Yongli's body had not been cleared and the children he gave birth to might be congenitally deficient and would not be able to take on the great cause. As such, the only one with the imperial bloodline who had the qualifications to inherit the Great Liang's throne was only Xie Jingxing. Did Xie Jingxing become the emperor in his previous life? At least when she died, when Ming Qi fell, Emperor Yongle was still alive and Xie Jingxing only led the troops to conquer the world. Was Xie Jingxing going to be the emperor in this life? If Xie Jingxing became the emperor, she would definitely be the empress. Since ancient times, there was no precedent of only one person in the inner palace. She was certain of what she said to Empress Xianda, and she would indeed not tolerate her husband having other women. Once this possibility came true, what Shen Miao could do was, since you are not interested, I will divorce. Breaking off with Xie Jingxing. However, fate was hard to come by. She didn't want to cut off the fate of husband and wife that she had accumulated for 2 lifetimes. Feeling a little annoyed, she stood up and decided to walk to the side of the pond to get some fresh air. Star Anise and Fennel followed her. The garden was densely forested, and under the layers of trees, there were winding paths, one after another, extending in all directions. Everywhere there was a new scenery and it was very elegant. It was just that Xin Miao was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She walked to the side of the pond and the cool breeze blew on her face. It was refreshing and very comfortable and also calmed her down. After standing for a while, she planned to return to the stone table and sit down. She guessed that Empress Xianda should be back by now. Before leaving, her eyes casually glanced at the forest on the side. It was this glance. Xin Miao suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stared at the side and felt that the blood in her body was both cold and hot. It rushed to her head and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Star Anise and Fennel also looked nervously to the side, but they didn't find anything. Xin Miao suddenly pushed aside the bushes in front of her and ran to the path on the side. "Madam." Star Anise and Fennel were shocked and hurried to follow. Xin Miao ran so fast that she didn't notice her hair and clothes rubbing against the dust on the branches. Looking closely, her hands were still trembling violently, her lips were white, and her eyes were wide open. She didn't dare to relax at all. She saw it. The youth's face was hidden in the branches of the forest, with a slightly shy smile and a familiar expression. Was Fu Ming. Her son Fu Ming. She couldn't be wrong, she couldn't be wrong. Xin Miao ran desperately, but there were 8 paths in the imperial garden, and each path led to a different place. The trees were dense and the youth disappeared in a flash, almost making her think that it was her illusion. There was no path in front, only a corner of the dark lake, a rockery and a long pavilion. Xin Miao couldn't find the youth. Fennel and Star Anise followed behind and saw Xin Miao standing in the same place, not knowing what she was thinking and looking very lost. The 3 of them didn't make any other movements, but suddenly heard a woman's short scream in front, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Plop. Chapter 1046. At the end of the fake mountain was a long flight of stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a woman lying on the ground. There were large patches of blood under the woman. Xin Miao and the 2 servant girls stilled. They went forward to check and were shocked to find that the woman was Jing Fei. At this moment, Jing Fei was clutching her stomach, her face covered in sweat. Her face was as white as paper. She curled into a ball and moaned in pain. Xin Miao looked up and saw that the long flight of stairs had traces of being rubbed by someone. Obviously, Lu Jing had rolled down from this flight of stairs. Seeing Xin Miao, Lu Jing stretched out her hand with great effort and spat out 2 words, "Save me." Then she fainted. Octagonal Anise asked, "Madam, this? Call someone over?" Xin Miao frowned. She is after all pregnant with the dragon seed. Moreover, if the matter of seeing someone die and not saving was spread out, the one who would suffer would only be the residents of Prince Rue. Even though she was not willing to get involved in these dirty matters, she was not willing to let the residents of Prince Rue bear a bad name. Octagonal Anise nodded and hurried out. Fennel looked around and shook her head. There's no one else here. They had long escaped. Xin Miao's eyes congealed. To be able to hurt people so openly in the palace, the other party's guts are not small. She then looked at the dying Jing Fei on the ground and sighed. Xin Miao had seen those women miscarry in the palace. With Jing Fei's appearance, one feared that the child in her stomach would not be able to be kept. Xin Miao did not sympathize with Lu Jing, but only felt pity for the unborn child. If it was not reincarnated into Lu Jing's stomach, how would it meet such a calamity at birth? Thinking of the child, Xin Miao suddenly thought of the youth's face that she saw in the forest. Her heart suddenly contracted. If that was really Fu Ming, why didn't he want to see her? If that wasn't Fu Ming, how could he have such an impression of Fu Ming? Xin Miao was thinking that there were only so many people coming and going in the palace. After the matter at Lu Jing's end was settled, she would ask Empress Xianda and Xie Jingxing to find that youth. She did not believe that it was an illusion. She was very clear-headed. The people that Ba Jiao called soon arrived and were shocked to see Jing Fei in such a state. Even though Emperor Yongle didn't seem to care about the pregnant Jing Fei was pregnant with Emperor Yongli's first child. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that the child would not be able to survive. Without saying much, these people quickly sent Jing Fei to Jinghua Palace. They called for the Grand Doctor and sent people to notify Emperor Yongle and Empress Xianda. Because Shen Miao was the first person to see Jing Fei, no matter if it was related to her or not, she could not escape responsibility and could not leave. Fennel was a little uneasy. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved the dragon race. The most difficult thing was to involve Shen Miao. Fennel even suspected that this was a conspiracy. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda quickly rushed over, but Shen Miao discovered that Xie Jingxing was not around and did not know where he went. She had wanted to talk to him about Fu Ming, but she could only give up now. When Emperor Yonglu came, he only asked the surrounding people. At that time, Jing Fei didn't even have a maid by her side. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen down the stairs without anyone to support her. He could only ask Shen Miao for help. Empress Xianda frowned and asked, "Wasn't Jing Fei talking with Miss Yi in Jinghua Palace? Why did she go to the Imperial Garden? And where is Miss Yi?" She didn't suspect Shen Miao at all. Shen Miao was slightly surprised. Before she could speak, a short scream suddenly came from the room. Then in the bedroom of Jinghua Palace, Jing Fei's maids ran out and knelt in front of Empress Xianda and Emperor Yonglu, continuously kowtowing. The Grand Doctor walked out and wiped his sweat. He said in a low voice, "Emperor, this old subject is useless. Jing Fei has passed away." Chapter 1047. Everyone in the room was silent. Dead? The one who spoke was Empress Xianda. She said, "Why would Consort Jing die?" The old Grand Doctor bowed and said, "Ever since Consort Jing was pregnant, she had to take nourishment every day. This was already too much for the child and her body was weak and vigorous. Today the fall was too heavy and the child could not be kept. Consort Jing was also overly frightened and lost too much blood, so Shen Miao did not know what she was feeling in her heart. Lu Jing was naturally stupid, but to die carrying the dragon seed that she was pregnant with, the future crown prince, was perhaps the biggest blow to her. This was perhaps the fatal reason for her excessive fear. Emperor Yongli's face did not show any joy or anger. He was not happy because of this and did not feel pain. It was Empress Xianda who said in a deep voice, "Why would Consort Jing suddenly fall out of nowhere? Where did the palace maids beside her go?" The palace maids of Jinhua Palace quickly knelt down and said, "Previously when Consort and young lady of the Yi family were talking in the palace, she suddenly mentioned going to the Imperial Gardens for a walk. Consort did not like to have these servants by her side, and these servants did not dare to disobey Consort's orders. It was just that young lady of the Lu family did not return and Consort also did not return. When Consort saw Consort Jing again, it was Qin Wang Fei who sent her back. This Consort Jing's palace maid was as eloquent as Consort Jing and did not leave any traces of her guilt. But since something had happened to Consort Jing, the maids by her side could not escape the blame. Empress Xianda did not suspect Shen Miao at all and immediately asked, "Where is young lady of the Yi family? Come, find young lady of the Yi family." As it concerned the imperial sons and grandsons, it was a big matter, and moreover it happened in the inner palace. Empress Xianda, as the ruler of the 6 palaces, naturally had to investigate thoroughly. Emperor Yongli did not speak and let Empress Xianda give the orders. From the time the matter happened till now, he did not reveal much emotions, making one unable to guess what he was thinking. Shen Miao was thinking about where Xie Jingxing went at such a crucial time, and at the same time she was thinking about the possibility of things happening. If it was said that Yi Mei killed Lu Jing, there was no reason for this at all. Even if Yi Mei wanted to enter the palace and come here to pry information from Lu Jing's mouth, there was no need to kill her. Moreover, Yi Mei was not someone who would do it herself. Although she was ruthless, most of the time she would instruct others to do it. In the end, she would get what she wanted without a speck of dust. Even if Yi Mei really wanted to kill Lu Jing, there was no need to use such a stupid method. Everyone knew that she went out with Jing Fei. If something happened to Jing Fei, wouldn't she be the first to be suspected? This made Shen Miao puzzled. The people of Jinghua Palace were all thinking about their own matters. Not long after, they heard the panicked voice of a woman behind them, "Jing Fei nyang 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 nyang." Shen Miao turned back to look and saw Yi Mei being brought in by a few guards. Her expression was somewhat flustered and there was even more helplessness and disbelief. She took 2 steps forward and was stopped by Empress Xianda's guards. Empress Xianda looked at her and said coldly, "Where did Miss Yi go? Why did you only come now? Before Jing Fei died, you went out with her to the Imperial Garden. Why did you disappear when something happened to Jing Fei?" These words were all aggressive and had the attitude of a punitive expedition. Empress Xianda usually looked calm and gentle, but at this moment she had the demeanor of an empress. Her words made Yi Mei shrink back. Shen Miao looked at her coldly. Yi Mei lowered her head in disbelief and seemed to be recalling. She said, "This official's daughter was previously talking with Jing Fei Nyang in Jinghua Palace. Jing Fei Nyang said that the weather outside was cool and wanted to get some wind. Jing Fei Nyang's palace maids also wanted to go, but Jing Fei Nyang felt that it would be inconvenient if there were too many people. Moreover, it was only a walk in the imperial garden and there would not be any danger. With this official's daughter at the side, there was no need to use other people." Chapter 1048. Hearing this, everyone in the room had different expressions. Lu Jing originally had a proud personality, and because she was pregnant, it became even worse. Perhaps it was because Lu Jing saw Yi Mei's beauty and felt uncomfortable in her heart, or maybe it was because of some other reason, but in the end she let Yi Mei go with them. Lu Jing wanted to order Yi Mei around like a maid, so she didn't call her palace maids, in order to make things difficult for Yi Mei. This really was Jing Fei's personality. Afterwards, this subject and Jing Fei Nyang were walking in the garden. Jing Fei Nyang suddenly said it was a bit cold and wanted this subject to find a silk cloak for her. That cloak wasn't in Jinghua Palace, but in a scholar's little building. This official's daughter wasn't familiar with the roads in the palace and wasted a lot of time looking for the small building. When this official's daughter got the cloak, the Empress guards came and said that something had happened to Jing Fei. Yi Mei knelt down and said, "When this subject left, Jing Fei Nyang was still fine. This subject really doesn't know what happened." She suddenly thought of something and said, "If Nyang doesn't believe, you can send someone to find the talented person in the small building. She can testify for this subject." This subject went to find her to get the cloak at the time. This subject went to get the cloak. How could it have harmed Jing Fei Nyang? Empress Xianda frowned. Everyone was very clear of Jing Fei's personality. Outside, ordering Yi Mei to be a servant girl to get a cloak from far away, it really was in line with Jing Fei's usual methods. Empress Xianda said, "Tao Gugu, take people to that noble small building and ask clearly. If they are lying, they will be heavily punished." Yi Mei hurriedly said, "That noble's surname is Chao." Tao Gugu received the order and left. The room instantly sank into a stalemate. Yi Mei knelt on the ground, her frail body trembling, her face full of grievance. When she smiled, she was as charming as a kitten, able to captivate a person's soul. Right now, she was silently shedding tears as if she was frightened, but also delicate and pitiful. Her eyes were misty, and her shoulders trembled. She was like a kitten, making people feel pity for her and want to hold her in their arms. Her kneeling feet happened to be in a very delicate position. When Emperor Yongle lowered his head, he could see her beautiful side profile and her fragile figure. Empress Xinda saw all of this and curled up her lips with a faint smile. Shen Miao gasped in amazement and finally knew why she lost to Yi Mei in her previous lifetime. Even in this kind of urgent situation, Yi Mei still used her beauty to charm people's hearts without holding back. Shen Miao liked Fu Xiu, so she silently paid and clumsily used her own precious things to exchange for him. As for Yi Mei, she liked a person. It should be said that Yi Mei wanted a person, which was to show off her most beautiful side, to make people pay for her, to exchange their most precious things for her. But Shen Miao glanced at Emperor Yongle. Yi Mei's plan would most likely fail, as Emperor Yongle did not even look at Yi Mei. The two brothers of the Xia family were like two iron plates. Beauty alone was probably not enough. Moreover, Emperor Yongle looked like he did not care about a woman's beauty as compared to Xia Jingxing. But before Auntie Tao could arrive, the Lu family came. Both Lu Foreign and Master Lu came. The child in Consort Jing's stomach was gone, and Consort Jing was also gone. Other than Consort Jing herself, who had already passed away, the ones who were the most angry about this matter were the Lu family. Lu Jingchun aggressively brought Lu Foreign to Jinhua Palace. The palace servants did not stop them, and Emperor Yongle was also too lazy to stop them. When Lu Foreign came in, she sat on the ground and cried, lamenting her poor daughter. Shen Miao looked at Lu Foreign's actions like she was looking at a jumping clown. If she really loved her daughter, why would the first thing she did after entering the palace was not to see Lu Jing's corpse and see her daughter for the last time, but cry miserably in front of the emperor and empress? One feared that the love for her daughter was fake, and the true love for the dragon seed in Lu Jing's stomach was the dragon seed. Chapter 1049. Lu Jingchun was born with a fiendish appearance. Now that he had a stern face and an aggressive appearance, he really looked like an evil spirit from hell. It made people vaguely feel that if it wasn't for the fact that the situation was not right, he would even commit regicide. He said, "Your Majesty, Jinger and the dragon seed in her abdomen were poisoned, and this is not a small matter. This official had raised Jinger to this age and hoped that your Majesty can be considerate of this official's love for his daughter and give this official an explanation." Shen Miao almost wanted to laugh. Looking at Lu Jingchuan's words, it seemed that he was looking for Emperor Yonglu to denounce him. Such an arrogant attitude, was it really because he was Emperor Xiao Wu's confidant that he had such guts? One feared that he did not place Emperor Yonglu in his eyes from the start and had a disloyal official's heart. His words and actions would also show disrespect to the emperor. Emperor Yonglu lightly said, "The imperial son and imperial grandson are stirring up trouble." General Lu reminded Zhen that it is unnecessary. Lu Jingchun choked. In the past, Emperor Yonglu would always treat him politely, but now he did not give any face at all. He also knew that the imperial family had started to secretly deal with the Lu family. Originally he thought that with consort Jing's pregnancy, the Lu family would have more chips, but who knew that the chicken was lost and the eggs were broken, so how could he not be flustered and exasperated? But he could no longer openly go against Emperor Yonglu like in the past. That ignorant child had already become the emperor and had more means than he had imagined. The Lu family's power had declined. There was such a kind of person in the world who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was unreasonable, but you were even more unreasonable than him, thus he would be terrified. Lu Jing was like this, and Lu Jingchun was also like this. Lu Foran just finished crying and looked at Shen Miao. "When something happened to Jing, you were at the scene. Did you see the murderer?" Shen Miao shook her head. Lu Jingchun sternly said, "At that time when you were there, Jinger could still speak. It was obvious that the person did not take action for long, so how could one not see it?" Before Shen Miao could speak, Emperor Yonglu spoke first. "Qin Wangfei was only passing by, and it is not a crime to not see the murderer. General Lu did not go and investigate the murderer and blame the person who should not be blamed. Concern causes confusion." Shen Miao did not expect that Emperor Yonglu would speak for her, as Emperor Yonglu had always looked down on her. Lu Jingchun sneered, "Your Majesty, in this world, there are many cases of thieves crying thief." Empress Xianda frowned. "Qin Wangfei would not do such a thing. Ben Gong is willing to use the identity of the Empress as a guarantee." Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda spoke for Shen Miao, so Lu Jingchun could not say anything. He smiled, but his smile was very fierce. Shen Miao said, "Even though I saw that something happened to consort Jing, but the young lady of the Yi family had been accompanying consort Jing before it happened. General Lu might as well ask her, who did not know how to divert trouble to another." Originally this matter was stirred up by Yi Mei, and Shen Miao was not willing to take the blame for Yi Mei. Lu Jingchun looked at Yi Mei, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Shen Miao understood that this Lu Jingchun looked like a martial artist, but he had his own shrewdness. Now that the Lu family was being besieged by the imperial family, the situation was getting more and more tense by the day. Naturally they wanted to find an ally. The Yi family couldn't be any better. But Yi Maokai was more shrewd than him, and the Yi family had yet to decide which side to stand on. Lu Jingchun naturally hoped that the Yi family would stand on his side. Anyway, his daughter and grandson were already dead, and the future matters were more important. In comparison, he was even more unwilling to offend potential allies for the sake of dead people. For a family in the center of power, they could even sacrifice their children in vain. A son would still consider it, and as for a daughter, there was almost no need to care, as they were people of other families. As Shen Miao was thinking like this in her heart, she saw a person dressed as a guard walking over and walking to the front of Emperor Yonglu. "Your Majesty, someone said that they saw the murderer that pushed consort Jing down the stairs." Chapter 1050. When the words were said, everyone was shocked. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda had not even spoken when Lu Jingchun had already opened his mouth. "Who is it? Did that person say who the murderer is?" Lu Foran, however, quickly clasped her hands together and said bitterly, "The heavens have a spirit and can finally find the person who killed my Jinger. Wait till I find that person and make him pay with blood." The Lu family's attitude was just too exaggerated. Emperor Yonglu coldly said, "Bring him in." Shen Miao subconsciously looked at Yi Mei on the ground. Yi Mei was kneeling on the ground with her back slightly bent, looking like she was wronged and helpless. Shen Miao however noticed her hands. The long sleeves covered her palms but revealed her fingertips. The slender fingers were really as beautiful as tender onions, but the thumb and index finger of her left hand formed a circle and gently rubbed together. Shen Miao had dealt with Mei Furen for a lifetime and naturally knew the meaning of her every action. Shen Miao was very clear about this action. When Yi Mei was scheming against someone and when her goal was about to be achieved, she would involuntarily do this action. Shen Miao's heart jumped. That witness who came to testify was a part of Yi Mei's scheme? She was about to achieve her goal? Or perhaps Lu Jing's death was really related to Yi Mei? What? Following that, there was a sound of twigs coming from outside the room. The sound was like the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. Shen Miao slightly narrowed her eyes and looked towards the door. A maidservant pushed a person into the room. That person was sitting on a chair with wheels and there was a blanket covering his knees with both hands folded neatly on his knees. He seemed to be unable to walk and that chair with wheels could be pushed forward effortlessly by the maid. When one got closer, one could see clearly that that person was around 11 or 12 years old. His appearance was delicate and was a youth wearing an ivory-colored robe. He seemed to be somewhat shy but there was a trace of panic in his eyes. Shen Miao stood there as if she had turned into a stone statue. Her eyes were instantly filled with hot tears that almost fell down. Fu Ming. Time suddenly turned around. She could almost see through the beautiful young man on the wheelchair to the little boy wearing a bright yellow robe holding a large bouquet of red plum blossoms in his hands, smiling at her in a flattering and caring manner. He said, "Muhu, urchin saw that the plum blossoms in the courtyard have bloomed, so I climbed the tree and cut a large bouquet. Muhu looks at the red plum blossoms in the room every day and feels comfortable. Your illness will soon recover." He said, "Although Jiejie is no longer here, your son will always accompany Muhu." He said, "Don't worry, mother. Your son will learn from the grand tutor. When your son becomes stronger, no one will dare to bully mother." Now that beautiful and exquisite youth was pushed in front of Yi Mei and called out softly, "Big sister." Shen Miao's eyes widened. He was the young master of the Yi family, Yi Hongguang, who was born of a concubine and was registered under Madame Ye's name. People from the Yi clan? The manservant pushed Yi Hongguang forward. Yi Hongguang faced Emperor Yonglu and was slightly nervous. It was as though he didn't know where to put his hands and feet when facing the ruler of Great Liang. He said, "Hongguang greets your majesty. Please forgive Hongguang's legs for not being able to properly greet." Emperor Yonglu lightly waved his hands. Yi Hongguang seemed to be facing so many people for the first time and was somewhat afraid. He involuntarily turned the mechanism on the chair and moved closer to Yi Mei. When Shen Miao saw this, her gaze suddenly paused. How could Fu Ming and Yi Mei have such an intimate posture? She suddenly had an impulse to pull Fu Ming away from Yi Mei's side. But she could not. She and Fu Ming were strangers. Chapter 1051. It seemed that her gaze was too persistent that even Yi Hongguang could sense it. Yi Hongguang swept a glance over with some curiosity in his eyes. Seeing Shen Miao staring at him without blinking, he lowered his head in shock and rubbed the edge of the blanket on his knees uneasily. "Young Master Yi?" Lu Jingchuan's brows wrinkled as he asked, "You saw the murderer who killed Jing'er?" Yi Hongguang was startled and jumped in shock when he saw Lu Jingchuan's fiendish look and looked towards Yi Mei for help. Every time he looked at Yi Mei with a dependent gaze, Shen Miao's heart felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Empress Yen said in a pleasant manner, "Hongguang, you said that you saw the person who pushed down Consort Jing. Is it true?" Empress Yen seemed to have a good impression of Yi Hongguang and spoke much more gently. Yi Hongguang looked at Empress Yen and it seemed that he was not that afraid as he nodded his head. "Then who is that person?" Empress Yen asked. Yi Hongguang lowered his head as if he was somewhat timid. After hesitating for a long time, he then raised his head again. The direction he raised his head was towards Shen Miao and his eyes also landed on Shen Miao. Then Yi Hongguang slowly reached out his hand and pointed at Shen Miao before saying softly, "It is her." Shen Miao was like being struck by lightning. Empress Yenda's expression changed and asked in a stern voice, "Hongguang, do you know that if one lies, it is a crime of deceiving the monarch and one will lose their head?" Emperor Yonglu also said coldly, "Are you sure that you saw it clearly?" The Emperor and Empress' attitude made it clear that they did not believe Yi Hongguang's words. Yi Hongguang looked to be very timid but under the pressure of the Emperor and Empress, he became more determined. He looked at Shen Miao and said with certainty, "It is this Furen." Shen Miao staggered a step and almost could not believe her own ears. This foreign, Fu Ming actually called her, this foreign. Her son was now by her enemy's side and was helping her enemy to testify against her. How ridiculous. When her actions landed in the eyes of others, it seemed that she had a guilty conscience. Lu Jingquan's eyes narrowed and without a second word, he reached out to Shen Miao's body and actually wanted to drag Shen Miao over. Seeing this, Star Anise and Fennel immediately stood in front of Shen Miao to protect her. No one expected that Lu Jingquan would suddenly make a move. The Imperial Guards hurriedly protected Empress Xianda and Emperor Yonglu. Emperor Yonglu shouted, "Lu Jingquan, you are making a move in the Jinghua Palace. Are you trying to rebel?" As Lu Jingquan fought with the Star Anise, he loudly said, "Your Majesty, my Lu family has lost Jinghe. Now that the murderer is in front of us, let this old man take revenge for the murder of my daughter. Then you'll punish me for my crimes. Even if I bring it out to the world, I'm afraid the common people will think that I did the right thing." This Lu Jingquan was truly a troublemaker. Emperor Yonglu's face turned ashen. Star Anise and Fennel had to consider their identities in Shen Miao, but Lu Jingquan's every move was ruthless and deadly. The two girls were about to lose. Shen Miao stared blankly at Yi Hongguang, who was beside Yi Mei. Yi Hongguang seemed to be avoiding her gaze and was unwilling to look at Shen Miao. Instead he whispered something to Yi Mei. Just at this moment, Lu Jingquan's legs suddenly went soft and he knelt on the ground. Everyone did not see clearly what happened and only heard a pada sound as 2 gold ingots fell to the ground. Lu Jingquan held his knees as he fell to the ground. A calm voice sounded from outside. "When this prince is not here, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully this prince's woman?" He was even more arrogant and rampant than Lu Jingquan. In the calm voice, everyone could hear the anger. One saw Xie Jingxing appearing at the door with a gold ingot in his hand. Obviously he had used this to injure Lu Jingquan's knees. He strode over to Shen Miao's side and when he saw Shen Miao's pale expression, he thought that Shen Miao was frightened and became even angrier. He turned to look at Lu Jingquan, who was being helped up by his subordinates, and indifferently said, "Master Lu, do you have any dissatisfaction with this prince?" His appearance was handsome and his tone was calm, but it sent a chill down one's spine. Lu Jingquan was not to be outdone. Even though he was angry that Xie Jingxing made a fool of him, he was still unforgiving. He said, "Jing was killed by someone. Young Master Yi saw it with his own eyes and it was Shen Miao who did it. For this old man to take revenge for his daughter, it is only right and proper." "Young Master Yi?" Xie Jingxing's gaze swept around the room and stopped on Yi Hongguang, who was in a wheelchair. He slowly walked over to Yi Hongguang and looked down at him from above. Xie Jingxing was a person that made people feel pressured. When Yi Hongguang was stared at by him, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Which eye of yours saw her kill someone?" Not waiting for Yi Hongguang to reply, Xie Jingxing lightly said, "Which eye of yours saw it, I will dig out that eye of yours." Chapter 1052. "Whichever eye you saw it with, I will dig out that eye of yours." A brazen threat, and not caring that Lu Jingquan and Emperor Yonglu were present, he dared to say such disgraceful words. Lu Jingquan was so angry that he almost raised his head. Xie Jingxing's meaning was clearly for Yi Hongguang to change his words in front of him. How could there be such a scoundrel in the world? "Now tell me again." Xie Jingxing played with the gold ingot in his hand and carelessly said, "What did you see?" Yi Hongguang had never seen such a situation before and had never thought that there would be someone who dared to be so unreasonable in front of the emperor. In his nervousness, he looked at Yi Mei as if asking for help. This was because among the people present, Yi Mei was the one who had the closest relationship with him. But what made Yi Hongguang disappointed was that Yi Mei did not help him and lowered her head to avoid Yi Hongguang's gaze. Like this, Yi Hongguang was even more helpless. Emperor Yonglu and Empress Xianda did not speak. Originally, Lu Jingquan's arrogance was infuriating, but Xie Jingxing was not someone who would suffer losses. When the two of them met, no matter how one looked at it, it was Lu Jingquan who was at a disadvantage, so the two of them would not speak. Even though Lu Jingquan was angry with Xie Jingxing, he did not dare to act rashly. Emperor Yonglu still had to consider his status as the emperor, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality, but Xie Jingxing was different. When Xie Jingxing first returned to Longyi, there were also court officials who pointed out their suspicions of Xie Jingxing in the throne room. At that time they all smiled and agreed. Not long after, did those court officials have a good ending? Xie Jingxing was a vicious person and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Unless there was no other choice, one must not shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Yi Hongguang was unwilling to speak and Shen Miao calmed down at this time. She walked forward and happened to be shoulder to shoulder with Xie Jingxing. Looking at the youth on the wheelchair, she said, "You really saw me push Jing Fei down?" Yi Hongguang raised his head to look at her. Shen Miao was after all a female and Yi Hongguang was not that afraid of her. Even though his expression was still somewhat unnatural, his courage was much bigger. He hesitated for a bit before firmly nodding his head. She said, "Good, then you tell me, where were you at that time?" Yi Hongguang was stunned. "Are you above or below the steps?" Shen Miao patiently guided. She softened her tone like a gentle older sister, but Yi Hongguang suddenly shrunk his neck because of her question. Yi Mei, who was kneeling motionlessly on the ground with her head lowered, also trembled slightly. Shen Miao did not give him a chance to think as she pressed on and asked, "Do you remember? Above or below?" Below, Yi Hongguang said. Shen Miao laughed softly. Lu Jingchun and Madame Lu angrily looked at her, seemingly annoyed that she could still smile in this kind of situation. However, Empress Yenda's eyes relaxed slightly. Emperor Yongle stared at Shen Miao while Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at Yi Hongguang with a smile that was not a smile. "That is really strange," Shen Miao said. "That flight of steps is very long and steep, and it is because of this that Jing Fei fell so heavily. Such a long and steep flight of stairs, how could you see me standing at the top? One feared that one would not even be able to see Jing Fei's shadow." Yi Hongguang was stunned in a moment. He was not old and did not leave the residence all year round. Seeing Emperor Yongle today, he was already very nervous, but now that Shen Miao said that, he panicked. Yi Mei slowly clenched his fists. Shen Miao asked, "Young Master Yi, think again? Could it be that you have misremembered? Was it above or below?" Yi Hongguang quickly said, "Above. I have misremembered. It is above." He repeated it again with certainty. Chapter 1053. Yi Mei, who was on the floor, suddenly shrugged her shoulders as if she was somewhat discouraged. Shen Miao was still smiling, but her eyes turned sharp as she said, "Oh? Young Master Ye's legs are inconvenient and it is such a long flight of steps. One would think that one would not be able to go up by oneself. There should be someone who would carry you up or carry your wheelchair up. You should also have your own servant by your side. Why is it that only you saw me pushing people and not your servant?" The room quietened down in a moment. Large drops of sweat appeared on Yi Hongguang's forehead. His face flushed red and he could not speak for a moment, as if his lie had been exposed. Emperor Yongle coldly said, "Do you know what is the crime of deceiving the emperor?" The crime of deceiving the emperor was one's head. It was also that Yi Hongguang could not take fright. One had to know that Shen Miao's words, if one was clever, one could find other excuses. For example, when the servant went to take things and temporarily left him alone, most people would not obediently plead guilty and would fight for what was right. But Yi Hongguang easily admitted his lie. It was obvious that he did not often do such things and was not familiar with it. If it was a veteran like Yi Mei, it would be much easier for the steamy eyes to lie. Xie Jingxing's lips curled up. Imperial older brother and official's relative knowingly committed a crime. Just throw them to the Ministry of Justice or maybe parade them in the streets. He lazily said, "Otherwise anyone can bully the people of Prince Rui's residence. Then how can I live?" Xie Jingxing was clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. But he was not a good person and did not have any good feelings towards the Yi family, thus there was no hesitation when he spoke of these things. It only made Yi Mei's face pale and Lu Jingchuan's expression very ugly. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Who was the chicken and who was the monkey, it was clear at a glance. Empress Yenda said, "Yi Hongguang, you dare to lie in the palace and vainly attempt to slander Qin Wang Fei." Her harsh words and stern expression made Yi Hongguang almost cry out in fright. But Yi Mei ignored him and he did not have any familiar people in the palace, so he was very helpless. The young master of the Yi family is young and it is understandable for him to see wrongly. Thinking about it, when he saw that something had happened to Jing Fei, he was anxious, and because he caught the culprit, it is possible that he misunderstood something. Shen Miao helped Yi Hongguang exonerate. Everyone was surprised by her actions. Yi Hongguang had slandered Shen Miao, and even though Shen Miao was not a vicious person, she would not show mercy to those who harmed her. Looking at the second and third household of the Shen family and even the imperial family of Ming Qi, when had she ever been soft? Hence, Yi Hongguang's leniency was rather puzzling. Xie Jingxing also frowned. Shen Miao slightly bent over and her line of sight was at the same level as Yi Hongguang. She said warmly, "Or perhaps you heard something from others so you misunderstood me? Did anyone teach you to say that?" Yi Hongguang's body suddenly shook. Shen Miao was close to him and could clearly see the flash of panic in Yi Hongguang's eyes. Yi Hongguang really wasn't good at lying. Although he didn't show it, almost everyone could see that he was lying. Xie Jingxing's eyes sharpened, but Yi Hongguang raised his head again and looked at Shen Miao firmly. "No one taught me." There was no one to teach him, but he no longer insisted that Shen Miao was the murderer. Shen Miao said, "I know." Empress Xianda frowned and thought about it before saying, "The matter of Jing Fei will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. Yi Hongguang, since you have lied, then it cannot be treated as true. The most urgent matter is to investigate the palace to see if there is such an assassin and also to collect the corpse of Jing Fei." Finally she looked at the Lu couple and said, "What else does General Lu have to say?" At the end her tone was filled with ridicule. Chapter 1054. Lu Jingchun looked at Empress Xianda and held a breath in his heart. In the beginning, when Emperor Yonglu favored Jing Fei, they had hoped that Jing Fei would replace Empress Xianda's position. But Empress Xianda's usual actions were not something that could be used against her. After so many years they had not succeeded. Lu Jing had given pillow talk to Emperor Yonglu countless times, but in the end, Emperor Yonglu did not have the intention to abolish the Empress. It was not easy for Lu Jing to conceive the dragon seed, and it was at such a delicate time. They thought that they could turn the tables, but who knew that the weather was unpredictable and all their efforts were for naught. In reality, Lu Jingchun himself knew that Lu Jing was already dead and it was too late to say anything now. But he was unwilling and hoped that Emperor Yonglu could compensate him with something. Today he had pestered Emperor Yonglu endlessly, and although he was angry, it wasn't because of his daughter's tragic death, but because he felt pity for his grandson. Xie Jingxing's sudden appearance made Lu Jingchun put away his arrogance. In terms of viciousness, this Prince Rui was even more vicious. Knowing that there was no gain today, Lu Jingchun unwillingly said, "This subject obeys the emperor." At the side, a murderous intent flashed through Emperor Yongli's eyes. The Lu couple left. From entering the palace to leaving the palace, they did not even look at the dead Jing Fei once, as though she was not their own daughter. After they left, Emperor Yonglu said, "You all should also return." Empress Xianda looked strangely at Emperor Yonglu. This Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang, one was with Jing Fei at that time. Even though there were talented people in the small building as witnesses, it could not wash away all the suspicions. The other one directly slandered Shen Miao. Even if these two people were not the murderers, they would definitely not be spared. But Emperor Yonglu did not seem to have any intentions of pursuing it. Empress Xianda was puzzled but saw Emperor Yongli's body move imperceptibly. Her heart jumped, but she did not care about anything else and immediately said, "Not bad, go back now." Xie Jingxing's brows furrowed, but he did not say anything. He only looked coldly at Yi Mei, who was thanking him, and the manservant who was pushing Yi Hongguang. He slowly stood up and hurriedly left. He said, "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave first." Xie Jingxing never hid his emotions in front of Emperor Yonglu. Obviously he was not happy with Emperor Yongli's punishment. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing left Jinhua Palace together, and as they were walking out of the palace, they coincidentally met Yi Mei and her brother. Shen Miao was slightly startled. Yi Hongguang suddenly ordered the manservant who was pushing him to stop. He turned around and looked at Shen Miao as if he had something to say. Xie Jingxing's face immediately became ugly. He had classified all the Yi family's people as dangerous people. If dangerous people were to get close to Shen Miao, what if something happened? Thus, he followed closely behind, the dagger in his sleeve unsheathed without batting an eyelid. Shen Miao watched as the youth stopped in front of her. Not far away, Yi Mei was looking over with a nervous expression. It seemed that she wanted to stop Yi Hongguang's actions, but with Tai Yi and Song Yang blocking her, she didn't dare move. Yi Hongguang raised his head and looked at her with a red face. He seemed to be very ashamed as he said, "Sorry?" He seemed to want to say something but hesitated for a moment. In the end he did not say anything. He looked at Shen Miao again before pushing the wheelchair and left. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised as if he did not understand what Yi Hongguang meant. Shen Miao looked at his back and her expression became somewhat complicated. On the carriage back, Xie Jingxing saw that Shen Miao did not speak at all and said, "Let the Mou army capture that brat to the tower prison and lock him up for a day or two. After he is honest, he will then explain who the person behind him is." Chapter 1055. He was talking about Yi Hongguang. Today, with Yi Hongguang's performance in Jinhua Palace, even a fool would not believe that there was no one who instructed him to slander Shen Miao. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at Xie Jingxing. What is there to explain? Other than Yi Mei, who else could it be? Yi Mei's small actions could be hidden from others but not from her. Then why are you still unhappy? Xie Jingxing pinched her face. Seeing that brat today, it was very strange. Is there anything that I do not know? He narrowed his eyes. Shen Miao pushed his hand away. Do you still remember that I told you about the dream that I had? In the dream I gave birth to a son and a daughter. Xie Jingxing's joking expression paused as he looked at her. When I first saw Yi Hongguang, I felt that he was too similar to the child in the dream, my child. I thought that he was the child in the dream. But he stood on Yi Mei's side and helped Yi Mei to slander me. To tell the truth, I was very sad. Shen Miao said, but afterwards I took a careful look and discovered that they were not the same. They only looked alike. Speaking of which, now thinking about it, they only looked like each other and there were still many differences. After a short period of surprise and sadness, Shen Miao kept paying attention to that beautiful youth. At first glance, he and Fu Ming did not look any different, but their temperaments were completely different. Because Fu Ming was not favored by Fu Xiuyi and because of her tit-for-tat relationship with Mei Furan, he matured early since young. Fu Ming was generous, magnanimous, upright and kind. Fu Ming had the qualities that an outstanding heir to the throne should have. But this child in front of her was just an ordinary young master of an official's family. Most likely because of the inconvenience of his legs, he had some inferiority complex. Fu Ming would not lie, Fu Ming would not stand by Yi Mei's side, and Fu Ming would not help Yi Mei to deal with her. The most important thing was that Shen Miao stood in front of that child, but there were no waves in her heart. There was a connection between mother and son, and if she was able to feel Fu Ming, her heart would not be so calm. Yi Hongguang was not Fu Ming but was very similar to Fu Ming. She was almost bewitched, but she quickly regained her composure. There was no mother who understood her own son, so there was no shadow of Fu Ming on Yi Hongguang. This made Shen Miao very disappointed, but at the same time she was relieved. If Fu Ming really became a member of the Yi clan in this life, the Yi clan would use him to deal with Shen Miao. That was what Shen Miao was most unwilling to see. Similar? Xie Jingxing was puzzled. That's why you are especially tolerant of him? There should be this reason. Shen Miao said, facing that face, one would not be able to be ruthless. Moreover, you also know that the main culprit of this matter is someone else. Yi Hongguang was merely being used by someone else. He probably didn't even lie often, so the way he lied made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It is just that I am very curious. Shen Miao said, if this matter is really related to Yi Mei, why would Yi Mei push Consort Jing down? This isn't her style of doing things. I always feel that she's too careless. Xie Jingxing smiled. Or is it just an accident? Accident? At the same time, Yi Mei and Yi Hongguang were on the carriage returning to the mansion. Yi Hongguang was very uneasy. The manservant carried him into the carriage and sat beside Yi Mei. Yi Mei, who usually spoke in a gentle and soft voice, did not speak a single word to him after entering the carriage. Yi Hongguang's face showed some uneasiness. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Mei suddenly said, "Third younger brother, what did you say to Prince Consort?" Yi Mei was also smiling, and this smile was no different from usual, but Yi Hongguang did not know why, but he felt a little afraid. He hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "I said sorry to her." Chapter 1056. Yi Mei's expression slightly changed. Qin Wang Fei looks like a good person. Yi Hongguang lowered his head and whispered, I slandered her like that, but she did not get angry and was amiable to me. She is a good person and did not look down on me for being a cripple. Eldest sister, I have lied and wronged a good person. My heart is very uneasy. Did I not say it before? Yi Mei frowned and said, if you don't say this, the Emperor and Empress will definitely suspect me. It's fine if they suspect me, but it will implicate the entire Yi family. Do you want to see father and mother implicated? The imperial family people would not care about right and wrong. Father and mother are old and being tormented like this, The matter of face is small, but what if their bodies are injured? These words were somewhat impolite. Yi Mei had always been polite and kind to Yi Hongguang, and Yi Hongguang also liked this elder sister who looked like a fairy. This was the first time he was reprimanded by Yi Mei like this, and there was some indignation, so Yi Hongguang's heart did not feel good. He dared not say anything more and only heard Yi Mei speaking again. Moreover, how do you know that she was wronged? Qin Wangfei herself said that it was not her. The Emperor and Empress also trust her. Yi Hongguang whispered, older sister, why must one lie? Why not let them suspect you so that it is necessary to identify Qin Wangfei? Anger finally appeared on Yi Mei's face and she looked somewhat sinisterly at Yi Hongguang. You would rather believe her and not believe this older sister? Yi Hongguang shook his head. I just feel that Qin Wangfei is not such a person. Saying that she believed Shen Miao, Yi Mei's anger could not be expressed in words. Emperor Yonglu, Empress Xianda, Prince Rui, and now even Yi Hongguang. What kind of demonic technique did Shen Miao have that she could win the trust of others? Even she could not gain any advantage from Shen Miao's hands. Thinking of what happened before, Yi Mei could not help but tremble. She did not think that Lu Jing would be arrogant and stupid to this extent. Yi Mei only listened to Yi Maocai's instructions and came over to inquire about the news from Lu Jing, who knew that Lu Jing's jealousy was so obvious that she deliberately made things difficult for her. Yi Mei was also a person who could keep her composure. However, Lu Jing was the first to get angry. Lu Jing actually wanted to ruin her appearance. How could Yi Mei be the type to suffer losses? In the midst of the dispute, she accidentally pushed Lu Jing down. She fled in panic. She originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Yi Maocai would definitely not offend her for her sake. Yi Mei could only rely on herself. Yet, at this time, she found that after being in Long Yi for such a long time, she hadn't fought for a way out for herself. Even with the backing of the Yi family, it was still unclear whether they were friend or foe. However, her luck had never been too bad. She could always find a way out of a hopeless situation. Lu Jing had actually died. Dead men tell no tales. Everything was over. She didn't need to run anymore. After Yi Mei slowly calmed down, she thought of a way to bribe the unfavored talented young man. She knew that no matter what, she would not be able to clear all the doubts, so she simply stirred up the water even more. She made Yi Hongguang testify as well. Yi Mei threatened Yi Hongguang. If he didn't lie, the entire Yi residence would be implicated. Yi Hongguang was timid and had grown up in the Yi residence since young. He was not clear about the situation outside and the ways of the world, so he agreed in fear. But Yi Mei did not think that Yi Hongguang would be so useless that Shen Miao caught his mistakes and pressured him step by step. This act of framing was almost useless at the end, and the Lu family's fear of Xie Yuan made Yi Mei finally understand how terrible it was to offend the residence of Prince Rui. Previously she proposed to Yi Maocai to assassinate Shen Miao, and now she instructed Yi Hongguang to slander Shen Miao. Yi Mei always felt that once Xie Yuan found out that she was the one who stirred things up, he would not let her off. Chapter 1057. And today, even though Empress Xianda and Emperor Yongla unexpectedly let her off, Shen Miao did not investigate further. But the more Yi Mei thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong and suspected that they had a deeper conspiracy. Taking a step back, Yi Maocai would know about this matter sooner or later. She had mistakenly killed imperial concubine Jing and caused trouble. Yi Mei really did not know how such a shrewd person like Yi Maocai would treat her. Yi Mei's heart was filled with anger, fear and frustration. Long Yi seemed to be her nemesis. When she was in Qinzhou she could get whatever she wanted, but in Long Yi she repeatedly ran into a wall. She originally thought that she would have a meteoric rise in the future if she connected with the Yi family. In the end, not only was the Yi family situation unclear, she had also offended someone she should not have offended. She could not stay in Long Yi and had to leave the Yi family. Yi Mei's heart suddenly had this thought. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Hongguang. Yi Hongguang had his head lowered as he silently pulled at the fur of the blanket on his knees and did not see her gaze. Yi Mei's eyes suddenly turned cold. To escape from the Yi family, to escape from Long Yi, it was not an easy matter for her now. It was easy to get on the boat but hard to get off, and there was also Yi Maocai watching. But if she continued to stay here, Yi Mei had a feeling that she would not even know how she died. She had to properly discuss this with Yi Ke. Because of the delay of imperial concubine Jing's matter, it was already late when Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing returned to Prince Rui's residence. After bathing and eating, Shen Miao sorted out some letters on the table as she said to Xie Jingxing, I did not expect that it was like this. Xie Jingxing's subordinates had come to deliver a message. They probably had figured out what had happened in the palace today. They probably guessed that Yi Mei had mistakenly killed Lu Jing. Shen Miao shook her head and said, "The Lu family probably knows that Yi Mei was the one who did it. They secretly hate her and will not show it." Xie Jingxing leaned on the couch as he watched her tidying up and said, "N." Shen Miao asked, "Then what will the emperor do when he finds out the truth? Will he punish Yi Mei?" "So what if we can't find out?" Xie Jingxing said nonchalantly, "Even if Yi Mei didn't kill by accident, the Yi family wouldn't have kept her alive. Even if Yi Mei did kill by accident, Yi Maokai wouldn't feel bad about sacrificing a daughter that the Yi family took in halfway." Xie Jingxing shrugged. "Who cares about concubine Jing and the child in her belly?" Shen Miao sighed. Emperor Yongle hated the Yi clan to the core. He had no expectations for the child that Lu Jing tried so hard to conceive, so he naturally wouldn't care. Perhaps Lu Jing's death would even make Emperor Yongle feel relieved. He didn't love concubine Jing, but she was still his own flesh and blood. How could he face his own son when the Yi clan fell? Of course, this child was born with a congenital deficiency, so living in this world was a torture. The heavens had made the choice for him. Perhaps everything was predestined. Speaking of which, when I entered the palace today, something happened to Lu Jing. The emperor came but you were not around. What did you do?" Shen Miao asked. She asked naturally as Xie Jingxing was a very frank person. As long as Shen Miao asked about the imperial family's secrets, he would answer. But today he looked at Shen Miao and did not speak. Shen Miao was originally waiting for him to answer, but seeing that he did not respond, her hands paused and saw Xie Jingxing smiling at her. His gaze was very gentle, as if he saw her as something precious. Shen Miao was stunned and Xie Jingxing's lips curled up. "Come here." She was stunned, and seeing Xie Jingxing's determined look, she stood up and walked to the side of the bed before asking, "What's the matter?" Xie Jingxing grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Shen Miao was caught off guard as she laid in his embrace and struggled to prop herself up. Xie Jingxing did not let her move and rested his chin on her head as he lightly said, "I once asked you a question. Do you still want to be the Empress? Do you remember?" "I remember." Shen Miao paused before replying. "Then I will ask you again now," he said. "I don't want to." Shen Miao said, "My wish is very simple, to protect my loved ones and to live well. Being the Empress is good, but I don't like it." "What should I do?" he said with some distress. "I also don't like it, but now I have to do it." The head of the Gao family said that imperial brother will not live for more than half a year. Today he wrote the edict for succession. "I don't believe in fate, but there is no time." He sighed softly and placed Shen Miao's hand in his palm. "I know you don't like it, but can you bear with it for me? At least I can promise you that I will never let you become an empress. You will become the only woman of the Emperor of Daliang. The price you have to pay is..." He leaned close to Shen Miao's ear and ruthlessly said, "In this life there is no way back." Chapter 1058. Shen Miao did not speak. However, Xie Jingxing did not let go of her and just locked her in his arms. After a long time, Shen Miao raised her head and looked at him. Xie Jingxing also stared at her. This arrogant man who looked as if he did not care about anything, had seen him walk from a naughty and mischievous youth to now. The cynicism in his eyes had never changed, but at this moment when he looked at her, there was a little bit of nervousness in his eyes. Shen Miao's heart moved, and in a short moment she suddenly smiled. She said, "Then what benefits do I have?" Xie Jingxing was startled and there was a touch of ecstasy in his eyes. He seemed to be relieved, but there was still some disbelief. He said, "Whatever you want, I will give it to you. If what I want, you also want it?" Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "What do you want?" 13 capitals of Yuzhou. It belongs to you." He waved his hands as if what Shen Miao said was just a little thing like rouge and face powder. "Mo Bei Ding Yuan City." Shen Miao looked at his face. "It belongs to you." Xie Jingxing did not even blink. "Jiangnanyu Province, Ding Shidong Hai Lin and Qing Lake, Luoyang Ancient City. All belong to you." Xie Jingxing answered smoothly and almost without thinking. If Emperor Yongle heard this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If Emperor Xiaowu was here, he would also be so angry that he would point at Xie Jingxing's nose and scold him for being a wastrel and then charge Shen Miao as a country-wrecking demoness. But Xie Jingxing was not one who would care about other people's view. Of course, Shen Miao would not really snatch Xie Jingxing's empire. She only felt that Xie Jingxing had too much on his shoulders and hoped to distract his attention. It was good to make a little joke to make him feel more relaxed. All belong to me. What do you want? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing laughed evilly and said mischievously, 13 times in one night? Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao, who was about to leave, and said seriously, Furin, you cannot abandon me. Shen Miao said, you are so energetic. I will let Uncle Tang bring you some ice to cool down. Xie Jingxing pushed her down and said unhurriedly, with Furin here, what ice is needed? Outside, Song Yang covered his ears with a pained expression. It was Jingzhe, who was passing by at the side, who saw his appearance and came forward with good intentions. Guard Yang, why are you shaking so fiercely? Could it be that you're sick? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Song Yang's forehead. Song Yang was, after all, a young man, and he was forced to listen to a live erotic scene. Just as he was blushing, he was caught off guard by an ice-cold little hand covering his forehead, and he immediately jumped up from the ground. It made Jingzhe jump in shock. Jingzhe looked at her own hands. What happened? Song Yang looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, he rushed forward and ran away as if his butt was on fire, leaving Jingzhe in a daze at the same spot. Tai Yi, who was on the tree, saw everything that happened and did not say anything. He revealed a look of understanding in his heart as he sat quietly hugging his sword. Under the tree, Uncle Tang walked past. Seeing the closed door, he smacked his lips in satisfaction and went to instruct the kitchen to make soup. In the next few days, Xie Jingxing was really busy. Most likely it was because Emperor Yongli's illness had worsened. Xie Jingxing had to personally run many things that the Lu and Yi families had to do personally, thus Xie Jingxing would leave early and return late. While Xie Jingxing was busy, Shen Miao was not idle. The Lu and Yi families had after all been in Long Yi for so many years. What the imperial family wanted to do now was to kill one as a warning to others, but they could not let the imperial family be too cruel, and in the future the officials would have disloyalty. Shen Miao shouldered these tasks and spoke to those noble Furins of Long Ye's officials, but also subtly passed some thoughts to them. Chapter 1059. These noble Furins looked like females, but in a residence, the role of females was indispensable. Originally everyone thought that Shen Miao was after all a Mingqi person. Mingqi and the Great Liang were two different countries and there were many different places. Shen Miao was a daughter of a military family and it was even more impossible for her to have any insights. Who knew that after the exchange Shen Miao had a huge change? Seeing that not only her words were appropriate, she also seemed to know a lot of things that they did not know. Speaking of clothing styles, Shen Miao could keep up. Speaking of the overall situation, Shen Miao could also keep up. She could even talk about those strange things that happened in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Originally in the inner palace of Mingqi in the last lifetime, even though she did not have a good life, at the end it increased her knowledge. Some of the envoys from other countries would also talk about some strange things. If one knew more, one would naturally be able to use it. When some things were used, there would be excellent results. The things that Xie Jingxing was able to do, Shen Miao might not be able to do it, but the intricate relationship of interests in politics and through quietly guiding to achieve one's goal was what Shen Miao was good at in this lifetime. In just a short few days, those noble Furins were all hot with Shen Miao, and when they hesitated on some matters, they would start to ask Shen Miao for advice. There was no lack of problems with the current situation. Firstly, Shen Miao was the Wangfei of the residence of Prince Rui and was related to the imperial family, thus they were able to know the current attitude of the imperial family. Secondly, even though Shen Miao was young and was even younger than some of the Furin's daughters, there was a special feeling about her. It was very gentle and settled down, making others feel that her words were trustworthy. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were working hard for the upcoming storm in Long Yi Palace. Of course, the Lu and Yi family did not sit still and wait for death. The Lu family had lost a daughter, and seeing Emperor Yongli's attitude becoming more and more unyielding, they finally started to panic and started to mobilize the people that they privately raised. The Yi family was also watching from the sidelines at the start, but now they suddenly found themselves in a situation where they were not in control and seemed to have unknowingly been dragged into the water by the Lu family. Even though they did not do anything, the imperial family's attitude became subtle. From the beginning to the current indulgence, it seemed to explain something. Yi Mei's every move was secretly observed by Shen Miao and Mo Qing. These days Yi Maokai was furious because of the disaster Yi Mei caused in Longye Palace. Yi Mei's actions had offended both Emperor Yonglu and the Lu family. The Lu family was easier to deal with. Although Lu Jingchun was arrogant, he had been living off his past gains for so many years. He did not have a brain. However, Emperor Yonglu was different. The young emperor already had thunderous methods. It was because he didn't blame Yi Mei that Yi Maokai felt even more uneasy. He felt that Emperor Yonglu was planning something. Yi Maokai vented his anger on Yi Mei, so he grounded Yi Mei for so many days and treated her coldly. Yi Mei had been very sullen these past few days. Today her confinement was finally lifted. In order to compensate her, Madame Yi brought her to her jewelry shop to choose some jewelry. Who knew that a noble would come to visit the Yi residence on the way? Madame Yi had no choice but to return. Since it was her family's shop, she wasn't afraid. She let Yi Mei pick her own jewelry from the shop and return after she was done. The shopkeeper of the jewelry shop had a fawning look and took out the most expensive items for Yi Mei to choose. Yi Mei's expression was absent-minded as she picked, which made the shopkeeper unable to help but feel a trace of anger. She was only a daughter of a merchant family, and now that the Yi family acknowledged her as their ancestor, it was already a great fortune. But she was still so picky and did not even take a liking to these jewelry. One did not know what kind of riches would enter her eyes. Chapter 1060. Yi Mei did not notice the shopkeeper's expression. She had been treated coldly by Yi Maokai for the past few days and was extremely angry. However, she also realized that the Yi family was not a place to stay for long. Yi Maokai was a person who prioritized his own interests. For his own interests, he could sacrifice her at any time. She originally wanted to use the Yi family to climb up, but who knew that she was not strong enough and could only be a chess piece. And the path that Yi Maokai had arranged for her was not enough for Yi Mei to get what she wanted. Her gaze swept over the dazzling jewelry, but her heart was thinking about how to escape, and if she could escape, where could she escape to? Just as she was thinking, two more people came to the jewelry shop. It was a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, dressed in luxurious clothes, had average looks and was slightly plump. The woman was young, dressed in red and green. As soon as she came in, there was a strong fragrance. One look and one could tell that she was a brothel girl. The woman said sweetly, "Darren is buying bracelets with me, it must be made of gold." The man smiled and said generously, "Today you can pick whatever you want, this prince is in a good mood. It should be some young master who brought a girl from the brothel to be a sucker." The shopkeeper was already dissatisfied with Yi Mei's absent-minded state. Now that there was a new customer, he simply threw Yi Mei to the side and smiled as he placed the jewelry he had just given Yi Mei in front of the woman. He said with a smile, "These are all newly delivered, young lady can take a look." The woman squeezed to Yi Mei's side, and the fragrance made Yi Mei somewhat unhappy. She turned her head to look at the woman, and when she saw the man beside the woman, she could not help but be startled. The man also saw her and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in pleasant surprise, "Mei, The woman who was picking jewelry raised her head and looked at Yi Mei warily. The shopkeeper also pricked up his ears. Since this person called Yi Mei Mei, he naturally had an old friendship with Yi Mei. After all, Yi Mei was the daughter of a merchant. Yi Mei originally wanted to avoid his gaze and leave, but suddenly thought of something and her footsteps stopped. She looked at the shopkeeper again and suddenly said, "Since we've met, let's talk somewhere else." The man seemed to be very eager, and the woman beside him grabbed the man's arm and said, "Darren, you still have to accompany this servant to pick jewelry." The man was impatient, and directly grabbed a few banknotes from his bosom and threw them to the woman, saying, "See for yourself." After receiving the banknote, the woman no longer pestered him. The man and Yi Mei went out together. Yi Mei put on her veil and said, "Let's find a restaurant." In a certain elegant room in the restaurant, the man looked at Yi Mei and asked curiously, "Why do you have so many guards by your side? Back then you and brother Yi disappeared from Qin province without saying a word. I asked people to look for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here." Yi Mei's heart was pounding. This man was none other than her childhood sweetheart. Back then the Li family was a merchant family in Qinzhou, and this man was the eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Xingming. The Jin family was also a merchant family. Master Jin and Master Li had a good relationship. When Yi Mei was young, Jin Xingming was already a young man. Master Jin also joked about marrying Yi Mei to Jin Xingming. Yi Mei had been ambitious since she was young. Marrying a merchant woman was not her ultimate goal. But even though she hated Jin Xingming, she was very smart and never showed it to Jin Xingming. Instead, she was very considerate and obedient. She charmed Jin Xingming, worshipped her like a god, and loved her like a jewel. Later, the Li couple passed away, and the Li family's shops still needed the Jin family's care. Yi Mei was even more considerate to Jin Xingming. Master Jin was also planning to ask about her marriage. After all, the Li couple was not here, and the only one who could make the decision was Yi Mei herself. Yi Mei was naturally unwilling. In her heart, she would rather be an official's concubine than a merchant's wife. At this time, the Yi family appeared and hit it off. Yi Mei immediately came to Long Yi with Yi Mei. Because of her hatred for the Jin family, she didn't even say a word to the Jin family. Jin Xingming naturally didn't know that she had come to Long Yi. Who knew that they would meet here? Chapter 1061. Yi Mei quickly made up her mind and shook her head. She sighed and said, "When I was in the Li family, I was taken care of by the Jin family and had a good life with second brother. Who knew that someone would suddenly come to my door and say that my biological parents were someone else and that I was actually the daughter of Prime Minister Ye's family? I was bewildered, but they didn't give me time to explain and took me away." Prime Minister Ye's family? Jin Xingming cried out in shock. Is it that Prime Minister Yi of Longye? Yi Mei nodded and said, "But when I arrived, I found out that they had the wrong person. But you also know that the Yi family only has a bad young master. They were looking for a relative with great fanfare and got the wrong person. It wasn't good to slap their own face, so they forced me to be the daughter of the Yi family. I originally thought that this would be fine, but who knew that Prime Minister Yi was actually a beast in human skin? He wanted to use me as a bargaining chip in his career and use my marriage to rope others in." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. She was born beautiful, and now that she was acting like this, Jin Xingming's heart was broken. Jin Xingming said angrily, "How could he be like this? Even a biological daughter can't be so heartless. Not to mention that you are not his daughter, yet he tried in vain to seize your marriage. Damn it. Come, let's go report this to the authorities." "It's no use." Yi Mei shook her head. "Officials protect each other. Not to mention that Yi Maokai covers the sky with one hand in Longye. I wanted to write to Qinzhou to ask for your help, but who knew that even the letter would be blocked? Actually, second brother and I have already been placed under house arrest by the Yi family. It is already rare for us to go out like this today." Jin Xingming's face was extremely ugly. He originally liked Yi Mei very much. When Yi Mei and her brother disappeared, Master Jin said that it was because Yi Mei didn't want to marry him, so she ran away. Jin Xingming was still a bit angry, but now that the beauty was crying, how could Jin Xingming still be angry? He could only curse himself in his heart. If only he had discovered Yi Mei's predicament earlier. Yi Mei raised her head and said, "In the past few days I have been thinking about Big Brother Jin all the time. I only hope that one day I can regain my freedom. Big Brother Jin, can you help me?" Jin Xingming nodded repeatedly. "Help? What can I do?" "Big Brother Jin, I don't ask for anything else. I just want you to help me leave the Yi clan." Yi Mei smiled with tears in her eyes. "If I can be with Big Brother Jin, I won't have to live in fear every day." Jin Xingming's heart almost melted from Yi Mei's words. It must be known that although Yi Mei used to be very gentle to him, it was different now. She had never said anything. It was as if he was looking at her through a veil, making it hard for him to understand her attitude. But now, her words clearly showed that Yi Mei regarded him as a very important person. Although he was a little smug, Jin Xingming did not lose his rationality. The Yi family was the Prime Minister's family, and he was just a young master of the Shang family. He said, the Yi family is very troublesome." Yi Mei didn't say anything, she just looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Jin Xingming's heart shook and he said, "It is not that there is no way. Mei, do you know why I want to come to Longyi?" Yi Mei shook her head. She did not even care about Jin Xingming, and seeing Jin Xingming taking the initiative to talk to her today, it was to make use of him to leave the Yi family. How would she think of this layer? Jin Xingming proudly said, "I have a friend who is also a merchant. Last year he went to Mingqi and heard that this year he managed to build a relationship with the imperial merchant. Perhaps he would be able to get an official position. I thought about it, and instead of staying in Qin province as an ordinary merchant for a lifetime, it is better to go out and make a living. That friend also invited me along. I came to Long Yi to settle a few of the family's businesses and discussed with that friend. Chapter 1062. Originally I was still very hesitant. Jin Xingming said, "After all, father and mother are here, but now that I have met Mayor Yu, I have nothing to fear. I have decided to go to Mingqi's Ding capital. I did not think of becoming a high-ranking official, but there will definitely be more to earn." He said, "The Yi family's hand covers the sky, but if one were to escape to Mingqi, the Yi family's hand would not be able to stretch that far. What do you think, Mayor?" Yi Mei's heart moved, and when Jin Xingming was speaking, her mind was already calculating quickly. Even though there were some things that she had not thought clearly, she still smiled and said, "Naturally it is very good. Older brother Jin, you are indeed Mayor's reliance. No one else in this world can be relied on. Luckily there is older brother Jin." She was delicate and gentle with a myriad of amorous feelings. Jin Xingming's heart jumped when he saw it and involuntarily reached out to touch Yi Mei's little hand. Yi Mei endured the disgust and allowed Jin Xingming to take advantage of her. If it was in the past, she would naturally disdain to do so, but now she had no choice but to compromise. Shen Miao just came out from a Furin's residence, and today she had also participated in a tea party. Those Furins had gradually accepted Shen Miao's excuse of influencing them, and Xie Jingxing said that the court was much more stable now. She rubbed her neck and was about to board the carriage when she saw a male and female walking out from a tea house at the other end of the street. That female had a veil over her face and one could not see her face, but Shen Miao had dealt with her for a lifetime and was able to recognize that it was Yi Mei from her steps and posture. The male who was talking to Yi Mei seemed to have a very close relationship with her, but Shen Miao was very sharp. No matter if it was etiquette or style of doing things, it did not seem like a son of a noble family and revealed the vulgarity of a peddler. Perhaps he was a merchant or something. Shen Miao turned sideways and the shadow of the carriage blocked her so that Yi Mei could not see her. That male spoke a few more words to Yi Mei, and even though he did not do anything out of line, the relationship between the two seemed to be extraordinary. Yi Mei quickly boarded the carriage and left, and the male turned and walked in another direction. Shen Miao thought about it and instructed Mo Qing, "Follow that male and inquire about everything that he can." Mo Qing had been secretly monitoring Yi Mei these days, and since this male had a relationship with Yi Mei, it was natural for Shen Miao to let him inquire. Mo Qing received the orders and left. Shen Miao sat in the carriage, but her heart started to ponder. That male did not seem to have a noble background, and Shen Miao was very clear of Yi Mei's character. She placed great importance on nobility and would not speak to commoners. Yet, she went to the tea house with this man and perhaps even sat down and drank tea. Yi Mei could always make use of everyone around her, especially men. Shen Miao almost immediately thought that perhaps Yi Mei wanted to make use of this man to achieve some goal, or else with her arrogant heart, she would not even bother to talk to such a lowly man. What does she want to do? Yi Mei returned to the Yi mansion in the evening. Yi Maokai, who usually came back very late, was unexpectedly early in the mansion today. Seeing her come in, he stared at her and asked, "Where did you go?" Perhaps it was because of the predicament that the Yi family was facing these days that even Yi Maokai, who had always been like a fish in water, began to feel troubled. His calm and contented air of a scholar had disappeared, and even his amiable appearance began to become gloomy. Yi Mei composed herself and said, "Mother wants me to go to the jewelry shop to pick some jewelry." "Mother?" Yi Maokai replied with a question. Yi Mei's heart was very unhappy with his eccentric tone. Yi Maokai clearly knew that he was not Yi Furin's flesh and blood, but at the start he wanted Yi Mei to pretend to be her. Now it was as if Yi Mei racked her brains to come to the Yi family to be a young lady. Chapter 1063. Seeing that Yi Mei did not speak, Yi Maokai asked again, "Jewelry?" Yi Mei said, "There was nothing that caught one's eye, so one did not pick. You are very self-aware and know that you cannot take things that are not yours." Yi Maocai's words had a hidden meaning and suddenly changed the topic. "Who was the male that you met on the streets today?" Yi Mei was surprised for a moment and immediately felt anger. Needless to say, it was definitely the actions of the Yi residence's guards that followed her. On the surface those guards were protecting her safety, but in actual fact it was not so. Instead they were monitoring her and reporting her every move to Yi Maokai. Even so, Yi Mei did not dare to anger Yi Maokai and said, "It is a gentleman that I met in Qin province and had a deep relationship with my family. If father does not believe, you can send someone to investigate his background. Jin Mingxing was just a child of the Shang family, so even if Yi Maokai went to investigate, he would not be able to find anything. Yi Maokai saw that she was so calm and his expression relaxed before saying, "Do not think that I do not care about feelings. It is just that there will soon be a big movement in Longyi City. Since you are the daughter of the Yi family, your every move will be seen by others. If this brings disaster to the Yi family, you and the Yi family will suffer." He then pretended to smile warmly, "Since you are a smart child, you should know what to do and what not to do. You and the Yi family are together, so naturally you have to help each other." When Yi Mei heard Yi Maocai's words, her heart sank and guessed that Yi Maokai was definitely using her to achieve something. She had a plan in her heart, and after a few perfunctory words with Yi Maokai, she then returned to her room. Upon returning to the room, she discovered that Yi Ku was already waiting in the room. Yi Ku saw that she had returned and smiled. "Older sister, where did you go today? Why did you only return now? I have waited for you for a long time." Yi Mei was upset and wanted to tell Yi Ku about Jin Mingxing. Initially in Qin province, Yi Ku actually hoped that Jin Mingxing would be his brother-in-law, as the Jin family could take care of the Li family. It was just that at that time Yi Mei did not look up to Jin Mingxing, and Yi Ku persuaded her for a long time, saying that Jin Mingxing would treat her well. Now if she were to escape to Mingqi with Jin Mingxing, naturally Yi Ku would bring Yi Ku along. But Yi Mei could not predict Yi Ku's attitude. "Do you remember Jin Xingming from the Jin family in Qinzhou?" "Jin Xingming?" Yi Ku looked at her suspiciously. "Yes, why did you suddenly mention him?" Suddenly she thought of something and was shocked. She stood up and said, "Sister, don't tell me you've suddenly thought it through and want to marry him now." Yi Mei frowned. "Didn't you like him at first? We used to be merchants, but now we are officials." Yi Ku said, "Sister, with your current status, how can Jin Xingming send you? A merchant family marrying an official's daughter. If this gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off." He seemed very excited. Yi Mei looked at him for a while and asked, "Then who do you think I should marry?" "Not Yi He. Jin with Mei He Jin is said. With Prince." He moved closer mysteriously and said with a smile, "Actually, father wants you to enter the palace. I've seen it for you. The emperor is young and handsome and is cold to the empress. If you enter the palace with your beauty and talent, one fear that the 6 palaces will be in your pocket. At that time you and I, sister and brother, will be rich and powerful." Yi Ku's eyes shone as he spoke, as if he was yearning for the future, like a person who had dug for a long time and finally saw a treasure. "Oh." Yi Mei looked at him. "You really think so? Older sister, when did you become so unconfident?" Yi Ku patted his chest and said, "Believe me, you will definitely become the most distinguished woman in Great Liang. So listen to father and enter the palace. Father will not harm you. After entering the palace, there is still the Yi family behind you. If this is not a great thing, what is it?" Yi Mei smiled, but that smile was somewhat strange. She said, "Second younger brother, these days you seem to be very busy. Can you tell older sister what you are busy with?" "Father is planning to find an official position for me in Longyi." Yi Ku's eyebrows danced as he said, "These days he is bringing me around to see colleagues." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and stopped talking. He looked at Yi Mei with some panic. Yi Mei's expression did not change as she nodded and said, "So it is like that." Chapter 1064. So that's how it is. Yi Ku carefully looked at Yi Mei. Seeing that Yi Mei didn't seem to have any special reaction, he sighed in relief. He probed, "Jie, do you feel it's not good?" "Not good?" Yi Mei looked at him in astonishment and then laughed. "What's wrong with that? After entering the palace, it will be a life of glory and splendor, a life of riches and splendor. Do you think I'm so stupid that I give away the riches and splendor that are within my reach?" She said, "I originally wanted to marry someone with a high position. The emperor is the noblest person in the world. There is naturally nothing bad about being the emperor's woman." As she spoke, Yi Mei regained her flirtatious appearance from before, as if she agreed with what Yi Ku said. Seeing this, Yi Ku clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I told you. Father was afraid that you wouldn't agree before and wanted me to persuade you. I knew that he was making an unnecessary move. Such a good thing, Jie will naturally agree. You're not an idiot, how can you refuse?" He relaxed and actually revealed the reason why he came to persuade Yi Mei on Yi Maocai's orders. Yi Mei's eyes flashed and she said with a smile, Father probably doesn't understand me, but you are my deity, don't you understand me? Jie say if you enter the palace and receive the emperor's favor, don't forget me, your deity. Yi Ke said, now that father has brought me into the officialdom with the help of you, my path will only become smoother. Maybe the people of Long Yi will listen to us siblings. At that time we will get wind, we will get rain, we will be very proud. As to that nuisance Empress, she's just a decoration. Right now, even that Jing Fei who is pregnant with the dragon seed is gone. If you enter the palace, who in the palace can be your match? It will be smooth sailing. Yi Mei also smiled, naturally so. Yi Ke seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Mei's guarantee and finally resolved his worries. After talking for a while, he excitedly discussed with Yi Mei how he should walk his path of officialdom before leaving. After Yi Ke left, Yi Mei's expression became cold. It was not surprising that Yi Maokai had bought over Yi Ke so quickly. What Yi Ke had hoped for the most in his life was to hold power in his hands and summon the wind and summon the rain. Yi Maokai drew a picture for Yi Ke, and Yi Ke was moved. This was enough for Yi Ke to sacrifice his sister. Moreover, in Yi Ke's eyes, entering the palace to be the emperor's woman was probably a good thing that could not be asked for, but he did not know that there was danger at every step. This was because Emperor Yonglu was too difficult to control, and there was also the clear-headed Prince Rui watching from the side. Yi Ke and Yi Mei were the same. They were both extremely selfish people. When faced with their own interests, brotherly affection was nothing. Thinking about it, if Yi Ke knew that Yi Mei going to be the emperor's woman was not that good, he would not change his mind, because his own career was more important. But how could Yi Mei be willing to pave the way for Yi Ke? After Yi Ke left, Yi Mei stood up and paced around the room twice, which made her look a little anxious. But she also understood that Yi Ke was now her enemy in some ways. She thought for a long time and finally stood up as if she had made up her mind, but she opened the box in the room. That was the tens of sets of clothes that Madame Yi had made for her when she came back. They were all fashionable styles and the material was also the best. Yi Mei squatted down in front of the box and began to seriously choose. On the other side, Shen Miao also heard the news that Mo Qing had said. Jing Xingming? Shen Miao asked with a frown. Other than his identity as the son of a shop, there is nothing special about him. Mo Qing said, but he suddenly came to Long Yi from Qingzhou. He seemed to be dealing with a few businesses, all of which were the Jin family's long-term businesses. To deal with it like this, it indicates that the Jin family will not accept any business in the next few years. Chapter 1065. Not planning to accept business? Jingzhi could not help but ask, then what to eat? It seems that he is preparing to leave. Shen Miao muttered, then is there any news that Jin Xingming has recently left? Mo Qing was startled for a moment before saying, Furin's guess is correct. He also sold some things and converted them into banknotes. It seems that he is going on a long journey and had prepared a large amount of money. Shen Miao understood, go and check again to see if this Jin Xingming has any recent connections with anyone. Also some clothes that he prepared. Clues can be seen as to where he is going and the things that he prepared for travel. A short journey is still a long journey, the northern land is still the southern country. If there are people that are close to him, pay more attention. Also do not relax the investigation on Yi Mei's siblings. If Jin Xingxing and Yi Mei have private dealings, one must follow. Mo Qing received the orders and left. Jingzhi and Guyu were sewing clothes under the lamp when Guyu said, Furin, but what relationship does that Yi family's young lady have with the son of a merchant? Could it be that she is fond of that young Master Jin, so she did not even care about the other's merchant identity and insisted on being together with him? Shen Miao gently smiled and shook her head. Do you know about rattan grass? This servant knows. When Jingzhi heard it, she quickly said, when this servant lived in the countryside, there were rattan grass everywhere in the courtyard. Once spring arrives, one must pull them out one by one. If they were not pulled out, they would entangle the other trees to death. Shen Miao said, Yi Mei is very much like that rattan grass. Yi Mei was very much like rattan grass. This rattan grass had a strong vitality and was everywhere. The most important thing was that any man could become her tree, and she would rely on these trees to climb upwards, absorbing the sunlight and rain, growing tenaciously until she climbed to the tallest one. And in the process of her growth, those trees would be entangled by her until they were exhausted of their nutrients and finally died. Jingzhi and Guyu looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, Jingzhi softly said, is she that powerful? This kind of rattan grass looks very strong at first glance, but there is a fatal characteristic. Shen Miao said, once her last tree dies, there would be no other things that could provide her with nutrients and she would follow along. What to rely on would be the most miserable when it is finally taken away, she said. There was no doubt that Yi Mei wanted something from Jin Xingming. As the son of a merchant, since he had finished his business everywhere and seemed to be leaving, it was obvious that Yi Mei wanted to board Xing Xingming's boat and leave the abyss of the Yi family. But how would Shen Miao let her wish come true? Yi Mei's ending this time let Shen Miao decide it for her. For a few days Xie Jingxing did not return to the residence. Even Tai Yi was not around. When she asked Song Yang, he did not know anything. She felt that the guards in the Fu were even busier than usual. Not long after, a piece of news came from the capital. The former General Zhenan Lu Jingchun led his troops in rebellion. He stationed his troops in Riyang City and occupied the city as a prison. He was officially opposing the royal family. This news shocked the people of Longyi. They had heard that Lu Jingchun already had many soldiers under him. In addition, he had been secretly recruiting soldiers and buying horses for so many years, expanding his military strength. Riyang City was vast to begin with, so it was surprising that he could occupy it so easily. The Lu family indeed had the courage to go against the royal family. The Shen family's guards that Shen Miao brought over were somewhat bewildered, but Shen Miao was neither fast nor slow. There was an ancient saying that first suppress then raise. Most likely Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yonglu wanted to do this. First let the Lu family have a taste of sweetness. Lu Jingchun, that kind of martial artist, would naturally feel that the imperial family was afraid of him and would lower their guard and become more arrogant. This would then allow the imperial family to make better arrangements and catch the Lu family in one fell swoop. Chapter 1066. Even though she had confidence in Xie Jingxing, Shen Miao did not think that the Lu family had the ability to contend against the Xie family. What Shen Miao was worried about was another matter. Although the Lu family was arrogant, they were only targeting the imperial family. In the eyes of the common people, the Lu family was just like the Xie family in the past. Even though it was a rebellion, the Lu family had their mouths. The first thing they said was that the imperial family had forced them to rebel. They even said that the death of Emperor Xiaowu had something to do with Emperor Yongla. They said that Empress Dowager Jingxian was a relative who monopolized power and conspired with Emperor Yongla and his mother to kill Emperor Xiaowu and the other princes. The world was in an uproar. It was true that when Emperor Xiaowu passed away, Empress Xiao dealt with the rest of the princes one by one in a thunderous manner. Naturally, she did not leave any evidence behind. But in the eyes of some people it was strange. The common people were also like this, just that even though they had suspicions they did not dare to speak it out. Afterwards Empress Dowager Jingxian passed away and Emperor Yongli succeeded the throne. Under his rule, Great Liang prospered, so no one mentioned the past again. However, this did not mean that the people had completely forgotten about this matter. On the contrary, when the Lu family's words came out, after the commoners of the Great Liang were shocked, they started to hesitate. A small portion of the commoners really believed the Lu family's words, but the majority of the commoners were skeptical. However, if an emperor could not make the people submit to him, it would always be a disaster in the future. Just like Empress Xiao in the past, even though she did it cleanly and efficiently, she also brought trouble to Emperor Yongla. Even if Emperor Yongli used thunderous methods to shut the mouths of the commoners and cut off the rumors in the marketplace, there was still a path to walk. Was he going to use such methods to suppress the rumors for the rest of his life? The Lu family is really too shameless. Jingzhi said, they actually dare to splash dirty water onto the emperor. Guyu sighed, since it is a rebellion it is either you die or I live. What is the point of pouring a basin of dirty water? He continued, the Lu family is really ruthless. They want both sides to suffer and they want to drag the royal family into this. Even if they win, they might not win the hearts of the people in the future. Shen Miao frowned and thought for a moment before saying, bring a pen and paper. She then walked to the table. Jingzhi was surprised for a moment before asking, Furin, want to write a letter back to Ming-Chi? Shen Miao shook her head, I need a very big piece of paper, bigger than the notice of the prisoners at the city gates. Jingzhi and Guyu had seen Shen Miao's writing before, it was when she sent the letter to Ming-Chi or when she sent the news to Pei Lang. It was just that at that time Shen Miao was calm and did not see anything wrong with it. But the Shen Miao today looked different. She was solemn, as if she was writing about something important that weighed more than 1,000 caddies. She was also agitated, reminding one of the older students in the Hanlon Academy who argued with the group of scholars. In the end he wrote faster and faster. He practically didn't need to think, and he wrote fluently in one go. Putting down the brush, he picked up the huge piece of white paper with both hands and shook it, as if he wanted to shake it dry. Jingzhe and Guyu leaned over to take a look and saw that there were black words on that huge piece of white paper. Shen Miao's words were soft and mellow, but the words at the top had a hidden sharpness, as if a sharp sword was going to jump out from the paper and pierce into one's heart. What is this? The two maids were illiterate but faintly felt that this was a very important thing. No one cares about the truth, Shen Miao said, but the result is very important. She dried the paper again and again until the ink was completely dry before she said to Jingzhe, "Bring this thing to the bookstore and make 3,000 copies. Then let the guards in the residence post it everywhere during the night." Shen Miao said, "Be quick." Chapter 1067. Guyu Jingzhe did not dare to delay and complied. She carefully carried the paper that was filled with words out of the door. Shen Miao looked at the back view of the two people leaving and gently sighed in relief. In this world, martial arts could determine the universe, while literature could bring peace to the world. Since the Liu family wanted to use this opportunity to stir up trouble, they might as well take the initiative to boost their own morale. The path of civil and military affairs had always been the same. His Liu family had their tongues in a mess, but she also had her treacherous path of military affairs. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Not only did he want the Liu family to lose, he wanted the Liu family to lose so badly that they had to hold their breath. That night, Xie Jingxing still did not return. Shen Miao dressed and ate alone, and managed the residence of Prince Rue in an orderly manner. From time to time, she would go to the noble Furin's small gatherings in the Ding capital and quietly calm their emotions. It was only when she was sleeping at night that she felt a little cold. After thinking for a while, Xie Jingxing covered himself with the quilt and closed his eyes to sleep. Early the next morning, when the sunlight of Long Yi shone on every corner of the city, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a piece of white paper pasted on the door of the house. On it, there was a large piece of densely packed words written on it. The owner was a butcher and didn't understand. Coincidentally, he saw his neighbor, Scholar Ma, walking past and said, "Scholar Ma, you're a scholar. Why don't you take a look at this?" Scholar Ma walked to the door of the butcher's shop and saw the calligraphy. He first sighed and said, "Good calligraphy." Then he leaned closer and read it word by word, "A letter to all my fellow countrymen." In just a short span of a few days, the letter to inform the world to his compatriots had spread to all the streets and alleys, even the other places of the Great Liang knew about it. The snow-white pieces of paper were everywhere. Most of the scholars kept them in their bosoms, but most of them wanted to get a closer look at the person who wrote it. The young people in the Hanlon Academy were reading the book. In the past, when the dynasty was weak, it was still able to live peacefully. Now that it is prosperous, why would it be chaotic? His Majesty is at hand, the granaries are full, the weather is good, and today as a traitor, you suspect your master, rebel against your Majesty, go against reason, and overstep your Tao. Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? How disloyal, unjust, and heartless. The scholar was surrounded by a large group of students. When they heard this, they all revealed expressions of shame, but there were also some who were enraged. This book first talked about the recent rebellion of the Liu clan. First, it scolded the traitors of the Liu clan for committing such a treacherous and heinous act. Then it said that the traitors spread rumors. This rumor was actually believed by many people. It was truly chilling. During the reign of Emperor Yonglu, the people of Great Liang lived and worked in peace and contentment. The country was prosperous and the people were at peace. It was even better than when Emperor Xiaowu was on the throne. The people did not consider the benevolence and merits of the emperor, but listened to the lies of a traitor. Were they not ashamed? Aren't you blushing? He also talked about the way of literature and martial arts. The Great Liang had many talented people, there were scholars and there were military examinations. The ones who passed the military examination should think of ways to resist the treacherous officials and serve the Junju. The scholars should even more seriously listen and not add oil to the fire. This letter to the fellow citizens of the world was brilliant and incisive. Even if one disregarded its political views, it was still a top-notch work. Moreover, what he said was extremely reasonable. It made people not only feel ashamed but also reflect on it. As for the rumors of the Liu clan, it collapsed on its own. Emperor Yongle was such a good emperor and was so kind to the people, not to mention the court officials. Since the Liu clan rebelled, they were definitely not loyal. It was a pity that they were almost incited by ignorance, and it was really too shameful. Those scholars felt ashamed and also felt that the person who wrote this book was definitely a talented person and wanted to make friends with him. Unfortunately, they could not find the person behind the scenes. As for those young students who passed the military examination, their heart to serve the country was stirred up by this book. They could not wait to join the troops to attack the Liu clan and personally behead the traitor. Chapter 1068. Thus the matter of Emperor Yongle killing his father and usurping the throne was no longer mentioned by anyone. Song Yang had pasted up the notice for an entire night and did not expect that there would be so many people responding to it, and even more did not expect that the matter of the rumors would be resolved so easily. He was full of admiration toward Shin Miao and said, "Furin, this move of yours is comparable to those scholars in the palace. One had never seen these scholars chasing after a person like this. If they knew of Furin's identity, they would definitely be extremely surprised." Shin Miao smiled. The Liu family is currently in Riyang and do not care about Long Ye's matters. At most they would arrange for some people to spread rumors among the commoners. But the commoners of the Great Liang are not fools. Two lies, one is groundless and the other is well-founded. Which one would you believe? Song Yang pondered. However, that is because the commoners' hearts are more inclined towards His Majesty, so it was easy to pull them over. If the Liu family obtained the hearts of the people, their position would be indestructible, and with these rumors, it would be futile even if I write 10 of these things. Song Yang scratched his head. No matter what, Furin had made a good move. When Master returns, he would definitely be very happy. Moreover, Furin originally came out from the general residence and one did not expect to have such talent. Shin Miao declined to comment. Talent? The letter to fellow countrymen to the world was just a letter to deceive the people of the world. One's heart needed to be managed, and if the Liu family wanted to, naturally they would be able to do it. At the beginning, when Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne, there were naturally doubts, but it was Pei Lang who relied on the letter to fellow countrymen to turn black into white, washing Fu Xiuyi clean and not a demon, making him the one and only wise ruler of Ming Qi. Now she used this move on the Liu family. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. It was impossible for the Liu family to destroy the imperial family's reputation because of this. At the same time, in a small town in the Great Liangxiong state, a green-clad male was walking on the streets with his hands behind his back. The place he passed by happened to have a school, and the teacher in that school was an old man over 60 years of age. He was shaking his head as he read, "In the past, when the dynasty was weak, it was still peaceful. Now that it is prosperous, why is there chaos? His Majesty is at hand, the granaries are full, the weather is good, and today, as a traitor, you suspect your master, rebel against your Majesty, go against reason, and overstep your Tao. Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? How disloyal, unjust, and heartless." The green-robed man stopped in his tracks and involuntarily looked in that direction. After the old man read a paragraph, he said, "This is the widely circulated letter to fellow brethren to the world in Long Yi. This old man only has one copy. Make a copy of it and hand it in tomorrow." Pei Lang was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and couldn't help but laugh softly. After laughing for a while, his eyes dimmed again. He glanced at the headmaster who was shaking his head and left. In Weiyang Palace, Empress Xiando was also holding a letter in her hand. She smiled and read it to Emperor Yongle. Emperor Yongle sat on the chair. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was unprecedentedly gentle. Jing Xing has really married a treasure. Empress Xiando smiled and said, "I thought she was a female general from a family of generals, but she is a female Zhuangyuan who can disturb people's hearts. Now the schools in Long Yi are secretly investigating who the person who wrote this letter is, but they don't know that it is a woman." Emperor Yongle snorted softly and said, "Sly as a fox. She is helping you." Empress Xiando was unconcerned and said, "Thanks to her, the messy rumors outside have all died down. Isn't that good?" "I don't care," Emperor Yongle said. Empress Xiando said, "You don't care, but you have to plan for Jing Xing and the rest." Chapter 1069. Emperor Yongle did not speak. After a while, Emperor Yongle called out, "Qingjin." Empress Xianda replied with a, Suddenly she was stunned and turned to look at Emperor Yongle. Qingjin was her maiden name, but she had not heard anyone call her this name for a long time. Emperor Yongle did not look at her, but focused on the incense burning in his mouth. He asked, "Do you regret it?" Empress Qingjin smiled, "I have never regretted it. After I die, follow Jingxing. If you meet someone good, remarry." Emperor Yongle said, "Change your name, change your identity. You'll be fine. You'll have a good life." Empress Xianda's eyes welled up with tears. She forced them down and looked at Emperor Yongle. "In your Majesty's eyes, am I so unworthy?" She seemed to have thought of something and laughed at herself. "That's true. In your Majesty's eyes, I have never been important." With that, she stood up and said to Emperor Yongle, "I understand. I will do as your Majesty wishes." She took the lead and left. Aunt Tao saw this and wanted to persuade her, but in the end she could not. Empress Xianda had a good temperament and did not seem to have anything to be angry about. After living with Emperor Yongle for so many years, she had never blushed with him. Today was the first time she lost her temper at him. Emperor Yongle looked at the burning incense. Half of the incense had turned to dust. The fragrance that lingered in the air would dissipate one day. It was like a person's memory and affection. Yi Mei dressed up for a long time in the room. She was already very beautiful. Ever since she came to the Yi residence with Madame Ye's nourishment, she should have become even more beautiful. But for some reason she did not feel as radiant as she was when she first came. Perhaps there was already a hint of fatigue on his face. Today she spent a long time in the house before finally choosing a peach-pink chiffon dress. The dress was embroidered with peach blossoms. She then carefully groomed and dressed herself up. Her eyes sparkled and she gave off the feeling of a stunningly beautiful woman. When she walked out of the door, she happened to meet Yi Ke. Yi Ke looked at her in surprise and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "Going to Miss Sun's residence to drink tea," Yi Mei said with a smile. Yi Ke did not suspect anything. Moreover, the Yi family's guards were following them. Yi Mei brought the guards out of the door. She put on her veil and really went to Miss Sun's residence. Even though the Su clan's official position in Longyi wasn't high, they weren't commoners either. Yi Mei entered the Sun residence and was led to a small room by someone. When she entered the small room, she saw Jin Xingming, who had been waiting for a long time. When Jin Xingming saw Yi Mei, his eyes lit up and revealed a look of amazement as he said with some infatuation, "Mei-er, you are really becoming more and more beautiful." The more disgusted Yi Mei felt, the sweeter the smile on her face. She said in an aggrieved manner, "It was not easy to go out today. I almost thought that I would not be able to see Brother Jin. If it weren't for the old friendship between me and Big Brother Sun, who sent you an invitation in the name of his sister, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been easy to meet you." Jin Xingming sighed. Yi Mei said with a smile, "It's all Brother Jin's ability." Her words were sweet and her face pretty, making Jin Xingming's heart burst with joy. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly heard Yi Mei say, "But when will Brother Jin take me out of the Yi residence? I really don't want to stay in the Yi residence a moment longer." Jin Xingming said, "Even so, we still need to plan carefully. After all, the Yi family isn't a small family. We need to think of a foolproof plan." Yi Mei laughed coldly in her heart. There was no foolproof plan in the world. It was just Jin Xingming's evasion. It seemed that he had secretly investigated the Yi residence and knew of Yi Maocai's power, so he retreated. She raised her face and said pitifully, "If this drags on, when will there be an end? I don't ask for anything. I don't want the Yi family's wealth. I just want to live happily with Brother Jin." Not many men could resist such sweet words, not to mention that the person who spoke was a rare beauty in the world. Her eyes were moving, her words were soft, and every move was teasing as if it was a silent invitation. Jin Xingming felt that his throat was somewhat dry, but he saw Yi Mei licking her lips even more helplessly. He couldn't bear it anymore and didn't continue to bear it. He suddenly grabbed Yi Mei's hand and impulsively said, "For Mei-er, I naturally am not afraid of anything. But Mei-er is so beautiful, how can my heart be held in the palm of Mei-er's hand?" He used some more strength and hugged Yi Mei tightly in his arms, saying, "Mei-er, if you become mine, I will definitely save you as soon as possible." Yi Mei wanted to vomit, but that hesitation only lasted for a short moment. Her mind was quickly calculating some things, and in the next moment, her hands were like snakes as they climbed around Jin Xingming's neck. She breathed into his ear and said, "Okay." Chapter 1070. The night was short, and if it was during the day one would feel that it was not enough. The mosquito net was filled with a charming smell, and after a long while, there was the sound of clothes being worn. Jin Xingming caressed Yi Mei's smooth back, and there was still some satisfaction on his face as he said, "Mayor, why not stay with me for a while? The sky is not dark yet, why return so early?" Yi Mei's back was facing Jin Xingming, and there was a trace of anger in her eyes, but when she turned her head around, her eyes were overflowing with charm as she smiled. "Since older brother Jin cannot bear to part with me, then quickly bring me out of the Yi family. Yi Maokai keeps me under tight control, and these days he often urges me to enter the palace. If I were to enter the palace, then I would not be fated to be with older brother Jin in this lifetime." When Jin Xingming heard that Yi Mei wanted to enter the palace, he immediately sat up straight and said, "Cannot." If it was in the past, Jin Xingming would not know the taste of Yi Mei, but now that he had flipped the Yuan and Phoenix upside down, he could not bear to let go. He simply wanted to die on Yi Mei's body, and if he were to meet other females in the future, he would have turned into a block of wood. A man's entire life was nothing more than money, power and sex. After eating fine rice, it was hard to eat cornbread. Jin Xingming was not willing to hand Yi Mei over to others, so naturally he was anxious. Yi Mei snuggled into his embrace and softly said, "Naturally I am not willing. I only have older brother Jin in my heart, but now I have no choice but to do so. So I want to leave quickly, and when older brother Jin and I reach Mingqi, we can be a pair of celestial companions and be free and unfettered every day." The beauty was affectionate and righteous, and Jin Xingming got a sweet taste, so his heart was complacent. In a moment of lofty sentiments he said, "That is right. Today I will get people to prepare the things, and to ensure safety, we will take the waterway route. This waterway route is hidden, and even though it is dangerous, it is faster than other routes." Yi Mei nodded her head. "In order to prevent Yi Maokai from having any suspicions, we will meet here 5 days later. Before that, older brother Jin should settle the matters of leaving so that I can deal with the people of the Yi residence." Jin Xingming complied, and the two of them tangled together for a while before Yi Mei tidied up her clothes and walked out of the door as if nothing had happened. She left the Sun family's mansion and got on the carriage. The guards of the Yi mansion saw that she was fine, so they didn't think much about it. Yi Mei boarded the carriage and lifted up her sleeves. Her fair, jade-like arms were mottled with red marks. Jin Xingming was impatient and rude. Yi Mei was also exhausted. She looked at him for a while and put down her sleeves. She had always been a greedy person, but today she had given herself to someone like Jin Xingming. All of this was thanks to Yi Maokai. If Yi Maokai hadn't tricked her into boarding a pirate ship, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Since she was going to leave the Yi residence had to give her some compensation. Otherwise, wouldn't all these days of compromising have been in vain? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. 5 days later, Xie Jingxing returned. In the Battle of Riyang City, the Lu clan was utterly defeated. For so many years, the Lu family had thought that they had been recruiting soldiers and buying horses, secretly accumulating their strength. Little did they know that their opponents were the same. Even his opponents were more diligent than him. From the day Emperor Yonglu ascended the throne, they started to plan on how to pull the Lu family down. After so many years of planning, how could the Lu family be able to compete with them? And the true power that Emperor Yonglu had revealed shocked some of the officials in court, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over their heads. They finally understood that the young emperor that was suppressed by Emperor Xiao Wu and had to rely on Empress Dowager Jingxian's support, had unknowingly grown into a ferocious beast. Lu Jingchun was a madman. When Riyang City was breached, he knew that the situation was hopeless, and when he had no other choice, he rushed into the house and personally slaughtered his wife and daughter, including Lu Wanner, whom he had always doted on. At that time Gao Yang and Ji Yushu were also present and saw that Lu Wanner's eyes widened as she slowly fell down, as if she did not think that she would die in her father's hands at the last moment. Chapter 1071. Xie Jingxing ended Lu Jingchun. When Lu Jingchun died, he laughed maniacally and shouted, "This old one was unrivaled in one's entire life and now die in the hands of a brat. Not reconciled." Xie Jingxing chopped off his head and said lightly, "Ignorant." At this point, the Lu family that had occupied the Great Liang for 2 dynasties disappeared without a trace. The remaining forces of the Lu family fled in all directions and were all killed by the Mou army. When Xin Miao heard these, she was very emotional. The rise and fall of an aristocratic family looked very simple, but in fact there were signs a long time ago. The Liu family was arrogant and had rebellious thoughts, so the imperial family did not spare any effort to kill them. Xie Jingxing said, "But when I returned, I heard that there was a book to inform the world that was circulating in the marketplace." He looked at Shen Miao and his lips hooked up. All the scholars in the world want to get to know one another. One do not know which scholar or hero is it. Shen Miao held back her laughter. Do not know. One have to let the MOU army search. Xie Jingxing raised his brows. If found, if it is a male, then become sworn brothers. If it is a female, then what? Shen Miao stared at him coldly, as if he was not satisfied with her answer, she would sharpen her knife. Xie Jingxing said seriously, drag them out and behead them. Who is so bold to dare to be more talented than my foreign? Shen Miao could not hold back her laughter. Xie Jingxing saw her smile like a blooming magnolia, gentle and pretty, and his heart moved. He suddenly stood up and carried her horizontally and walked to the bedside to put her down. Shen Miao struggled, "You have not bathed. Do not move. Let me carry for a while." He turned over and Shen Miao laid on top of him. Xie Jingxing hugged her and buried his face in her shoulder. Shen Miao was somewhat tickled by his breath but heard him say, "Ming Qi might be fighting over." Shen Miao was startled and spoke suspiciously, "What?" Lu Jingchun revealed Imperial older brother's secret before he died. Xie Jingxing's voice did not have any joy or anger as he said, "It seems that Fu Xiuyi also know. Fu Xiuyi would not miss this opportunity." Actually, before Lu Jingchun died, he said to Xie Jingxing, "Make a guess, when will the Emperor of Ming Qi know that your short-lived eldest brother will not live past this year?" Shen Miao was surprised. How did Lu Jingchun know? It's hard to guard against family thieves day and night. Moreover, the palace is complicated. It's possible that it came from the palace. Xie Jingxing said, the Liu family should want to use this information to threaten Imperial older brother, but one did not know why they changed their mind and chose to inform Fu Xiuyi. Treason? Shen Miao frowned. Not considered. Xie Jingxing said, with Lu Jingchuan's personality, it should be a life and death struggle. When Shen Miao heard it, she somewhat agreed. Previously, Lu Jingchun had even put up posters everywhere saying that Emperor Yongle had killed the emperor and seized the throne in order to destroy the reputation of the imperial family. At that time he did not reveal the secret that Emperor Yongle did not have long to live. Perhaps it was because he wanted to keep this secret. In the end it would become his trump card, the final fatal blow. It was just that Lu Jingchun was not a person who could keep his composure. He did not know how Xie Jingxing had provoked him. Perhaps he felt that the Xie family was powerless to reverse the situation, so he might as well tell Xie Jingxing this news before he died. Shen Miao said, correct. It is indeed impossible for Fu Xiuyi to give up this opportunity. Fu Xiuyi's character was good at seizing the people, things and opportunities that he could make use of. Perhaps from his point of view, once an emperor who did not have long to live had an accident, the Great Liang would definitely be in chaos, so it would be the best time to go to war. She thought for a while, it is just that the current Ming Qi does not have the qualifications to go against the Great Liang. Fu Xiuyi must have done something secretly and would only take action after he had enough confidence. Chapter 1072. Xie Jingxing said, before that, first clean up the Yi family. Yi family? Shen Miao said, you plan to wipe out the entire Yi family in one fell swoop. Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers, why not keep them for the new year? I will settle the Yi siblings and gift them to you. You can deal with them however you want. Shen Miao took his hand over. Xie Jingxing's wrist was still tied with her red rope as she said, you must be careful. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao's conjecture about Fu Xiuyi was confirmed on the second day. No one thought that Fu Xiuyi would be so impatient that it could be said that he did not care about anything. Shen Qiu's family letter arrived. It was different from the previous letters. Most of the previous letters would be about Shen Xian and the rest's daily life, to show Shen Miao that they were living well. But this letter looked very sloppy. It was obvious that the letter was written in a hurry. Looking at the time, it was a long time ago, which meant that a lot of time was wasted when the letter reached Shen Miao's hands. Opening the letter, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing read 10 lines at a glance, and after reading it, they were silent. Fu Xiuyi made his move. It was not that he was firing at the Great Liang but at the Shen family. Emperor Wenhui was seriously ill and entrusted Fu Xiuyi with full authority to supervise the court matters. Fu Xiuyi fabricated the evidence of the Shen family's crimes and directly encircled the Shen family. And the Shen family's army was previously taken back by the imperial family of Ming-Chi. It was changed beyond recognition, and there were many spies mixed in, but the Shen family's army was crippled. Fu Xiuyi deceived the Ming-Chi's commoners and directly made such a rude move against the Shen family. This time Shen Xan was already prepared and had already started to privately unite the other officials who were dissatisfied with the Ming-Chi's imperial family. Even though those officials were small officials, but their strength was still greater than a lone wolf and horse. Secondly, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai, who were far away in the Shaochun city, also brought the Luo family's army and rushed over to the Ding capital. The Luo family's army was raised by the Luo family, and rather than saying that it was the emperor's army, it would be better to say that it only listened to the Luo family's orders. In addition, they had been trained under Shen Xian's hands for the past few years, so Shen Xian was able to use the Luo family's army with ease. Other than these, there were also the people that Xie Jingxing had left in the Ding capital. At this point, everyone in the Qin family finally knew Xie Jingxing's identity. Even though they were shocked, they did not feel disgusted because of the current situation. In addition, Xie Jingxing was honest with Shen Xian previously, so they did not bother to reprimand him. Even though Xie Jingxing's men were few in number, they were extremely elite. He was especially outstanding in the field of gathering information. Fu Xiuyi thought that he would be able to take down the gradually weakening Shen family in a short period of time, but he did not expect that the Shen family had been preparing for this day for a long time. Not only did he not manage to take down the Shen family in one fell swoop, he seemed to be stuck in a dead end, wasting his military strength. In Shen Qiu's letter, he said that the Shen family was now in conflict with the imperial family and had left the Ding capital. Even though Fu Xiuyi's men were in hot pursuit, the Shen family did not let them reap any benefits. Now Shen Xan was discussing with the various officials whether they should overthrow this bastard imperial power. As for the final outcome of this matter, Shen Qiu did not mention it. Shen Miao also knew that the Shen family had been loyal for generations, especially old General Shen, who had a heart of loyalty. Now that they had become enemies with the imperial power, it was already treason and heresy. After overthrowing the imperial power, even if it was a success, who would be the emperor? To support a new ruler, and all the princes of Ming-Chi were not good people, so why not just establish oneself as king? Shen Xian definitely did not have that idea. At the end of the letter, Shen Qiu mentioned one thing. Currently the Shen family did not stay in the Ding capital because Fu Xiuyi's people were everywhere in the Ding capital, thus the Shen family would only be at a disadvantage. They had retreated to the Hanguan Valley area, but in the surrounding villages, they discovered a number of Qin people. Chapter 1073. The letter ended here. Shen Miao was silent for a long time before saying, Fu Xiuyi has started to make his move. Qin country's people appeared in Hanguan Valley, so it is highly possible that Qin and Qi have joined forces. Even if not, Fu Xiuyi must have this idea. Xie Jingxing nodded his head and looked at Shen Miao. You are not worried about your father? It is useless to worry. Shen Miao said, now that I am thousands of miles away, even if I strategize, one would not be able to grasp many variables. Moreover, talking about controlling the enemy, I believe that my father, mother and eldest brother are not ordinary people. As long as they are no longer foolishly loyal to the imperial family, there will be a chance of victory. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. Actually, it is all the same. Shen Miao looked at him and frowned. What do you mean? Xie Jingxing pinched her face again. If Qin and Qi join forces, it can only mean one thing. They will attack the Great Liang as soon as possible and will definitely invade from the borders. Father-in-law and us are actually standing on the same side. If father-in-law does not want to support a new ruler and also does not want to establish his own imperial power, then swallow up Ming-Chi and destroy the Great Qin. When the three countries become one, naturally there would be no other choice. Shen Miao's heart moved. She had actually thought that there would be such a situation. In the last lifetime, the Great Liang did not destroy the Qin country, attacked the Ding capital and took down Ming-Chi. One would think that in the future the three countries would belong to the Great Liang and there would only be one emperor in the world. But can you do it? Shen Miao asked. The emperor's secret is already known by Fu Xiuyi. Without thinking, I know that he will definitely release the news. At that time when Long Yi will be in chaos, you will have to shoulder many things. If Qin and Qi join forces, I believe that they will not be the great Liang's match, but the process would definitely be very difficult. Xie Jingxing looked at her. Young lady, did anyone tell you before to not doubt a man's ability or not? Chen Miao paused. Even at such a time, Xie Jingxing still had the ability to make jokes, so she really felt that she had nothing to say. You watch, he said. The collapse of the Lu family shocked the entire Longye. But because of the letter to the world, the people applauded. After all, the Lu family had done such a rebellious thing, so they shouldn't blame the royal family for being ruthless. Because of this, the court officials had a new structure. Those who had been with the Lu family, those who were restless between the Lu family and the imperial family, those who were determined to oppose the Lu family, each had a new plan. Those who stood on the right team were naturally overjoyed, while those who stood on the wrong team were bewildered. Emperor Yonglu was definitely not a benevolent emperor who only knew how to pamper his concubines. He was indeed the son of Emperor Xiao. He would not be soft-hearted when he needed to be. In the past, Jing Fei had been the most favored concubine in the Hogong. Now that Emperor Yonglu was going against the Lu family, he didn't even think about the feelings of the past, much less the child in Jing Fei's stomach. Even those who were observant could see that Emperor Yonglu had endured for many years to deal with the Lu family. For an emperor to have this kind of skill and temperament was truly daunting. The court officials were more afraid of him because of this and were much more well-behaved. And the Yi family, which was as famous as the Lu family, was now like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and uneasy. No one thought that Emperor Yonglu would make a move just like that, and even more did not think that the Lu family would fall so quickly. Even Yi Maokai, who considered himself to be astute, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He regretted now that he did not surrender earlier when the imperial family had the intention to recruit the Yi family. Now he had lost this opportunity in vain. He had indeed lost this opportunity because Yi Maokai discovered that Emperor Yonglu had already started to deal with the Yi family's forces. Chapter 1074. The Yi family was different from the Lu family. The Lu family was a general with their own soldiers, while the Yi family was a civil official. Most of the time they could only play a supporting role. His connections, power, and connections were all things that everyone fought over. But now, with the fall of the Lu family, everything had collapsed. The Lu clan had so many foundation forces and soldiers, but they all fell at the hands of Emperor Yonglu, not to mention the Yi clan. But Yi Maokai observed the situation, and in addition to his understanding of Emperor Yongli's style of doing things from the Lu family's matter, he felt even more hopeless. He knew that Emperor Yongli's Yi family would definitely not let them go, and would definitely kill them all. On one hand, Yi Maokai was angry at the Lu family for their arrogance, but on the other hand, it was too late for regrets. Yi Maokai began to prepare for his escape. In the worst-case scenario, he would send Yi Hongguang away. He didn't care that much about Yi Mei and Yi Ku, but Yi Hongguang was his only son. He had to leave a successor for the Yi family. While Yi Maokai was busy, Yi Mei was not idle. Today she had returned from young Miss Sun's residence and had a good time with Jin Xingming. Jin Xingming had already promised to take her away in 3 days. These past few days Yi Maokai had loosened up a lot on Yi Mei. He didn't seem to care where she went or who she met. Not only was Yi Mei not happy because of this, she became more and more nervous. Because Yi Maokai could barely take care of himself, he had no time to care about her life and death. I'm afraid the Yi clan is about to reach a very critical moment. When it came to the Lu family, although Yi Mei didn't know what had happened, she could faintly feel that Yi Maokai was afraid. What could he be afraid of? Naturally he would end up like the Lu family. On this day she came back a little late. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yi Ke looking left and right in her room, as if he was waiting for her. Speaking of which, Yi Mei hadn't seen Yi Ku for a few days. These days, she was calculating the situation after escaping to Mingqi with Jin Xingming. Yi Mei really did not have any plans for Yi Ku, or perhaps from the beginning in Yi Mei's escape plan, there was no existence of Yi Ku. A person who Yi Mei already felt was useless and would only drag her down, and even had selfish intentions towards her, Yi Mei immediately abandoned. Seeing her come back, Yi Ku asked, "Sis, where did you go? Why are you only back now? Miss Sun asked me for a handkerchief last time. I just finished embroidering it yesterday. I will send it to her today." Yi Ku grumbled, "You are now the young lady of the Prime Minister's residence. What right does the young lady of the Sun family have to order you around? Yi Mei ignored his words and sat down. Seeing that Yiku's brows were furrowed with anxiety, she asked, "How have you been these days? Didn't father bring you around to meet your colleagues?" "Don't mention it." When Yiku heard this, he immediately lowered his head and said dejectedly, "That was just the beginning. I don't know what he's been busy with these past few days. When I asked him, he said he had something to do. I've been bored in the mansion." He then looked at Yi Mei. "Sister, when are you going to discuss with father about entering the palace? I think father is looking for an excuse to decline. If you enter the palace and gain His Majesty's favor, father will certainly curry favor with me, and His Majesty will also value me. My success in my career has also helped you, hasn't it?" Yi Mei sneered in her heart but did not show it on her face. She smiled. "You and I are brother and sister. Naturally I will help you." She muttered to herself for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, your relationship with father is closer than mine and father's. These days, have you seen anything special about your father?" "Special place?" Yiku was puzzled. "Nothing special." Yi Mei saw that he did not understand and changed the method. She smiled and asked, "Not this. For example, father has something precious or some secret. Perhaps you can inquire about it?" You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.